right thing according to that person who owns that private property and who has to make those decisions over that. You know what I mean? Like, she had we're all hindsight millionaires or something like that, but you know, she could have done a million different ways. Yeah, sure, but we're fallible humans. We make mistakes, but still, ultimately, you know, sorry, but
sorry.
It would be wrong to have the business. You know, the right thing would be to make sure that the narrative gets properly communicated. But
don't feed my dog without my permission. Don't call my dog over to you. What are you feeding him? Is it poison? Are you going to try to hurt my dog? Are you trying to take my dog? Leave my dog alone. So if you're going to do the non-aggression principle on this study,
bitch had the dog off the motherfucking leash.
Like I said, there's like different layers, right? So one, she's on public property. So public property makes it difficult when we consider, you know, I hate to say this, right? But according to, you know, we have to, dogs are property. That's just how it goes. Okay, dogs are property. They're owned. So you have property that's able to freely go over to people. Like if her dog went over to him, even though they're on public land, and he went, I saw the other day, this handicapped biker goes down this road, and this pit bull runs out off his property and or right up to his property line, right, and goes to, you know, bark at him. It didn't look like he was going to bite him. It just looked like he was going to bark at him. But he, like, sprayed pepper spray in his face, right, in the dog's face. And he has, like, this whole video of him just, like, spraying different dogs, a whole bunch of different dogs. Just they run up, and then he just sprays them in the face. And I mean, like, I think that's fucking horrible. But also, they're on public land. And once you know, like, keep your dog on private property. If it was, as long as the dog was on private property, and then that guy did that guy would be in trouble. If he pepper sprayed my dog was on private property. But as soon as that dog that he owns goes on public property, walks up to him, you know, like, sorry. So that's like that gets like dicey, but ultimately she has to control her private property. So that was his point. Put your dog on a leash for whatever reason, because this isn't your private property. And that was her consequence. So that's what she needed to control. I don't agree, like, for him to, you know, mess with the dog, but also he was trying to make a point, you know. So,
yeah. I really feel like I should have been listening to this story better, because now I'm, like, hooked in and I don't really understand what happened.
So there was a girl, and it was during COVID, and she needed to walk her dog, and she had a, you know, dog that needed a lot of exercise, and the dog parks were closed where you could keep them isolated and fenced in. And so she brought him to I guess it was the public park, Monica?
It was Central Park in the Brambles. In that area of Central Park, the dogs have to stay on leash because they disturb the birds. And Christian Cooper was a bird watcher. You know the story, Deputy. It's one of my Nick Sandman story, where people are treated poorly because of a 13-second clip taken out of context, and their lives are ruined. Good morning, Gary. Because how dare they be white and ugly?
Wait. You lost me. I just want. Okay, so she took her dog to a park. It was COVID. Dog parks were closed. She took her dog to a regular park. And what happened?
Christian came up to them and said, "Your dog should be on a leash." And Andy said, "I'm going to do what I want to do." And Christian says, "Well, if you're going to do what you're going to do, I'm going to do what I'm going to do, and you won't like it. Here, puppy." He keeps the dog treats handy.
It's a perfect perfect check to say
with the treat. Like, I'm trying to get to the meat of the story.
Don't feed my dog without my permission.
then you control your
I don't
dog.
know what you're gonna feed him.
Right.
Is that a biscuit?
Was there something wrong with? Was there something wrong with the treat? Like, I'm still trying to get to the meat.
No,
of
that
this.
was
article for this.
So
Because I remember this happening. I remember when was this happening. I remember this was happening. I remember this. Are you sure that we were talking about the same thing? Because what that woman was doing is just like church brambles. Everybody knows in Central Park your dogs can't be off leash. Everybody fucking knows this. This is like a thing. Everybody talks about it. We're all gonna check each other too because this is New York. And so when that happened, that woman, she then puts her dog on the leash and then starts like grabbing her dog to the point of choking the dog because she's like flipping out. And this man who's on a bicycle,
He's video recording her. No, he's recording her.
he was on a bicycle. He was going through the park. He films her while she's doing this because that's what you should be doing. That you should be collecting your evidence and saying this person's not following the rules because everybody knows the rules here. And then she says
the dog a treat. She didn't like that I gave the dog a treat. Like, was it a poisonous treat?
No.
I'm still trying to find out what
No.
bad light because she's pissed off because the man gave her dog a treat.
Yes, because she wasn't following the rules.
Okay, well, she was 5,000% in the wrong.
Okay. Don't feed my dog.
She put the dog off leash.
No, facts. Wait, hold on. Wait, you said you didn't hear all the conversation. You didn't hear when it say that she should have put her dog on a leash when he asked her the first time.
Okay with that.
If
That's how people get bit.
Okay, so this is what I need us to do. I need us to have the understanding that they were both jerks. And that's not what I'm hearing from you guys.
Yeah, because I'll tell you why I don't think that he's being a jerk. Because if I was being called out for having my dog off leash and I'm that kind of fucking bitch that I don't like being told what to do because that's the kind of bitch we are here in the city. And then this person starts feeding my dog. Yes, I'm going to start using scenario, him feeding my dog, to now demonize this man so that it paints me in a better light. That's exactly what fucking happened. She's a cunt for that. I'm sorry. He's cool. He's fine.
She got death threats. She got her dog temper taken away from her. She got fired. She had to a person being an asshole, they can be assholes. She broke the law by having her dog off leash. He should have videotaped her dog being off leash, and then he should have left it alone, gotten a fine, and he would not have been, well, actually, he wasn't harmed at all. He was framed as a hero, and he got it. Me too.
It's also here in the city. I live here in the city, and like it was huge news here. And so the video is this dog, who's a poodle, a large dog owner, letting her dog off leash in a public space. She should not have an animal. Her dog should be confiscated until she gets retrained on how to be a proper adult to an animal, or proper responsible parent to an animal or guardian. So that's one. Yes, take the dog away. Getting fired. The reason why she's gotten fired and got a lot of backlash, including death threats, is because she called the police and said to a man who was just simply standing calmly, speaking and recording, saying, "This black man is attacking me." And I don't know if you know what was going on during the time. The whole Black Lives Matter thing, George Floyd, Elijah Wood, Elijah McCain, all the things. He said, "Dog, this is the reason why I should turn up now." She should have leashed her dog, said, "Thank you, sir, for keeping me and this community in check."
Hey, I have an additional perspective on this. Money for a while, and I don't know. It's like the court was not enforcing the fact that the guy who let his pit bulls owned the home that had the dog and let the dogs loose or didn't have a fence. Ultimately, they couldn't find him or like the courts can't always just enforce what's appropriate, even when dogs get involved by dogs, almost to the point of death. And so I think the problem is, can we at least make sure we're enforcing the laws appropriately? And I think it's a bit unfair what happened to this woman, but of course, she should have been fined for having her dog off the leash. That's what I think. Anyway, that's it. Okay.
So a couple things to that. In that particular circumstance, I understand if you don't have a fence, but the whole point of having your dogs off leash is that you could control them. So I feel really bad for her. If that was the case and the dogs were not on private property, if they were on private property, then sorry, she got what's coming to her, and I don't feel bad. But if she was not on their private property, and these dogs did that, as much as I'm a pit bull lover, and I hate to say this, those dogs should be taken because she had in that moment the ability to execute all of those dogs that were attacking her. That's not up to. So he lost and he relinquished his rights reciprocation for those dogs because that happened, because they went off property. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm very consistent, and that's one thing I'm consistent about. So that sucks that they didn't rule in her favor. That's not right in any capacity. If at least he couldn't, it doesn't matter. He shouldn't be able to have the dogs and whatever else, and that sucks.
You're right. It was public property. She was just walking down the road going home, and these dogs came out of nowhere on a public street. And you're right. The court did take the dogs away. Whether they euthanized them or not, or what happened, I don't know. But the issue is also, should the guy or the property owner also have punitive damages to pay some money for the fact that she was like cut up and had to heal and wasn't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's his responsibility.
Didn't rule in her favor, and now she's gone quiet. She won't communicate with me or any of her other friends. She's in a very dark place right now. She's still healing. I donated a lot of scar gel to her. I had it shipped to her on Amazon, and she was really appreciative. But she expected the judge would appropriately get her a little bit of compensation to cover for her healing. And but that's, they took the dogs away from the guy, which is what they do, and done, and on to the next trial. So I think the issue here for me is, can we always have an ideal enforcement of the law? It's just messy. It's very messy. And especially with dogs, because I think dogs end up not being people screaming at each other, who's at fault, who should get fined, should someone lose their job, and is it a community? Everyone here is fired up against that woman. I get it. She brought race into the picture. But did she really deserve to lose her job? I don't know. So anyway, that's all.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. Yeah, she got her job back. I'm not arguing with why people react. I hate that people will send death threats to people. I think it's just so fucking terrible. So, would I be pissed off enough to give her death threats? Absolutely not. It's terrible. You should never do that. I don't know why these keyboard ninjas do that. However, if she had her dog on the leash to begin with in a place that's well known to require leashes, none of this would have happened.
When did you hear me make the argument that she should have kept her dog off leash?
When did you hear me make an argument that you said that she shouldn't have her dog on a leash? When did I say that?
By not saying the whole scenario.
Oh, so because I didn't say the whole thing, you made an assumption about what I said about you?
No, Vero.
I don't understand.
Look, I need to know what your Vero patience level is at, because if we're low, I want to stop having the conversation. My point was never that she did the right thing. My point has always been she was a jerk and an asshole. She was entitled and privileged. She thought the rules didn't apply.
Right, and I agree with you, and I knew that you were saying that from the jump. I don't think I ever questioned that. Never once did I question that you said that. But how people react to it, yeah. Yeah, and this whole, imagine you're alone, a woman, a man is yelling at you. She was fine, Holly. She was fine. She was in the middle of the brambles. The brambles are often very quiet places where people sit and watch birds. It's a very commonly used space for this. Dogs do come, they're on leash. she was in the wrong. I don't care how afraid she was. She was fine. She was fine enough not to run away. She was fine enough to like leave, put her dog on a leash, choke it around, call the police.
That
and
wasn't
stand
fine
still.
though, Vero. She was upset. She was terrified.
Sure, she was upset, but then you leave. I mean, I don't know. She don't belong here then. You can't. I don't know. You don't belong here then. If you can't handle something like a scenario where you're breaking the law and someone tries to correct you and you can't handle that, then you don't belong here.
It was the videotape. Video recordings.
I'm glad she got recorded. I'm glad she did, so we can see what kind of character she had.
So this is the problem I have. It didn't tell the whole story.
Oh,
It was
not
out of
forget
context
power.
clip. It didn't show him threatening her, and he threatened her.
Threatened her what?
If you do what you want to do, then I'm going to do what I want to do, and you won't like it.
I don't think that's it. So it's
Here, puppy, here, and he
offer
offered
right there. Here,
the dog a treat.
Right, and right there, I just want to share this with you. So, if you're maximum, this is difficult for me to argue against because one, you know that I hate laws, okay, and definitely if something's public, right, and I'm participating in the taxes, and then you're gonna have like I want to be on her side 110%. And a matter of fact, I would have done it, and I don't give a fuck what laws there are if I could control my dog, and that's the whole point. And she couldn't control her dog. If you're going to put your dog off leash, you have to be able, your dog has to follow commands to avoid something like that. That's the whole point. There has to be some level of decency. I would have waited for the guy to bounce, and then as soon as he kept going his way, and he was out of eye view, back to doing what we're doing. Right? And then that's just it. But she didn't have control of her dog. And you can't, even in parks where you can have your dog off leash, all obviously be off leash because that's part of the whole program. If you can't control your dog, you're a problem. So ultimately, we just heard we're all taking three different positions. So which one? And which position do you take?
Guy's got a PTR where he looks like he's about to sit on a glass and ram it up his naked ass. Like, why are we even entertaining it?
Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
There. Hi, Karen.
Bye, bitch.
Your mother.
So spicy for 6:45 a.m. Hello, am I the only one?
I think the only thing we're disagreeing with is the fact that I think Christian threatened her and her dog. I don't like strangers offering treats to my animal.
Right, but that was his check, right, on her. Right, because if he was there, and let's say it's us, let's say all of us, we go in the mornings to watch these birds, and this girl brings her dog off leash, and the dog is disturbing the birds. We don't have any say, okay? We can't, we're not going to go but if we could call the dog over, that's her check. That, okay, so if you're going to do what I don't like, I'm going to do the same thing back to you. But that would have actually, required her to be a responsible dog owner. And clearly, I hate to say this, but in the video, you're threatening my dog. The way that she was choking her, I would never.
Listen.
Yeah, she exacerbated it by that.
My baby would never. Oh my gosh,
Broke my heart.
Well, your baby would have discipline. Her baby
absolutely. My dog exact facts.
So
my dog never went
her baby going for the dog treat and the pet from a stranger. Like the dog had no discipline.
My dog,
he was still the best behaved of the three people, the three creatures involved in that incident.
You want to hear something, Monica? Sorry, I'm excited about this. I'm proud about this. Diva was so smart that because she went everywhere with me. We went everywhere. Do you know how many times we got in trouble? But we went, and it didn't matter. But I mean, there were plenty of people that told me to put her on a leash and blah, 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 blah. I would satisfy them for the moment, and then as soon as they left, I would go about my thing. But one thing is when we would go to public places where other people wanted to give her treats, and I was very particular about what type of treats she got. And she would not take a treat from a stranger. She knew stranger danger. She would always, whenever somebody would go to hand her her treats, she would look at me and wait for me to say, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you know what I'm saying? Like, you have a good relationship and you can, that's what it's supposed to be like. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel bad that she wanted to get her dog exercise, but I feel like she's doing like bare minimum. I don't know.
Yeah, the Brambles is not the place for exercise even. The Brambles is a small enclosed place with lots of trees, lots of rivers, lots of waterfalls. Like, little dogs can get hurt there, which is why they are required to be on the leash, because they have been hurt there. So she's being a very irresponsible. And just to get away from that though, like, to why.
Can I say one thing, because I have to go to work and I'm going to leave the room, but this has been a fascinating conversation. I wish there were a club to follow, but this was just a not club. I wanted to have Monica. I also want to propose. Oh, there is. Cool.
Yes.
I just didn't see it in the top. Sorry about that.
No, we'll add it.
But I did want to say one thing. I would bet all of you money that the dogs are barking and talking among themselves on, like, which owners of the especially the ones that went out right now. Okay, anyway, I gotta get to work. This was a great room. Thanks so much.
Have a great day,
Gary. I'll send you a link in the back channel for the Got
Okay,
Snatched
thanks.
house.
Take care, everybody. Have a great day.
Deputy, you want me to advertise for the Got Snatched or politically, the Political Playhouse? I think Political Playhouse would be better, actually.
I'm fine with Gary. He seems normal.
No, Gary's great. Gary plays the trombone. He does music rooms. He's interviewed composers and things.
Yeah, I'm good with either one. Both.
So I think if anyone listens to it's like an hour long. It goes really deep. The link that Monica shared, it gives you a really well-rounded perspective on the entire situation, down to the temperature of the climate, like how people were at that time, at that place and time during COVID. It goes into getting, it even interviews Amy. It talks to other people who've had it brings in multiple, and in fact, the guy who, by the way, black guy that's doing this whole episode, just side note, but it's very interesting because I went into this thinking she definitely sounds like she's kind of racist, right? Like the way she did it. And maybe there was some bias that brought into it when she was being, had that adrenaline pumping. She said what she said. But after listening to about half of this episode that Monica shared, like, it's pretty clear to me that this Christian guy was a plum. Like, he used the same playbook with multiple people. Many people said they felt threatened by him. He was also holding the helmet in a way that seemed a little threatening. It wasn't just Amy that said that, by the way. Many others who did not know Amy had expressed the same thing, that were afraid to come out, actually, because they're white, too, after this became, like, a big thing.
Didn't you say that this video was her perspective?
What video? No.
The video that you're talking about? Was
No.
her perspective video?
No, not at all. You get a little bit of her perspective. He interviews her for a hot second, but he goes into, this guy is completely unbiased. He's just covering the entire situation.
Do you think that there would have been any story to tell whatsoever if the woman been a responsible dog owner and kept her dog on a leash? There would be no story. It starts there. Yeah, I'm sure this guy was a prick to her. There's no doubt about it. He was a prick to her, and when he asked her to put the dog on a leash and she refused to put the dog on a leash, he doubled down. There's no question about it. But I don't think this is a black-white thing. I think this was a, hey, your dog should be on a leash. Put your dog on a leash. Yeah, fuck you. My dog needs to run around and I'm going to do what I want to do. And he doubled down and was like, oh, well, if you're going to do what you're going to do, I'm going to do what I want to do. I don't know. I think the whole thing starts because she doesn't have her dog on a leash.
Agreed. And that's not what I'm arguing. I've never argued that she should have kept her dog off leash. My argument was we see this all the time. When people are recorded in public spaces doing things that can get misinterpreted, then it goes viral. Their lives are ruined because people don't look at what happened before the video started playing. They don't look at the context. They don't look at the situation. They don't care. All they see is someone being a jerk. And it's okay to hate on those people because they're known to be jerks. And they don't look for the rest of the story. And so she got death threats. She got called Carol Bryant, that she was trying to get him killed by police because police murder black men in America. The whole narrative
She big back.
Way out of proportion. It went viral. And people were judge, jury, and executioner.
And she abused her dog.
She,
in the vein of all of this,
aggressively
she abused her
dog.
dog.
She was stupid.
Yeah.
Let go of my dog.
Her dog was ill trained. She was frightened that this man she did not know would feed or take her dog. That's a huge problem for me.
See,
and all of that would have been unnecessary had she just leashed her damn dog, and she did it.
Exactly.
So unnecessary, for it to explode.
So I think she was stupid and foolish, and I don't think she should have deserved her dog being temporarily taken away. I don't think she deserved death threats. Vero agreed with that. I don't think she should have lost her job, and Beeman disagreed with that.
So
as a Christian was a jerk too.
Was she a dog trainer or something?
She was very passionate about animals. I don't know if she was a trainer, but she was very involved in like animal welfare and stuff like that. I think she might have been a puppy. But what her excuse just
not either a Cocker Spaniel, but
okay.
This is just such a waste of time. This is called Master.
Now ye shall know that the chosen free.
It's the same stupid Monica show every time. It's called the Karen Show. I'm not a Karen. I'm just a normal, good, law-abiding American. I'm not like a Karen.
And in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh, as your lidded woman bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Oh,
My friend, we're making fun of Monica this morning because it is the same stupid show every time with Monica. She is a Karen. She actually is a Karen.
We want the minerals. As the United States and Trump wants the minerals.
And she kicked me out of the room and blocked me. And then all she does is complain about other people on this app that they blocked her. And so now I'm making fun of Monica. Harry Balzac is here in the other room. Let me take you back to Monica's room where she's complaining about a dumb Karen who took her dumb dog off the leash and a dumb Schwarza fed the dog a treat. And they can't stop talking about it.
Goes, if you can't follow the rules, and then you're gonna act crazy, we're gonna be crazier. And this is what happens. This chick doesn't deserve to be an animal owner. This chick does not deserve to be an animal owner. She doesn't follow the rules, and she abuses her dogs whenever she gets caught. Sorry, she gets death threats for it. That's the internet, boo. Follow the rules. Mind your
You
P's and
just
Q's.
said earlier you didn't deserve death threats, and now you're saying.
Are you surprised in a country?
I know you're twisting words around. I
I'm
didn't say
not.
she didn't deserve it. I said that's what happens when you fuck up. People are gonna react. And people are crazy. People are crazy.
So
I don't think
know.
it should come as a surprise that in a country where we made it a felony to
Better as adults. Like this world is crazy, and people are crazier than you. So if you're gonna go out here and start breaking the law, people are gonna catch up on it, and then see you abusing your dog. Of course, you're gonna get it. If you're
She
upset because you're getting
restrained
held
her
accountable,
dog because he called her dog over to him.
that's not a restraint. That's abuse.
Well, she should have leashed her dog.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but she didn't.
He should
so.
not have offered her dog treats. He should have recorded her and then turned it over to the authorities to see if she would get a fine.
You say that she doesn't deserve this, and now you're
You
saying
did.
this. No, I didn't. I never
You
said
said she doesn't deserve death threats.
I said I would never.
What I think is so interesting is that like Vero is taking the bait. That really the thing, this is just the amazing thing about it. Just like imagine your whole life is like walking into a room and then responding to the environment, you know? And it's like the Gotcha show or the Gong show where it's like it's comedy. It's pure entertainment. And you know, that's the thing. It's like I like making fun of these people and I think they're just Karens. But it's also entertainment. And so the thing is, it's like, I just want to record Clubhouse and publish it as a show, but I don't actually want to listen to any of it because it just further induces more brain rot. And that's why we're going to read a book today. So we can be part of the 1%ers. But first, more Monica Kirk.
Death threats come for the simplest things. Oh, you're in the Matrix.
And that's a shame. We're
didn't
too
hear that. Say that
casual.
again?
We're too casual offering death threats for minor offenses.
Agreed, but that's what happens.
I'm so glad.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, look at our president. He's giving death threats on Twitter. So, or whatever one he uses. So, I mean, I don't know.
Also, Monica blocked my accounts, so now I'm targeting Monica.
I mean, what do you think caused the panic, Holly,
And this was all because they were talking about
in her?
racism
think
yesterday.
caused
And Bima
her
said,
to
if
suddenly
every day you're not
Panic.
trying to
Was
reverse
it-
structural racism, you are the
You're
problem.
alone in an isolated area in the bramble or wherever it was, far away, and a man approaches you, maybe speaking a little bit loudly. Put your dog on a leash, or whatever.
Bitch,
You know,
put your dog on a leash. You're breaking the law, bitch.
He won't let up. He's clearly holding the bike
Bitch,
helmet.
put your
He's saying
bitch on a leash,
that
bitch.
he's exercising, blah, blah, blah. And then he said, "Well, if you're gonna do what you want to do, then I'm gonna do what I want to do, and you're not gonna like it."
Clown world music.
I could see myself. I bet her adrenaline was pumping, and she said some stupid things out of fear. She panicked.
If if she were going to panic at the presence of this individual, though, I think the panic would start at the moment that this person said, "You need to put your dog on a leash."
I think
Why would you not
You know, this really is The View. This is what The View show is about. It's a show about nothing.
This all happened very.
Didn't she indicate that no, her dog needed exercise and she was not going to leash her dog? She wasn't panicked enough to say to him, basically, "Fuck you. I don't really care that you think my dog should be on a leash." I mean, she wasn't panicked enough at that point to not even make any type
of de-escalate the situation with a random black guy at the park by saying, "Fuck you." See how that goes for you.
Do you typically respond in that manner when someone yells at you?
Yes.
You know what I hate about this stupid app is the green bean moderators, because the green bean moderators, they get away with being unrestrained.
It doesn't matter whether
bitches,
provoked them or not.
Karens.
If I'm somewhere and I have my dog off leash and someone expresses your dog should be on a leash, I am immediately going to comply with that request because I know I'm in the wrong.
I'm not.
And I'm responsible for that animal. So yeah, I'm gonna comply.
No, not me. If someone comes at me in an aggressive way and speaking to me in an unkind way, no. My initial reaction is fight or flight, and it's not compliant.
Yeah, I'm gonna comply because I'm in the wrong.
You're in the wrong.
I'm in the wrong.
That's a logical thinking. You're not thinking logically in that moment.
Of course I am. If I was your pet, my beloved pet, a member of my family, somebody that, I love right next to my children. This is my pet that I love and I care for. And I want to be safe at all times. And I know, I understand her desire to say, my dog really needs to burn off energy. The dog parks are closed. I need to find a place. I get all of that. I don't fault her for any of that. But the minute that somebody is like, that dog should be on a leash, I am putting my dog on a leash because that is what is safest for my dog. I'm prioritizing the safety of my dog.
There you go.
If they express
that's called personal responsibility. Who broke the chain of the personal responsibility? It was you. It was you, bitch. It was you. It was Karen who caused the problem first. It was you, bitch. Take care of your dog, bitch.
She overreacted.
Bitch should have taken the dog off the motherfucking leash.
But when you're afraid and you're just standing there choking your dog in the same place, you haven't walked away, I don't know. Don't live in New York City.
If you can go in there, if you can go into Espresso and say, Monica, you're just being a Karen, personal responsibility says keep your dog on a leash. Can I pay your dog? Can I pay your dog? Can I pay your dog? Can I pay your
If she
dog?
had the word black in that phone call, it probably would have been a way different conclusion,
Monica's saying that you're allowed to have
Was
your
it
dog on a leash.
descriptive or racist?
And like Ace said,
Descriptive to me, but racist.
And then she's
to
eating
me.
a yellow cake.
I would feel guilty. I would feel guilty for being called out.
Why are
And be
you
like,
I'd
I'm
be
sorry.
embarrassed.
Well,
Yeah.
why aren't they reading a book, my friend?
Embarrassment also brings irrational emotions too. Being embarrassed, being caught, now being on camera. Now this man is telling me what to do.
She also has the Erica Kirk PTR up, and I gotta say, Erica Kirk is one fucked up bitch. I mean, without a doubt. I mean, I'm pretty sure that she is participating in the cover up of the assassination of her husband. It's just an opinion, but maybe that's because I just don't like women all that much, or I love women, but I hate some of them.
On the West Side Highway, there's like this big green house. And
You know, my dad called my mom a Karen like a year ago on the phone. He's like, you know, I don't know if I ever told you this, but your mom has always been a Karen, and she is a Karen. I was like, oh shit, you're right. Mom is a fucking Karen.
Oh, I like your
You see, as a police officer,
Isn't that crazy?
when you're on patrol and you come across a Karen, you don't always respond to the Karen because that's a Karen.
I want to come in with a perspective and not seeing the video. One of the things that's really been bothering me, and Vera, this may make you mad, but I'm just going to say it.
Is Shelly a man?
I'm seeing way too many society provide today way more restaurants having serious injury. Myself personally, I think that any dog that hits a dog park that's a large breed needs to have a certification that they've gone through some sort of obedience training, or they need to be muzzled. I think that any dog that's a large breed, that's what I call a ripper terror, and you can call those cane horses, pits, things where I'm not talking about Cocker Spaniels, they do bite, any dog will bite. I'm talking about the kind of dogs that lock and tear, and you cannot get them off whatever it is they're aggressively going for. I would like to see those dogs bridled in public spaces. And it's not because I'm discriminatory, but it's just when these dogs lock and they go into nip and tear mode, do not pry them loose. And that's where the deaths and serious injuries come from. So myself personally, I would like to see that done. I know it sounds discriminatory, and in many ways it is, but we're looking at those that can cause serious harm. And that also, to me, is a little bit of Russian roulette. When you've got a dog like that, you may be a really great
tank. This was done through a Freedom of Information suit, and they found that in 1996, when this happened, there were repeated complaints by Cuba about incursions by these planes into what they claimed was their airspace and
behavior. And that prevents that owner from having to ever see their dog in a situation where it had to be euthanized. And, that was costing them. But that to me ought to be the way we're going, especially now that we are a larger pet grooming society than we ever have been, and we have more of these places. Just this last week, we had a restaurant here that had advertised a pet-friendly patio, and there was a poodle in a pit, and the pit got the poodle, and I got a phone call coming in. I'm gonna have to come back and listen to what you guys say. I gotta take this call. So sorry.
Sorry, Shelly. And I don't know why you would think I would be pissed off. I 100% agree with you. I agree with Shelly. I agree 100%, 1,000%. Some of these dog owners don't know the capabilities of their dogs, and it's dangerous, yada, yada, just the whole thing. I'm really big on, I feel like we should monitor dogs the same way we monitor guns even. Depending on the kind of dog, like lockjaw, like Ace is saying, what? I 100% agree with this.
So, according to Christian's account, she never refused outright. They had an exchange in which she was explaining to him her reasoning behind what she was doing, but she never said, according to him, she never said, no, I'm not doing that. That's not why he then responded with, well, if you're going to do what you want to, no. Unless There's a recording of that.
I'm looking at the detailed recount of the story, and it says Christian Cooper politely asked Amy to leash her dog after noticing it off leash. She refused, and the cop.
All my shit weird about a man talking about my dick, bro. Listen to you, yo.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, as soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold.
1,000% agree with you.
To understand the breeds, they have to understand the triggers. That's why I say classes would be great. But where they get euthanized and where the mass injuries come from are these large breeds. The owners don't understand the triggers. I saw a video just the other day of a damn pit bull that had gotten behind a Clydesdale type horse, and it was dragging a wagon, and it was going up and nipping the damn Clydesdale's ankles. Well, one firm kick, that dog was meat. The owner was trying to figure out how to get his dog because the owner didn't know and didn't do the proper care for this dog. And I think it's so sad today that, yes, everybody thinks, I'm going to go get a dog. And they don't think about it any more than they think about getting a miniature pig. That dog is in its survival. And I think that obedience goes right along with that. And I get a lot of people who, can be the sweetest dogs, and most of them never cause a problem. But any dog will cause a problem if approached wrong or in a bad situation. And so that's why it's, very protective of the pit bull owners. The corn queso owners will tell you they're great dogs, and they are. But these are the dogs that I worry about the most, and I think that we've got a lot of irresponsible pet owners. I even wonder about some of these quote-unquote comfort dogs that people take on planes that they just get its certification online for, and they stick this damn dog on a plane. It's in atmospheric conditions it's not used to. There's pressure in their ears they're not used to. There's lots of sounds, lots of noises. And I got to sit next to this dog going, okay, I know you registered online, but, I'm kind of worried. That's my opinion, and I would like to see somebody put some sensible measures in. I know the pit bull crowd and the corn queso and the larger breed crowd is going to say, wait, why are you discriminating against us? They're great dogs. I'm not arguing that. The problem is when they're not, it's bad.
Well, I don't think you can discriminate against them. I think if you're going to do it, you have to employ it across the board.
That's why I say large breed dogs, because those are the ones that typically cause mass injuries. I'm not talking, we know that Cocker Spaniels are the biggest biters there are. But if they bite you, they're going to cause a little open gap on your skin. They're not typically going to rip a muscle off your body. So that's why I say larger breeds.
So I remember this incident with the Central Park bird watchers, and Holly's reiteration of the story is close. This was, you have to remember, this was during the absolute height of the woke nonsense, where anything a black person or
covert racism.
The guy started recording he asked her to his pocket, and he's like trying to get her dog to come to him, like insinuating that he's going to like poor black man because he's such a princess in the park and he's afraid of her little dog. And
she was in the wrong. The dog was supposed to be leashed. And he did say, according to the LA Times, Holly, he did say that he nicely asked her to leash her dog, and she refused.
He said
on his original according to the LA Times, on his original Facebook post where the video went viral, he indicated that he politely asked her to leash her dog, and she refused.
Yeah, listen, he said.
Did you not hear anything I said? Is that not factored into this?
No, because the dog should have been leashed.
On the post.
Okay, so what if the dog should? Sorry, Holly, but what if the dog should have been leashed and he actually did take her dog? Is he still? Is he not wrong then also, or what?
That didn't happen though.
It didn't happen. He wasn't trying to take her dog. He did take her dog a treat. That's what got her all.
We got the Karen Show live.
But again, she refused to leash her dog.
Let me clarify. On the post that he posted before it went viral, this is before it went viral, he did, and this has nothing to do with the video, he posted a play-by-play, me, XYZ, her, XYZ. He did not say she refused. He literally listed out what happened. He said, I politely asked her. And then she said, I can't go there because XYZ. And then I said, you need to take her out of this, whatever, over to the other side. And she said, you need to exercise, or whatever. It was a back and forth, okay? He never said she refused.
Okay, but by virtue of refusing. I can't do that. She is refusing, Holly.
She's a human being that is explaining her reasoning skills after a guy is yelling at her. I don't understand why y'all are thinking logically when someone's yelling at you.
Like, he's not being like, you fucking dumb bitch, I'll fucking kill you, you fucking cunt. He's like, ma'am, the sign is right there. You need to leash your animal. Go over there. You need to do this. This is the way things. Like, what are y'all talking? Like, she's an adult.
Vero, you know he got into a physical altercation over this exact scenario before, right?
Yeah, I know the story about him and all that, but she doesn't know that about him. She's making an assumption. Okay? All of this is happening so fucking quickly. Think about that scenario. Okay?
Well, he already was willing to feed a dog a treat without the owner's permission. You don't know what kind of diet.
The dog would have been on the leash. It would have. She overreact. Y'all are. I just can't believe this.
She committed like a minor infraction in society.
And I would have never gotten that. Given that to her. But her dog should have been taken away until she received proper training and she reevaluated the laws of Central Park. That we all know.
So he says that he's going to kidnap her dog, so she should have just known that he was bluffing.
He did not say.
Yes, he did.
He did not say, I'm going to kidnap your dog.
He said, well, I'm going to take your dog with me and lure the dog over with a treat.
Then leash your dog. Okay. Be a problem solver here, not a problem creator, a problem exacerbator. Be a problem solver. What are we asking adults just to keep feeding onto her emotions?
I'm just surprised y'all don't see that as threatening. Someone says, if you're going to do what you want to do, then I'm going to do what I want to do, and you're not going to like it. Woohoo, little foo-foo, come here, I've got something for you. While I hold my bike helmet, and I get, like, it's fucking creepy, man. Like, that's fucking weird. She died then. She went to get off the dog.
She didn't try to leave. She just sat there. She leashed her dog. Then she got on the phone and called the police and said what she said. And that's, it escalated from there even more on the internet. But the man was, you've seen the video. He was far away. He wasn't up on her or anything. And in fact, she approached him a number of times, stepping closer to him and then coming back and then stepping closer to him. She was not afraid.
Okay, and Vero, you're aware that he only started recording once it was advantageous to his little social media world, and then also,
and second,
like, how can you, like, I really really am surprised that the two of you are glossing over the fact that he got into a physical fight about the same issue before, and that doesn't indicate his state of mind.
But we don't know the details of that case. What if he was attacked? I don't know the
These are so stupid. These fucking people. You believe these social justice warriors? You know that's got nothing to do with this case. Separate issues, separate incidences.
If you are a regular cycler in this area and a bird watcher,
Here we go, Serendipity. Serendipity loses her voice because she chimes in on
in
everything.
Central Park,
The Serendipity Monica Show, ladies and gentlemen.
issue of concern for you. It's not at all surprising to me that he
Karen's
prior altercations with
protecting
people
a
with
Karen.
dogs. When you are a cycler and you're worried about dogs chasing you, you're worried about dogs nipping at you, when all you're trying to do is get your exercise and go to the park.
Zach, welcome back to the Karen Show.
This is
A
not
place for Karens to defend their fragile Karen egos. We got an Anon in the house. We just made Clown House $6.99. Congratulations, Mr. Anon. You are the reason why this app is successful.
Yeah, I can understand her desire to want to exercise her dog, but even if an asshole tells me your dog needs to be on a fucking leash, I'm putting my dog on a leash.
Ooh.
Because I know I'm breaking the rules.
Yep.
I'm not going to be a smartass about it and make excuses. I'm going to leash my dog and I'm going to leave.
There you go. That's a smart dog owner. You don't want to get your expensive puppy hurt, do you?
Yeah, she should have had her dog on a lead, but it does not excuse. He should have just called the police if he was wanting to be the safety guard of Central Park.
No, this community runs on the village. This community needs individuals.
This community runs on a village system.
We're together. We're following the rules. This is very normal. New York
Do you think Vera's a bisexual?
It sounds to me like she is not from here. She's a little entitled, and then it blew up.
I think this is
I'm not
very
saying she wasn't
awkward.
afraid.
This is.
But do I think that?
Well, that's because you've been listening to me read a book, and when you compare that to this, you're like, damn. Is that Frenchie? Is that the Frenchie up in this motherfucker? Yeah, she left. Frenchie is another one. This is basically a Frenchie room. Oh, Frenchie would crush this room. You know Frenchie?
Not really.
Oh, she's this horribly annoying English Karen. She loves making fun of Christians.
That leads up to these things.
I'm good. De l'embarras gelitang chaudet.
Changes their mode so much, you know, because they know they're on camera now. And so
De l'embarras gelitang chaudet.
the essence of politeness, you know.
This is a trans guy with long hair, with hairy armpits on Clubhouse named Sir Liberty. Sir Liberty Cat Poops said the other day that he dates a beautiful woman, so, you know, lay off of me. And I was like, oh, wow, you date a beautiful woman? That's amazing.
She's upset over nothing.
Have you seen his girlfriend?
No, is he hot? She hot?
Having a little more contact.
Yeah?
Him saying, okay, you're gonna do.
Oh.
You're gonna do. That's it. Like,
He dates an ugly chick?
I think that it was wrong. Call the police and say,
See, the universe has a way of giving me observational justice. You know?
Not what he was doing. Like, I think you could say, like,
obese.
something else, you know, like, to not indicate
Cheyenne.
that
He
is
talks.
threatening
He or she.
you know, like, this man is harassing me.
He's
I
mentioned
need
many
some
times
support.
that Cheyenne.
Like, I don't feel safe.
Look at this. We got two Anons in the room. How much do you want about one of them is Monica?
Really reckless what she did in terms of the way that she handled
I love that she uses Erica Kirk as her PTO.
I do think
say
we should not have the dog. I agree that none of this would have
I
happened
say
if we had the dog.
Anon.
I think even for him to say, okay, well,
Anon.
you're gonna do what you're gonna do, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, and
I say anal,
throwing me
nah.
on the ground, whatever, like
Anon.
that is something
Anon.
showing her. This is what
I have-
dogs want.
I have Elon. Okay, enough about the dogs. I have Elon Musk live on, I was recording him, and he was wasted on like a Friday night, and he's talking about like fucking chicks in the ass, all kinds of vulgar, profane shit. It was very funny, and then somebody closed the expose.
I can't really imagine Elon's voice, but I can kind of imagine your imitation of his voice.
What are we talking about? Let's get back on topic. I thought you guys were talking about data centers.
Talk about anal sex.
I'm not Elon Musk. I'm a hitman. I live in Fiji. I'm a German businessman.
Anyway, yeah, Liberty's wife is very fat.
That makes me feel great inside, knowing that, the people who kick me from the room. See, this is the thing. It's like with Anon, when you kick me, that just like makes me more attracted to the room. And because of Anon, I'm able to come right back in from behind. And your kick was meaningless, but you got that dopamine feeling from the kick. You see what I'm saying? There's a dopamine creation when you kick somebody. And as the person who has received so many kicks and recorded the kick process, it's basically a circuit. It completes the full circuit. And the thing is, if I couldn't come back in anally, through Anon, well, then I wouldn't be able to complete the circuit. And I would actually feel like I am, the loose end of that circuit. But because of Anon, and because the creators of this app are so intelligent, they've given me the ability to come back in and complete the circuit to make me feel better.
Was in the nest, and Monica's just fighting it. Oh, she's fighting it. She's got to play political playhouse. What the fuck is that?
Shall we do a little video to it?
Yeah, let's do it.
We got Beaver in the house. Beaver, Monica was talking shit about you, FYI, yesterday.
Questions they're asking, they're doing this, they're doing that. Not just like an ESL, bunch of ESL practitioners who are looking to practice their English.
So yesterday,
like a real person.
Yesterday, Monica and Bima were having a conversation and saying, who's the they're having a lengthy Pepe analysis conversation. And they were saying, who is the problem? Is it Beaver or is it Matt Cole? And everybody said Beaver was the problem. Beaver is the racist. That's what everybody said yesterday, Beaver. So FYI, Beaver, Monica didn't block you, but she did block me today. And I'm just letting you know that yesterday's analysis of Pepe was quite interesting to listen to. And I find it so funny that Monica blocked Pepe. Monica said you're racist. And other people, you can listen.
Monica, why don't you join the stage?
Beaver, if you go to my YouTube channels, you can watch the Pepe analysis and Beaver racism episode from yesterday,
It's true that there are thousands of videos, so you'll have to sift through. But
it's a sifting process. You can't make cookies without sifting. But Beaver, anyways, I'm just saying that yesterday's room analysis was really interesting. And Bima, crazy ass, she says that she is an anarchist. And then she goes on to say that unless you are fighting,
she's what?
She's an anarchist. And she says, unless you are fighting structural white racism every single day, you are the problem. And so it's our word. So then I'm like thinking, well, I read books to make myself a better person. Just imagine if everybody did that. There would be no racism because people make themselves a better version of themselves every day until they're a great person. And then there is no more racism. So
did I tell you about my reprise of my bumper sticker video that now has 120,000 views?
No.
So I showed you my first bumper sticker video.
Yeah.
That you thought was very funny.
Well, I was impressed with the views.
Right, how many views it got was ridiculous. It wasn't that funny, but it got a lot of views.
Well,
So then
I mean, anyways, keep going. What's the point?
you remember it was the one you made a recreation of it.
My recreation didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't work. It has to be spontaneous. But anyway, I made a new one. I made a reprise, and now the reprise video has got twice as many. Do you want to see? Should I show you? Or should I just tell you about it?
Show it to us. Pin it to the room. Let me moderate you. So how did you chat or pin it? But Beaver, we also want to welcome you to the room because, you know, you and, I personally think that everybody here is an R word. And I think you are an R word, but you do have the Dave Matthews Band Spirit Fire Dancer thing going. So clearly you're not a full R word, you know, and never go full R word. But, I'm just saying that.
I pinned it to the Jumbotron.
Okay, let's see. Curious to see how you redid it. Because you might have a winning formula where you do it a third time, you get even more views. Or first we got an ad.
Decolonize.
Oh, you found the same car?
If you want peace, stop paying.
Wait a second. You went and found the same car and you shot a new one?
Completely different car.
Oh, shit.
It's a reprise in that it's another mocking of somebody's bumper stickers.
Let's see here.
Before you better decolonize. Fuck off, I'm a local. Fuck off, I'm local. Decolonize, I'm a local. This person better be fucking Native American. Decolonize.
Bye-bye, Susan. What does that mean? It's like the opposite of a Karen. Anyways, this shit was funny. Dude, that's amazing, though.
I forget what made me think of that. It was something that you were saying about Monica. Susan, Bye-Bye Susan refers to Susan Collins, who is a senator here who people don't like.
Yeah.
Some people like her, but the lefties don't like her.
Anyways, congrats, bro. That's a huge victory. That you found a niche. You should just keep trying to find amazing bumper stickers. How'd you make it big? Oh, I found out the secret about bumper stickers. Turns out that bumper stickers aren't just popular on cars. Bumper stickers are popular on TikTok. Next thing you know, you'll fly to Los Angeles to film bumper stickers. That's actually a fucking great idea, isn't it? Dude, if you actually had an investor, you could become the bumper sticker guy.
Well, there's, vanity plates. Vanity plates are very big here in Maine. They're very popular. A lot of people have vanity plates. And then there's all these, books of the funny vanity plates or video compilations of fun. So it's this is kind of what you're doing with Clownhouse, is you're just documenting R words. This is the documentation. You're either an R word or you're an R word.
Documentarian.
Analyst.
Yeah. So that you can't escape our world, so you just become an analyst in our world or a documentarian. But that's actually kind of the truth about successful movies, even Borat. To me, Borat is still the funniest thing in the world. Is just some guy going around pretending he's a clown Eastern European, as a journal, and then they show the movie to the world, and everybody's like, dude, this is so funny. He trolled everybody. So that's it. But I mean, anyways, we're going to listen to a little more Monica, and then I'm going to read some Ayn Rand, and it's 9:46, and then I'm going to the gym. Bono Shalom.
Listen, crimes. Okay, well, great. That doesn't mean that Amish people think it comes down to.
Oh, we got Beaver in the house. I hope he asks Monica if they were calling him racist yesterday.
So what? Black people aren't genetically.
Every dog has its day, and every day has its way of being forgotten.
Pit bulls are genetically, predisposed to fight more. Okay. We do. I just want to say one second.
No, it's about pit bulls.
I just want to say one thing to Will. Maybe notice this. So this is why you said it, but I particularly have a pet peeve where people just believe common myths, and the only reason they believe that is because that's what they've always been told and always believed, and they've never questioned it. And I have to audit myself about those conventions, which I believe, which I later found out are not true all the time.
Thanks, the rights of you are human.
You know,
I thought he was the dog with the wig. You're telling me he's been human this whole time?
Where's derisive? He left.
He went down to the bottom because of his embarrassment. Yeah.
Oh. Well, I just want to say I hate you, derisive, for keeping the goose Canada goose, not a Canadian goose.
Period.
I'll always appreciate that about you.
Good morning, Ben.
What's up?
Or Joe B.
Hello.
My daughter has 3 pit bulls, and as long as they know you and love you, you're okay. But if you're a stranger, beware.
Okay, that's the cherry on top of that conversation. Thank you for concluding that conversation. Great anecdote.
What's going on in y'all's local news? Anything interesting? Anything fun? We've been having a couple deaths here. A woman fell down a manhole to her death. Terrible, terrible car accidents. You know, the same old New York shit. What about y'all? Anything?
There's always, actually, someone should look up if this is a myth or not, but I feel like there's usually one death a year in New York from a manhole being electrified.
We had 85 to 90 degree temperatures yesterday, and it's calling for 57 degrees on because that's Maine this time of the year.
Yay! These manhole deaths are serious.
Someone should look that up. Liberty.
She's addicted to drinking gasoline. What?
Actually, yeah, because I would never walk on manholes when I lived in New York, just from like hearing that. And I wonder if the entire time it was just a myth that I believed.
I'm scared. Is the manhole open or
The manhole!
Like stepped on it and it like flipped like a cartoon.
So what happened was they looked at the CCTV, and apparently this is what happened. Trucks would go by, eventually it would so much.
Okay, we're gonna go to Chili's and.
Right, Davey. 3 days after the whole thing started, Russia says we're gonna pull back, don't join NATO. That was the deal.
Yeah, but why would you
don't join NATO? Don't join.
What the fuck?
What do you mean? Why would you? What do you mean? Why would you trust them when Russia said I'm gonna abide by the Minsk agreement and the Budapest agreement? They have never violated
By on 3 sides. What are you talking about?
Russia invaded on Monday. On Wednesday, they all sat down in fucking Istanbul and said, we're going to pull back our army, just don't join NATO. That was the deal. Now,
that literally happened under Erdogan. Yes, it was like front page news. And yes, England interfered. And at the...
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, this is short. It's funny. This is Robbie Hoffman. She's really funny.
It's always the first time. Right? You notice this? It's always the first time. Right? The dog never attacked nobody before. They're racking their brain. They can't imagine what happened. It's the first time. Right? We left the dog with the niece. Cutest thing. You gotta see the whole
supplying Ukraine, which isn't really faulty to the Ukraine, but it's part of the doctrine that Nuland set up and various entities. Like, they had a peace chance, they had a chance to sit down and do this. We thought it would be over in a little bit, but, again, the U.S. and England pretty much wanted to see what this conflict would go ahead and do, which is based on fucking Nuland's Golden Queen's fucking policy.
Sorry.
But again, it's just like you come into the conversation late, and now I'm just gonna talk over people, so we can just like fucking let this room devolve into chaos because of dipshits like you.
Let Viking finish, and then they can reply to him. So,
but again, yeah, like so, like we have this weird thing when it comes to geopolitics. Like there is no right or left approach that actually is fucking going to necessarily. We should get rid of right and left. On the U.S. side, when we talk about geopolitics, because it carries over from administration to administration. And this approach, what we did in the U.S. with a combination of England, is fucking horrific. We actually created this problem in part, and yes, Russia countered it because we were interfering in there. And then we gloss it over, hype it up, wrap it up in a cloth. We bring Zelensky here to Congress, put the fucking Ukrainian flag out there and say, here, we're going to give you billions of dollars. Meanwhile, we're fleecing that money on the back end. Zelensky's fucking more allegations than any other fucking political leader in the world in terms of corruption. I mean, fuck, this guy surpassed Noriega at this point. And you're going to cheer and say, hey, Ukraine's fighting a good fight, when in reality, the people of the region originally wanted to secede to Russia. There was a huge movement in there that was suppressed, and the U.S.'s intervention kind of created this conflict by preventing that. They should have allowed it. They could have joined, and Matt is right. 3 days after the conflict began, they had shared control. They were going to offer it. Russia was going to pull back and allow these people to be Russian citizens and to have their rights. That's what they were originally pressing on, and access to the sea. You know what? You believe the Ukrainian hype. Like we watched.
Okay, are you done? Like what the fuck, dude?
Dude, come on, man. Just shut the fuck up, dude. Who the fuck are you? You're a fucking moron. What are you gonna give me, some red cell fucking Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, a very simple question, like 10 minutes ago.
So wait, you're gonna give me some what? Nick Fuentes view on geopolitics? Spare me your fucking red pill incel fucking wannabe fake Catholic ass shit. Like, get out of here, Pat Bailiff Frog. You ain't gonna offer anything. You're not gonna offer one fucking nuanced point.
Why are you being such a jackass? Look, you guys are saying 3 days after they invaded that they said on the condition you don't. But they didn't.
Right out of freak out.
Oh, hold on. They didn't pull back because the fight was going and we didn't sign a deal. What do you just pull back without signing a bill of paper?
You said they would pull back as long as they agreed not to join NATO.
Hold on. I did not understand that the Minsk agreement told them not to join NATO. The Budapest agreement also stipulated that, and they violated both of these agreements. So now why would I pull back without an agreement on paper?
I mean, it seems like
I thought you guys said Sonny was smart.
Yeah. What are you even saying?
Wait, but let's not like do the personal stuff. I did. That shot was at Miller. She wasn't at Sonny.
Yeah. I understand when someone is uncomfortable.
I just saw GPT this.
Can we go back to books?
Whoa. Why don't ChatGPT now?
I actually don't try. No one told you not to do anything. It's like we're not allowed to challenge it. It's ChatGPT book.
Well, no, it's just like that's a reasonable assessment of what the actual facts are. It seems like that's straightforward.
No, but look, yeah, whatever. It's like that's fine. A preliminary source being ChatGPT before obviously you investigate further, I think is fine. But then you receive the challenge, so presumably you need to vet the sources that ChatGPT is aggregated in it, and then come back to us.
Yeah, I'm fine to do that.
Yeah, I wasn't dismissing. I'm just saying, hey, look, that's the challenge. But anyway, to the point, it does seem like it was more than just NATO neutrality. Like it seems like what was required, like there were some territorial demands being made.
Of course there were, and it wasn't Boris Johnson and the Americans that told the Ukrainians like continue fighting because it's important that you keep fighting, right? It was the Ukrainian government who had realized that over the past decade, Russia had been so aggressive in so many different ways that the only reasonable reaction to this full-on invasion was to fight it.
Yeah, I mean, I vividly remember the first week of this, and in the first week, what was being said was the Russians are just going to take. The expectation in the West was that the Russians were just going to take over Ukraine very easily, and then that didn't happen. So
That has nothing to do with at all the conversation.
You're saying 3 days after this started that
no one said
we'll
that.
just leave if you agree.
The only people that fucking said that were the U.S. and England.
You and Matt
There's
were
no
both
article, no
saying
quote
that
where it
Russia
came
will
out
pull back
outside of
3
days like
days.
you creating it online. Try actually using.
You're just making shit up. You're just making shit up.
It was a
they would pull back if they just agreed not to do it.
It was a media narrative, and it has nothing to do with the constructs of what's going on. The 3 days argument, Russia's going to defeat it, was made up on the Western fucking
I
end.
didn't say anything
It was
about
about the
3
U.S.
days.
and England. It was media, all fucking media hype. That was it. Russia never came out and said they had a 3-day plan that they were going to conquer.
I didn't say anything about winning in 3 days. That's not what I said.
They should have used Trump's 24-hour plan. If they had just used his 24-hour plan.
Probably. But I mean, the idea that now you're going to have like all these like fixed areas, like you're saying, like, oh, Russia's aggression over the 10 years. Yeah, you could build that up, but also you can how we were approaching under our doctrine into the Russian territories. Like, you forget what happened in Kazakhstan and what we tried to manipulate there, and Russia came in and, you know, did an economic trade, which unfortunately for
I agree that
Shut the fuck up.
Fucking
What the fuck is wrong with you, you retard?
Man, listen,
Like,
people are gonna have to.
I thought you were smart, and then all of a sudden people cheered you on.
If you're gonna ramble about me and just
Oh man, I do hate this guy Sully too, but this is so beautiful watching two young people go at it.
Talking like you're all big frogs. So
when you're allowed to just talk,
all you're doing is gonna get improvising. You must like want to blow. You want to be a blowjob, right? You want me to tap you in the back of the head?
Are you an insane person?
You want me to drag my balls over?
Yeah, he is an insane person.
Is that what you want?
Here we go. This is beautiful.
Nobody wants to talk to him.
It's not that, bro. I mean, that is like the custom of the room. We let people finish their entire thought. You know what I mean? If you want to do a debate, then fucking set it up. But
fucking
right now we
fuck
have the
people
conversation. Let him finish making his point. Write it down, remember it, and then you counteract the point, and then you will have ability to do so.
No, he's fucking gorgeous. These gophers can't fucking do shit. All they can do is, I want a Christian national station, and I want a white nation. That's all these gophers are about.
I'm not a goiper.
Literally the frog. I bet the frog is on your fucking PTR.
This is the Discord emoji, idiot. Oh, yo, wait, Zoe, I didn't know you were a goiper. Cool frog, bro. I'm not a goiper. I hate it.
That sounds exactly like something a groper would do.
No, just a groper.
Like Nick Fuentes is his idol, but he's not a groper.
This actual.
I am a birdie, bro. I like Bernie Sanders.
I'm not a great at their flying.
Bernie Sanders.
I mean, Fuentes like Glenn Greenwald on this. So what kind of defense is that?
Glenn Greenwald is not a politician.
I mean, do you guys literally try to suck farts out of Nick Fuentes' ass on a daily basis? Like, you guys keep coming on here and thinking that you're going to make some radical change, and you're not. You fanboys, you groypers are nothing more than like some fucking weird wasp ball that needs to be removed. You're like a white version of Lion. Let's go back to
He just told you he's not a groyper. What's wrong with you? Do you think he's lying?
They are known for that.
100% he's lying. Is the cat boy lover. Like, I don't.
Because 5 people will tell you right now he's not lying. So I don't know why you keep.
I mean, this is probably a fanboy in Milo Yiannopoulos who likes to touch kids.
Oh my god.
I feel like we should get back to it. I think it's a really good idea if we just get back to it. We gonna get back to it? Can we get back to it? Get back to the topic? We down with?
Yeah, I was trying to until you had the groypers coming here, and then you got the side chick coming up and trying to support the fucking groyper. Shut the fuck up!
You're a side chick,
Shut up! Shut up! No one cares what you're trying to say. No one gives a shit. You're the reason why we men want to take away the right for women to vote.
Okay, so you are just a crazy person.
You're right. I am. I'm crazy. I'm all that. I'm all that. I know. I got that. Go back to your country and try to tell me how great it is.
That is a groper rhetoric if I ever heard it. Are we sure Viking is not a groper?
Jesus. Well, she comes from a country that isn't fucking allowing her to vote anyway, so it's not like I said anything.
Dude, why do you keep muting everybody except this fucking guy?
Yo, I'm muting everybody so that hello. Mute up, so that I won't have to mute anybody. So real quick, let's roll back to the point of the conversation we were essentially asking why did the fighting continue even though Ukraine never actually ended up joining NATO. So why is it that like?
In fact, there were never like any serious plans for them to do it.
No, there was serious plan. The United States blocked it a couple of times. The United States blocked it. So it's not that whether or not there was serious plan. I mean, we just
why did they block it?
Are joining. Listen, you're asking the wrong question. If the United States keep pushing Ukraine into a fight they could not win, you know very well without U.S. armament and European armament, Ukraine cannot fight Russia. Ukraine is standing right now because of U.S. and European armament. So now, at the end of the day, listen, you may be siding with Russia. If a superior power is going to fucking kill you and they have you in a chokehold, you have every obligation to survive. The person who's telling you to go fight, I'm in no condition to fight an MMA fighter. I think Psych is in the room, right? I cannot fucking fight Psych. And anybody who put in the stupid idea in my head that, you can go fight Psych. You're a dummy. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Come on, you have to be.
I know you didn't think Samoa, see, they do a Mexican.
You have to be. I'm sorry, but you have to be ignorant enough to believe that this war has anything to do with Ukraine or Russia. It literally has nothing to do with Ukraine or Russia. Anybody who knows anything about the conflict or anybody who knows anything about this region or the world in general is following geopolitics for longer than fucking five seconds knows that the Ukraine war has nothing to do with Ukraine or fucking Russia. It's all a posturing war between the United States and China. That's all it is.
I don't think it's like involving China to that extent. I would have agreed on like the Iran part. If you were going to say it was a war between the U.S. and China, that one I would agree, and that we're using Iran that posturing.
That's just completely wrong, quite frankly.
But I think it's more of a. I would agree that it's a posturing war between Russia and mostly the EU with the American backing.
Listen, even if so, why would Ukraine allow themselves? A lot of them there's a bunch of fucking dead Ukrainians. And their women are just selling themselves in fucking Europe. Anybody been to Europe lately?
And Texas.
Every fucking hotel is full of these Ukrainian women selling themselves. Let's not be quiet about it. That's what's happening to the
Matt, come down to Houston right now. You can buy one, get one free.
Listen, man, I was in fucking Switzerland with my fucking family. People with that inflated balloon was all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, it's not a good thing.
Yo, is that the sign over there? You
come down.
Dude, I didn't know that, bro. I have new information.
For no reason, it's fucking bullshit. And that's the point.
You know what? It's so bad down here. You can go to Steak 48. You can go to like Blue Moon and all of these like high-end restaurants down here. And literally you will find like 10 Ukrainian girls just hanging out in the front waiting for a guy. All dressed to the nines, like all looking great. And you're like, holy shit. You'll have fun down here, man. From top to bottom.
Stop being a director, bro.
But what's your key point here, Matt? What are you...
The point is Ukraine had an opportunity to not get themselves involved in this bullshit. And they picked they made the wrong decision.
All of their fucking top leadership, they're driving Bugattis, all of them. What do you think is the fucking motivator here? It's fucking money. They're corrupted. Like, what is so fucking... You're African. You know, all the governments are fucking corrupted on that. You know this.
I'm black, but I'm not African, but I get the point.
Yeah.
My shithole country is a corrupt one, too. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. So you totally understand why they want to keep it going. They don't give a shit. It's not their kids on the front line. It's fucking Ukrainian old men and boys dying so they can fucking fill it with fucking Indians and Pakistanis in 5 years when they need a fucking we have decimated our workforce. We need them. Yeah, but Zelensky doesn't give a shit. He has a fucking house in Dubai or wherever, or Qatar, or whatever the fuck. Like, they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. And that's the truth, right? And whether or not, like, Russia, yes, clearly they are the aggressor.
America is making money off the kickbacks because the only thing they're doing is, the American taxpayer has to fucking pay Raytheon and fucking Lockheed a bunch of fucking money so their stocks go up. What is the issue here? What are we talking about? We all know what the fuck is going on. The rich are going to keep making the fucking money, and you have to go and eat your goy slop and pay for it. What's the problem here, guys? What the fuck are we doing?
You're wrong on one front. So the Israeli conflict is actually fueling Raytheon and all that stuff. So like they're getting a lot of shit ton of money from that because of all the support, the financial aid that's kicking back to the companies. Ukraine is actually profiting all the politicians and all the rich elites individually.
Okay, sure.
That's where that's coming. That money's coming back to NGOs.
I guess I've got a question for the audience because I'm a little bit lost on this conversation. Quite honestly, I've been paying attention, but it's just I'm a little bit lost about like some of the implications some of you are making. So essentially, it's Ukraine's fault for even toying with the idea of joining NATO to begin with, because they should have known that if they fuck around with Russia, they'll find out. That's the general sentiment I'm getting, right? And then we're pointing to the corruption internally, domestically, but like, isn't it part of, I guess, the U.S.'s stance or political posture to sort of like support the sovereignty of these countries in that region in the first place, right? Like, what difference does it make if they're corrupt internally? Like, does it justify Russia essentially, I guess, performing?
There's a Zelensky regime who's doing a lot of work to get rid of corruption, and the most corrupt country in the world is Russia.
Yeah, Russia is clearly
complete nonsense what you guys are saying.
Wait. So
Russia is clearly their aggressor. Nobody's saying Russia doesn't fucking isn't to blame.
Wait, is my intuition correct about, like, I guess the confusion that I have? Like, am I arbitrarily just confused here?
Well, I'm not even sure what their argument is at this point.
Wait.
Spitting out nonsense.
So wait, Milith is quoting ChatGPT and saying Zelensky was getting rid of corruption. This is false because he actually has massive corruption since they fucking won.
Yes.
So we've caught it, and he didn't get rid of it. The only time that it's gotten recognized is when, guess what? It hits the front page news, and it's like the fucking people of Ukraine are holding concrete evidence in their hand. They're saying, hey, this motherfucker bought 20 Bugattis, and this was supposed to be aid for food. Where is it? Jesus, Mills, I forget you Canadians are soft.
Sorry. I'm just saying, like, I was in the middle of saying something, right? So, like, I'm not even sure what their argument is at this point. Like, it seems like what Matt's saying is that, like, the Ukrainians had an off-ramp that Russia gave them, and he thinks the off-ramp was, like, a good deal or whatever, where, like, Russia takes part of your territory, and you can't join NATO, right? Even though I'm not even sure that that's all the stipulations that were involved in the deal or whatever, right? But he seems to think that was a good deal and that Ukraine should have taken that deal, right? That seems to me to be insanely crazy. Think about the 10 years leading up to the invasion, right? Russia had been like fomenting basically like a civil war in the Donbass, right, through hybrid warfare, which I was reading all of the ChatGPT statistics on that, right? Russia had annexed Crimea, which is part of Ukraine, and Russia was massing troops and had in fact invaded your country, right? It makes perfect sense as a military juggernaut. It still makes sense to fight the war, and the majority of Ukrainian citizens believe that. That's why you had such a widespread, broad-based movement to join the Ukrainian army, right? And if Russia were to take over all of Ukraine, right, and Ukrainians were saying we're not gonna fight Russia, just I'm gonna take all our territory, it would have horrible for the Ukrainians who would have been subjugated to in significant ways going forward, because Russia is just a horrible, corrupt, terrible place.
So now that you fight the Brom and the flag and hand soldier marching in step, and you did the whole heartstring thing with actually nothing grounded in reality, let's go back to this. Again, U.S. involvement predates Zelensky's arrival. We have been messing with Ukraine for a long time. Ukraine, once under Zelensky, yes, there were inroads made to NATO. There was even asked to join the EU, said fuck no to them, because they knew that Ukraine was going to be an expensive train. They couldn't fucking get on board with anything within the European Union, which is truly what their overall goal was, purposely by joining NATO, was to have these open trade agreements and eventually join the EU and have that kind of trade pact alliance that they were going to have that economic power. But nobody wanted them, particularly fucking England. England did not want them joining at that time, prior to their vote, prior to absolutely everything. They didn't want them in there at all. Germany didn't even really want them. Poland didn't want them. Fucking France, who gives a shit what the French think? They're the reason why we have Canadians. But overall, when you look at the history of it, Zelensky wasn't like brought in on a wave of revolutionary austerity and prosperity. He's going to revitalize the country. He was brought in under the U.S. doctrine and told to lick the rear end and the boot of the U.S. That is literally what he was brought in for. That is Newland's approach, and we did it perfectly. Just like we did it in Iran when we overthrew people, that you complain about. Just like we do it 100 fucking times. We did a regime change. Is what we really did. Now, what you forget is the people in the areas that Russia currently on, the Donbass, Crimea, all these areas, they were pro-Russia. They were pro-Russia before Zelensky. In fact, they had a whole fucking bitter campaign and even had riots in the streets about fucking pushing back against Kiev. Like they did not want Zelensky. They didn't want Ukrainian government. They absolutely opposed it. But you forget this, and it was the mass majority of fucking people in that area. They even told U.S. reporters to come back and say, hey, we want to join Russia. There were CNN videos. There were MSNBC, Fox News, all before this shit. Literally before this shit. Because it was going to be used against Trump as a political weapon because Obama was, trying to stage that. But you forget all these dynamics down there because you just used ChatGPT and said, hey, help me. But when you look at that region, those people wanted to leave. They had asked Russia for help. Now, you're saying that those people who were voter suppressed, they were oppressed. Russia came in on that moral scream, which I don't even believe that Russia did it. I think it was just an excuse to go because they want to sit over those rich mineral areas and they want to have access to the seaports. But nonetheless, that was the primary goal of Russia, as stated, is saying, hey, we're going to go back and get our people. And Zelensky wanted to push back. But the Ukrainians were fucking ostracizing, punishing them, and torturing them prior to Russia's invasion. So to act like the Ukrainian government was just defending its own, no, it was doing an ethnic cleansing of anybody who was, quote, of Russian descent. And they have been doing that for years. The Ukrainians are not some fucking moral, angelic fucking beings. They're like a fucking corrupt nation from the ground up, and they have no problem with ethnic cleansings. They don't have any problems doing any of that shit. So I'm kind of confused when you try to paint them in this beautiful mosaic of just trying to be independent, when in fact they've been a corrupt nation, and Zelensky is no fucking different because he rode in on a wave of corruption. He's been corrupt, and he's been whatever the fucking Newlands of our country want him to be, as well as England.
But somehow or another you ignore that.
Viking, just so we are clear, that doesn't necessarily mean Russia doesn't have its own interests and want to.
Correct. Russia can have its own interests. I'm not dismissing that. But to act like Ukraine is some fucking innocent and you're going to wave the Ukrainian flag and say, I stand with Ukraine. It's weird.
One thing's for sure, and this is very obvious, that the Ukrainians have a little squabble in them. That's how we would say it in the streets. They got some squabble. And they got some strong heart. And what they're mastering is the art of drone warfare. And what they've been doing is kind of putting belt to ass out there. And they did a parade the other day. And the morale is down in Russia. And really, people are starting to side-eye Putin the same way we're looking at Trump. Putin has done kind of bit of enough. And I think he's starting to age out with these people. They want him up out of there. And this war has really taken its toll on the Russian. Well, it's taken its toll on both sides, but I think people underestimated the Ukrainians' squabble. And they got a little bit of squabble in them.
And so what I see happening is they're going to come to a deal, because what they've been trying to do is bring Trump back in it to kind of make it a little more peaceful, because they don't want him to keep bombing Moscow the way they've been doing. So Russia's not really doing what they should have done. We're going on 5 years now. I'll land there.
Are you guys aware that when Zelensky came to power, he didn't speak Ukrainian? He spoke it a little bit, but he wasn't fluent Ukrainian. He had turned Ukrainian when he became president. And so, in other words, when you say that there's also a big difference speaking Russian and supporting Russia, you're conflating the two. Just because someone, if it comes from Kiev, as the Russian propaganda says, that they are killing Russian speakers in eastern parts of Ukraine, and how does that then work together? How does that then work together?
Are you denying the fact?
Wait, I'm not done. For 5 minutes like you usually do after this. So, they are killing Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. One time, they elected a Russian speaker as their president. Explain that.
Okay, first, the ability to speak another language has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. So that's just a retarded take. So I'll try to make this simple for people that think they're smart but actually have Down syndrome. So if you're jailing people that are in opposition parties, if you're mass incarcerating them, if you're fucking taking away rights that they had under the Ukrainian constitution because they're Russian, and you say these people don't belong in our society, and you ostracize them, you make a Russian version of Jim fucking Crow, then yes, we can say this, because that existed prior to the invasion of Russia into Ukraine. This was a large complaint. This was known in the U.S. This was known in Western media. So the ability to speak Russian has nothing to do with the conflict. Those people in that region that wanted to be part of Russia, which we sent fucking news media there, which we sent all over since Obama's time, and actually have the videos of people saying, yes, we're Russian, we're not Ukrainian. And all of a sudden they don't get rights, but yet Ukraine's going to own that whole area and say, hey, it's fine. So Russia came in. I don't agree with Russia invading. First off, I think it was really dumb. I think there were better ways to do it. But at the end of the day, Ukraine was so corrupt, and the U.S. involvement was fucking them over, along with England's involvement. So now we're here because of 3 countries basically bullshit, and Russia coming in and doing it. Russia's not innocent, but don't spare me the, he speaks Russian, so that's perfectly fine. That makes no sense to me.
You still didn't answer my question whatsoever. You're deflecting from my question.
How did I deflect from it?
You didn't answer it whatsoever. So
I did tell you, the ability to speak Russian has nothing to do with anything.
No. That's not answering my question. So my question is, you're saying that they are oppressing Russian speakers in eastern part of Ukraine.
I did not say Russian speakers. I said Russian people.
Yes. So what is it? How do you determine? How do you differentiate with someone who speaks Russian and is Russian? How do you determine the difference? So someone speaks Russian. Are they Russian or not Russian? How do you then, if not, how do you then determine they're Russian?
Well, I can say this.
No, I'm not Chernobyl, I'm not talking to you.
Well, whether you're talking to me or not, this is an open stage. Chernobyl was Russian. And I remember when I was a young child, I can remember when I was a young boy, when Chernobyl erupted and went off and basically put that nuclear energy all around that. Wasn't really that good at one point. But through the course of time and years, well, things have kind of cleaned up, and the environment has taken care. They were all a part of one USSR, right? And so we understand that. That would be like siphoning a piece of Louisiana off, or South Carolina off, or Texas from the United States. Of course, they're going to want theirs back. But the real wasn't the people, it was that pipeline. They wanted that pipeline to go through Ukraine, straight to Germany. And they wouldn't do business. And that's where Zelensky really fucked up, is that he should have did business with them to begin with, taken a piece of the proceeds of the pipeline, and they would have been feeding Europe oil right now on a much more efficient level. I'll land there.
Right, I have a question for you. And I ask this genuinely. When Russia invaded Ukraine, what was Vladimir Putin's pitch to the Russian people? Meaning,
he did it under the guise of, we're going in to rescue our people, we're going to save our citizens. Yeah, he came in to say, we're going to save our people. It basically rhetoric, but in reality, I'll say he wants access to the sea, and he wants those rich mineral deposits where Russia hasn't moved those lines since they invaded.
You're gonna block me?
He's going to take
You're gonna block Pepe? You're gonna block everybody, so I'm gonna block you! I'm gonna block you, Monica! Because ain't I? There you go, bye, Monica!
Yes, I've heard that as well, but there were still Russian people there, and Ukraine was still removing their rights.
What I'm interested in is from what I read on ChatGPT, it seemed pretty obvious. If you guys, if you don't agree with what the ChatGPT says, right, then you should probably mention why, right? But if you agree with that ChatGPT summary about how Russia co-opted the movement, how Russia put in literally parts of its military that were managing the movement, funding the movement, right? Do you think all that's separatist movements in the Donbass? Do you think all that's correct, right? And if you think Russia illegally annexed the Crimea, right? If you think all of that's correct, then why do you think that Ukraine should have just rolled over? Obviously, Russia was posing a serious threat to their territorial integrity, to their prosperity. It wasn't allowing or didn't want Ukraine for whatever reason to join the European Union, right? It was posing a threat in multiple different vectors, multiple different ways. Why should they just have rolled over? Makes no sense.
The Nord Stream, I think it was the Nord Stream pipeline.
If you're the leadership of Ukraine and you're hearing people, Lindsey Graham and others saying, well, we're killing Russians without losing one American soldier, who cares, let's just fund this war. And you're realizing that they're drip feeding you military supplies in such a way where collapsing, and they're only giving you New York fucking right now for 6 months, and it's just always 4 months late. It might be a good time to just concede. I don't know, it's just a thought. It's not just rolling over, but
we gotta look at
you're not actually addressing the point that Bill, which is, if you're talking about a couple of days into this war and Russia offers concessions to Ukraine, you're looking at this through hindsight and saying, oh, well, look at all these things that happened during the early stages of the war. But if you're only talking about the first couple of days of the war, we didn't know all that. Also, that doesn't speak to the resolve of the Ukrainian people at all. And again, right? So you're saying, oh, well, why should Ukraine just roll over? Again, if you're looking at it through the perspective of, if we are in a sovereign country and our neighbor attacked us, then who cares if there's slow walking aid? I mean, you could look at it and go, well, we may not win this war, but here we are. We're in 2026. So if you want to play the hindsight game, we're in 2026 and this war is still going on. So why would they? Why will it over?
And too about the Ukrainians, they have showed the resolve that you're speaking about, and that has given them a one-up with Europe, with Western Europe. And what that has done is make the Europeans look at them and start scratching their head. And what they've started to do is feed them the supplies and purchase those supplies, because that was the way that Trump designed it. But the reality of it is these Pahawks and all these missiles and drones and stuff, all that stuff out in the field. The U.S. doesn't have an unlimited stockpile of weapons when they're warring every 72 months. They're in a new war. So they're using the stockpile as they make it. And it takes 2 to 3 years to make some of these weapons. So what they're selling to Ukraine, if we get into a confrontation with anybody, we actually really need that shit for ourselves. But the reality of it is, I think that Europe is starting to pivot towards Ukraine being their safety, because they've shown that resolve and they've shown that ability to kind of protect and edge that eastern entry point into Europe. So I think what's going to end up happening is they're going to end up bringing Ukraine into it, and they're going to coalesce together, and Ukraine is going to end up securing Europe from the eastern flank. And I'll land right there.
Or you could just ask a really, really simple question, simplify this greatly, which is, who would you rather have as your next door neighbor? Would you rather have Russia, who clearly has territorial ambitions, or would you rather have Ukraine? Like, I think that's the calculus that Europeans have to ask themselves.
Does anybody know the death toll for Russians now through this thing? I'd say it's several 100,000.
It's massive. Massive.
I want to say it's up to 500,000. I could be totally wrong.
Top-down poll, by the way. Ukraine is not getting tomahawks. And the kinds of weapons that were used in Iran, for example, some of those missiles that could have been used in Iran, the problem, the weapons they got that could have been used in Iran. But the thing is, the weapons that Ukraine got was the kinds of weapon that was going to get, they were expiring.
Yes.
Exactly.
All right, so explain to me, just make sense to me, how gunpowder expires, or how it expire, or how metal expires, or how a bomb would expire. Explain what in it would expire.
It's pretty simple. So the idea is the United States restocks their stockpiles of weapons with the newest, current, latest thing, right? And so therefore, in order to do that, you have to get rid of your old supplies, or you just have lots of old weapons laying around. So the idea.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Just as a quick fact check, the death toll in Russia is between 300 and 500,000, and the casualties, which means injured, is over 1 million. And in some respects, if you think casualties are even worse, if you think about Vietnam, people coming back without limbs.
Now we know that metal and explosives don't expire.
Doesn't expire.
Right?
Of course not.
This point is low-key bothering me. Metal does kind of expire. It rusts.
Okay, so now we're concerned about it rusting.
But talk about basically you're not actually.
No, but like.
If you want to take it here, you can. At this point, is silly. Like, again, this has been something that's been talked about in like this war.
Well, here's the reality of it, and this is the reality.
I'll give you an answer, but if you just want to talk, that's fine too.
Well, I know. From a common sense perspective, metal and gunpowder don't expire.
Okay, so then let me explain it to you. If it doesn't make sense from a common sense standpoint, then let me explain it to you so that it does make sense to you. Again, we're talking about old armaments from years and years and years ago. The United States is constantly updating and constantly getting new armaments. So the United States is saying, hey, we can fund this war, fund who we believe is the right side of this war, and do so at minimal cost to us by selling or giving or whatever it is to the Ukrainians older weapons, stuff that's more or less obsolete, right? Like using an extreme example, obviously the case. Obviously, muskets don't expire; they become obsolete. And obviously, I'm using an extreme example. This is the case with Ukraine.
Okay, well, let's use some real world stuff then.
Greatest, incredible American technology.
But I want to ask you a question then. Since you answered that question, I have another question. And this question is this. What do you think the timeline is to make 100,000 bombs of any sort, updated, whatever, or time. What do you think the timeline is?
I have no idea. I'm saying the United
Tulsi
States.
said
If
we
you
should
have a
all
type
get
of
an
bomb,
amazing
you can make it in a week. That's not necessarily true. It depends on the type of bombs. Like I can make
how much
fucking pipe
urgency
bombs,
there is.
100,000 of them with a group of men in a week. Bombs cover a whole broad array of fucking.
Well, let's use ChatGPT and find out where we're getting munitions from and how long it takes to make it. It takes 24 months to make any of that shit.
24 months to make a missile is a stupid statement.
I think
You have to say
you
amount.
said it takes 2 years to make 1,000. So if it takes 2 years to
fucking source to rely on how
This is
fast
the reason why Trump looks so fucking stupid right now.
China pumps out 1,000 of them in a fucking 3 days.
China has never been in a war in my lifetime, and I'm 52 years old.
They've been in conflicts, but
Supply arms to everybody.
have you ever been to Tibet, Indian border, even some
It's not
conflicts
like
around
Russia
Russia?
has Chinese weapons.
In a fucking war.
This is stupid.
This is the dumbest.
So let's
This is so dumb.
ChatGPT.
Dude.
We got so many
Look,
intelligent white
ChatGPT
guys on
questions
the
already
stage.
flawed.
Somebody use
Question is
ChatGPT
flawed.
and find out how
Why are you
long it
asking
takes
someone
to
else to
make
use
that
ChatGPT?
How many missiles
He's
do
not
you
getting
think
this
saying one missile takes 24 months is fucking retarded.
Again, it depends on the type of missile.
of the thousands.
It depends on the bomb. It depends. The bombs and missiles are different.
It's a dumb R word.
The levels of them. There's like your category of bomb is fucking broad. It covers everything from IEDs to basically a firecracker, all the way up to a nuclear weapon. I mean, what are you talking about? Like in terms of bombs?
Let's research 2 things. What did we give the Ukrainians? Find out that bomb. And how long does it take to make
We
a
gave them a variety of weapons.
Okay, and just find out one. Find out one.
We can do. In the meantime, Totem, take your blood
Just
pressure.
find out one.
You just
Find out one.
Totem, real quick, because you said it takes 2 years to make 1,000, but that's over 2 a day.
You don't even know what we're talking about yet.
I don't think you understand
After the
supply
year.
chain. I don't think you understand supply chain here.
I don't think you understand what we're talking about either.
Supply chain.
It's not like you're waiting
exactly
to
what I'm talking.
You're not
But
waiting
you
2 years to get the first
don't
one off.
understand that. You fucking baboons don't understand that.
What's the rate that we can make them per week?
I mean, I'm kind of confused. You're asking what we gave them. We gave them ATAMs, we gave them Stingers, we gave them fucking RPGs, we gave them a variety of
Let's go with
missiles.
Stingers. How long does it take to make 10,000 Stingers? Let's figure that out.
A month. South Korea seems to pump them out pretty
All
fast.
we gotta do is look it up. How long does it take to make 10,000 Stingers?
A month based on South
But I
Korea.
just want to say, none of these figures are publicly disclosed.
How
These
long
are
does it
estimates,
take
by
to-
the way. They would never disclose this information.
How long
And in
does it
wartime, you can industrialize a factory, like a car
How
factory or
long
something,
does it
to
take
make
to
these
make
bombs as
10,000
fast as you
Stingers?
want. You can scale up production as fast as you want.
The irony here also is that the fact that what Totem is talking about, that's actually what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz right now. Like the Ukrainian fucking, what do you call them? Like the not surveyors,
Interceptor drones. Yeah, the interceptor drones from Ukraine are helping more in this.
Yeah. No, so when they assessed it, the assessors coming in with like their technical know-how, and they faced America, like they're sending fucking, $100,000 rockets to shoot down a $200 drone. So actually,
Tomahawks to shoot down Shia drones.
yes.
Shia drones are like $100,000.
Yeah, but Totem is using the kind of head on the nail there. But you're getting it confused, Totem. It's the Ukrainians that are telling Americans this right now in the Strait of Hormuz. So it's not the Ukrainians that are using them. It's your military using it against Iran.
I'm trying to make a point that you obviously are seeing the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is If we're supplying these weapons, we don't have an endless supply of this shit.
Yes, that is true, but it's the case in Israel, not in Ukraine.
Whether it's in Israel, Tokyo, for Israel, Ukraine, wherever we use them at, we don't have an endless fucking supply of this.
Yeah, no, of course.
If Toto would
Isn't
stop
that the reason
screaming,
why we
I can
actually
explain.
increase the
Please,
production?
thank you, explain it.
Yeah, isn't that the reason why we're increasing the production of all of these weapons? New technology would. We're also buying them from other areas. Yes. The war. I mean, the theater.
First of all, we are not.
Oh, hey, what happened?
We're not giving Ukraine any new weapons. We have been giving them our old stockpiles. The new weapons we have been giving to Israel, partly to test, partly to improve. Also, if you look at the chat total, Jessica, who has actually got a fantastic lengthy military career and is very knowledgeable, has a very good explanation of.
Jessica has a military career?
Well, sorry, she has experience. I don't know.
She doesn't have a military career. Please don't do that.
Experience, sorry. She has
No, she doesn't. She Googled it on ChatGPT.
Yeah, Claudette, help me.
Alright, I do apologize. I got her mixed up with someone else named Jessica, who actually does have some military career. But she was doing. So she actually did have some good explanations. But my apologies. I do know someone named Jessica who actually did have some in the military. So she was explaining. I mixed them up. But she does have some
Explaining to us how we're wasting taxpayers' money and we don't have weapons to secure our own borders and shit. Keep explaining that.
Who's going to attack America's border with
missiles?
missiles?
Attack the U.S. And also, if you think that if you're going to say China, no, because they would they have no interest in our hemisphere. They're only interested in
again. Now you're off in the weeds. Come back to the road and let's talk about stockpiles of weapons and how much time it takes.
China couldn't mass an invasion force across the ocean. Do you know how far that is?
How long does it take to make a fucking stinger?
A Stinger's not going to prevent it. China wants to do a mass invasion of the U.S., like a Normandy style, like California. A Stinger is not going to prevent.
You're still not getting the point.
No, you don't understand
There are
the
some
point.
adults in the room who
No,
understand what I'm saying.
you're not at the table. You're at the kids' table.
Come back to the
video
room.
game warfare. It's not like actual real war.
How long do you think it takes to make
A
these
Stinger
weapons?
does not take very long to
It
make.
doesn't matter if
We
it's
roll
a
them up.
Stinger.
I'm going to ask you guys to stop screaming.
Thank God, Don. Thank God.
Yeah,
So first off,
hold on, Brad, real quick. So, the Ukraine not only receives munitions from the United States, but they also receive from NATO and allies, also private defense contractors, Western manufacturers, German firms.
You still haven't answered the question. How long does it
Be
take?
quiet. I'm talking. Be quiet. Please,
How long does it
stop.
take to make it?
Stop.
Nobody's answering the question. I see
Yeah,
Jack
nobody's answering your
How
question
long
because
does
first
it
of all,
take
be
to make
quiet.
the missiles?
Be quiet or I'm going to drop you. This is the last warning. So, first of all, we have to find out where they're coming from. It's not just the states. And then you can ask the question how long it takes, right? Because you need to know this. So there are your sources. Okay, production. Ukraine also produces a significant portion of its own munitions through state-owned and private defense corporations. Okay? So first do that lookup, right? NATO, Germany, the states, and their private defense contractors. Okay? Then you can look up how long it takes and what exactly you're looking for. Which exactly it takes, because they're all timelines. Go ahead, Brad.
So again, it depends on the type of munitions.
Do you mind if I just do something real quick?
Sure.
Okay, so I put it in the chat. The rough estimation under the sort of like the current sort of like release production is about 13.9 years and or 167 months. But let's read this together, okay? Okay. At the rate 10,000 run by 6. Sorry, hold on.
It's about 2 a day. It's 60 a month.
And that's if you never built another factory ever.
And that's if there's only one factory in the world.
That's about to bring that up, Ayo, because you could scale up production by 20x during war times, and that would reduce the amount of time it took to produce
Precisely.
stingers to about 1.5. At 10x, it's about 1.4 years. At 20x, meaning that it's multiple countries producing them. So the U.S. and an additional.
Yeah, how many factories?
It would come down to about 8 to 9 months to produce.
Thanks for stealing my idea, Dewey.
Exactly.
So, like,
How long does it?
I'm good at that.
shut up, dude. You really have no job.
Shut up. I'm going to answer it with a number. You want to know?
Hold on.
Right now, one factory can make 2 a day. But you can make 10.
Fucking
One factory. How many factories? Oh my God! Now listen. That's one factory. How many factories do you want? Do you want 10 factories?
It doesn't work that way either. It doesn't work that way.
I know. I'm just trying to simplify it for you.
You can't simplify it that way. So, like, at the start of the Ukraine war, when we first gave our
Wait, can I just please?
hold on, I've been waiting to go. What you let 20 people?
My bad, Brad. I promise I'm not adding you, but I need to sort of like just factor this in. All your ChatGPT estimates are going to, if your ChatGPT is calibrated this way, is going to draw a distinction between wartime and peacetime. In peacetime, based on the current production rates, yes, it's about 2 a day, but in wartime, it can go as far as about
Right, that's what I was saying.
12 a day.
two.
Oh my God! Listen to the words that you said. Listen to the words that you said.
Dude, shut up. Okay, so it doesn't necessarily work like this. It depends on the missile systems themselves, because we don't just build them from scratch, like 2 a day. We're not like sitting there going, all right, guys, let's hammer out the steel and case these in. We source a lot of the parts. We bring them in from fucking China, South Korea. We'll bring them in from a lot of places, and we can throw them together. Again, it depends on the missile system. If you're talking high end, like something like a HIMARS system, Patriot system, yeah, they take a little bit longer. But something like a Stinger, we can whip them out to the tunes of 100 a day, in all honesty, if we really ramped up production. Raytheon started and said at the beginning of this, when they started to give munitions over, they needed a 30-month ramp up to meet the production goals. This is kind of like bullshit on that end, because we knew that they could chunk these out pretty fast, and they're just asking for a broader contract. So there's a lot of political money grab that's going on there. Once we have that production going to scale, and we can buy them from other areas, Don is correct. Other places do help make these components, and we just piece it together, put our technology in, and boom, we're off to the races. So when you look at production, it's not just 2 a day. And to do your point that when we ramp it up during peacetime, we actually have more of a stockpile. We do have, I hate to tell you guys this, we do hold shit back. And the only time we get rid of that shit is generally when we have a replacement, or that, hey, we just have too much, we can have too much, so we'll utilize them in activities, war games. We'll dump them off the side of a ship, or we'll give them to other nations because they've just, basically, we have something better. And when we start to see that we're giving out Stingers, well, clearly we have something a lot better that we have a massive stockpile on. We don't do that. The military does not go down. We always fearmonger about it because we want that budget. We never want that budget to go away. But the U.S. has a lot of munitions. We are not running out. It's more of bullshit in politics. I mean, for fuck's sake, we're still sending ships all around the world. We're still engaged in 22 different conflicts on fucking various continents, and we're still interfering in multiple areas, and we're still funding multiple nations during conflicts. Like, really, if it was that big, with fucking from Obama to now, we would all be like fucking firing muskets, like Dewey said.
Another thing off of that, Viking, like, it's also like if someone were to attack the United States and use like fucking high stratosphere, some super fucking rocket carrying a nuclear armament, what the fuck would a Stinger do to intercept that? Could it even? Right? So it's like, what are we talking about? Right?
Let's not beat a dead horse, because this wasn't actually. This was actually a very irritating and annoying fucking pivot, because the actual thing we were discussing was Russia v. Ukraine. Ukraine situation. I don't know how we got bogged down in the like specifics of the fucking Stinger missiles. It was a stupid point. All right, let's get back to the Russia and Ukraine stuff.
Yeah, well, somebody said, I think it was the Israeli that we were all Somebody was talking about how we were just thinking of like our old stuff, and I don't think that that's true at all. I think that if you're looking at like the executive orders that have been signed lately to like maximize like production by removing like the stock buybacks from all these like like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. But yeah, I mean America's kind of like seen this already because we've already been eating away over the last 4 years that we got to kind of like replenish. If you believe, I don't know if any of you guys watched the actual like hearing with Cooper. I think it's Admiral Cooper, this CENTCOM guy. Like they kind of spoke to this, and then General King kind of spoke to this as well. I don't really listen to PHEC stuff from those guys because those guys are like the political part of it, right? But like these other guys are kind of like pinpoint when they talk about stockpiles. They talk about like how much they've kind of like used in this area. But the like all munitions are not like created equal. Like we have like an overabundance of some, and then there's some. I think Brett kind of spoke to this as far as like the Patriot missile systems. That some could say, hey, like the what would they call it? The interceptors like could be scarce like at a point in time. But obviously things are going to ramp up during wartime. I think Dewey was kind of like speaking to this, and so was Io. Everybody's just saying, hey man, like when you need it, you're going to kind of like consolidate all of your energy into doing something that you actually need to like acquire this desired outcome. You can kind of see it like during COVID, we had to make a lot of adjustments, and we had to make a whole bunch of companies that normally didn't do the thing. So yeah, I think you would kind of like extend that here to the conflict as well. Why not?
Ukraine is also producing a lot of its own weaponry because there's just been such a pullback from the U.S. Europe has taken up, NATO countries have taken up some of that slack, but there's a significant amount of missiles that actually can reach inside Russia that are being produced by Ukraine. They're getting really good at drones to fight against the heads that have coming from the Iranian. And so there are actually a lot of production coming from the actual country itself because they've had enough time to manufacture.
My friend!
For your war.
Okay, my friend.
The revolution. Some points. Castro's own sister, Juanita, opposed him and soon left Cuba for Miami.
I said, I am not any soldier of your revolution. I am not the kind of people that you can order and give order.
Have you ever considered that everybody on this app is actually completely R-word?
Well, the way I rationalize it is because I'm recording it. And essentially all content, unless it's academic, is basically R word. So, if you find out that you happen to be an R word in our world, well, guess what? You can have more fun with it that way. But Trump is a dumb R word is like the perfect projection for this app because you have a bunch of dumb R words constantly projecting all the time on Trump their own, personal status. So, but I did just see a mashup video of all of Trump's cabinet like shitting on Trump. And it's so funny because like Tulsi Gabbard, there's just a lot of crazy people out there, and like Tulsi is one of them, and AOC is one of them. And so there's like a clip of Tulsi Gabbard dunking on Trump, saying he's dangerous, deranged, low IQ, etc. So Tulsi has been like playing this social media darling game in the same way that AOC plays it. And Tulsi was being censored on YouTube. Now she's not being censored, and she has a huge following and makes a ton of money with her husband. And she's a force to be reckoned with because she has the platform. And so Tulsi is like, a vibrant political candidate for the future. But when you see basically how she's a shapeshifter in the same way, even worse than AOC. Like AOC is like far left, but Tulsi is left. I'm trying to be on the right. Anyways, Danny, welcome. Danny keeps spreading lies about me on the internet and saying I'm part of a psyop. And I was saying to Danny, when you go to your psychiatrist, like, how annoying must it be for your therapist to hear you constantly say, I think you're a part of the psyop? You know, like from a therapist.
You know, I learned when I was 7 years old and the Harvard doctor was, the MK Ultra Harvard doctor was prescribing me shit that made me crazy when I wasn't crazy to begin with. I knew it was a psyop at that point.
I don't think it all is a psyop, actually. I don't think there is.
Okay, can I tell you where the psyop starts? Let's think about estrogen, right? And men's testosterone dropping 50%. Does estrogen affect that? Like, honestly, I'm not smart enough to know. Like, this is a serious question. But anyway, I think that the estrogen in the plastic that IG Farben put out is affecting society. And I don't think that's a psyop. And I think when I started piecing shit together and this chick told me she was a bayer, I think that was a psyop. And I think it's like, Bayer is like a Bavaria, and Bavaria is the Illuminati, right?
So we got to the Illuminati. You know, if you want to join the Illuminati, all you got to do is read a book about the Illuminati, you know, and their teachings. And then guess what? You are also illuminated. And I just want to say that we are going to read a book because my friend has officially observed that every single fucking person on this fucking app is on the short bus. And that's okay that this is a short bus person app, but I'm driving the short person bus, and guess what? I have it parked near a cliff. And I'm gonna get out of the short person bus right now with all of you, and I'm gonna go to the back, and I'm gonna start doing the heavy lifting, and I'm gonna push because I don't have the brake on. Anyways, you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense, Danny?
Okay. Do you know if there's any like never mind. You know what? I give up. If I'm dead, it wasn't me. It was you guys.
What?
It wasn't me. But you go.
I think my friend is the one that sent all these people after me. And the thing is, I was so accepting of him. You know, I was so kind to him. Yeah.
What do you have against me? I never did anything to you.
You see it?
I thought we were friends.
I think you're all
It's a fake gay.
psyop against me.
Well, respectfully, I think that's a little bit deranged.
Why would it be deranged to think that there's some huge psyop and it's this app?
Because it's this. Wait, hold on, my friend. It's this thing called personal responsibility. And as Dr. Jordan Gruber here likes to say, may he help enlighten all sentient beings to total and true perfect freedom. And so, Danny, all we're trying to say is you're going to need some new material. And that means the next time you go up on stage, like, try to introduce some new material into the content. And that could be reading a book.
I talked about IG Farben.
No. Don't rely on.
I'd like to say something.
Oh, okay. So go ahead, my friend. Hello? Sometimes I do the same thing. Oh, go ahead.
The goal of all spiritual disciplines is gradually to bring the mind to a perfect stillness. In automotive terms, you are downshifting from overdrive to top gear, then to second, then finally to neutral. When you develop the capacity to put your mind into neutral, you will have acquired inexhaustible patience. You will be able to listen to another person's point of view with such concentration and detachment even when your own opinions are being torn to shreds, that sometimes you will say to yourself, hey, he is right. I'm wrong. I can learn from him. That attitude of open-mindedness, of having a slow-going mind which listens very carefully to opposing points of view and is always prepared to learn from them, is the beginning of kindness. And kindness is the foundation of a harmonious world. Hurry is unkindness. So whenever you sit down for meditation or clown house engagement, you might remind yourself that you should be slowly changing gears. From the fastest to the slowest, until after many years you park your mind, just as you park your car. At that point, all your energy is saved. Normally, even when we are not consciously acting or speaking, the mind goes on thinking, consuming precious energy. When you have learned to park your mind, a great deal of energy and vitality is saved, strengthening your immune system and vital organs, and lengthening your life, all from a book.
So, Dr. Jordan, I have the room title, Trump is a dumb R word, because we're trying to show that people project onto Trump and other people all the time their own R word status. And so it's like one of those things where it's just personal responsibility. And so if you are a Karen at the park and you take your dog off the leash, and then other Karens will say, yeah, you know, it's not that black guy's fault. It's your dumb ass for taking your fucking dog off its leash. It's the same thing with projection. You know, when you project onto Trump that he's a dumb R word, it's your projection, meaning that you let yourself off the leash, meaning you're not taking personal responsibility for what you got to do in your motherfucking life. Because Dr. Jordan here one time was like, I want that beach house. He told me that. He's like, I want that beach house. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, everybody wants a lifestyle, but the way to get the lifestyle, you have to reverse engineer your success, and spending your emotional opportunity to project onto Trump, you know, what it is that you don't have. But anyways, the point is
he could start a group, like he could start a Trump University, and then he could do it.
Well, what I'm trying to say is people that hate Trump.
A casino, or you could start.
Casinos are always a good choice. Casinos are the biggest sucker. Casinos are so incredibly stupid, but people go in there and they really think they can win, and it's just amazing how much time. See, the thing about Clubhouse is it doesn't cost you anything here to play the casino, but if you go to the casino and you want to play there, it costs you money. This app is free, and thus why so many R words stick around, because it's free to be an R word here.
It's not free, no, it's...
Danny, when was the last time you sat down for an hour or 30 minutes and read a book? Be honest. Tell us the truth.
I think this is projection.
Danny, I'm going to ask you one more time before I kick you to the goo. I'm going to be clear on my warning. Answer the question. When was the last time you sat down and read a book? Oh, she left. So all I'm trying to get at is if you read a book today, at any time today, you are in the top 1% of people. Because if you just open Dhammapada or Tao Te Ching or Marcus Aurelius...
Your Life is Your Message by Eknath Easwaran.
Any great master will do, you know, but don't read the Jungle Book. Go a little further into the jungle and find a good book.
Here, look, listen to this. This is called Reading the Mystics. We are so immersed these days in what the mass media offer that it's helpful to give half an hour or so each day to reading a book. In fact, it says, it is helpful to give half an hour or so each day to reading the scriptures and the writings of the great mystics of all religions, because their experience just before bedtime, after evening meditation, is a particularly good time for spiritual reading, because the thoughts you fall asleep in We have Jordan here. Is that you?
That's me. I wanted to say that my partner Linda has been reading me Lord of the Rings every night as we fall asleep. And I've been recovering from a disc injury, so I've been in a lot of pain. So just hearing Tolkien again, hearing the actual words, disambiguating them from what I remember from the movies, because I haven't read the books for a while, it's just the writing and the illumination and the spiritual messages are, I would put it up there in that list of the books of masters and mages that we should read. There's something that he captured that is just really humane and helpful to the spirit of the earth and people.
Dr. Jordan, do you have a rope or a yoga strap, and do you lay down on your back and pull on your hamstring and take the deepest breath of the day every day?
I don't, although I do have a yoga strap. Should be delivered soon, and I have other things that would work. And I am inundated by ads for something called the Castle Flex. That's double X, which costs about $250 US. And their whole advertising campaign is explaining why the yoga strap is so different that it costs $250. It's really fascinating. I'm almost tempted to get one eventually because they put so much effort into the marketing.
I have a yoga strap for $9.99 off of Amazon, and probably 3 times a day I get down on my padded cushions. I have a big Japanese padded bed on my wooden floor, and I do hip rotations and then hamstring pulls, and I do deep breaths and fire breathing.
So I am stretching every day and have been, and I'm working with a very good book called Back Mechanic by a guy named Stuart McGill, as well as another book called Tell Me Where It Hurts, which is a brand new book about how pain is actually put together in the brain from biological, mental, emotional, and community environmental signals. But the truth is I have severe stenosis, and so there's a physical narrowing, and there isn't really anything that can be done about that on the pure physical level other than submitting to surgery, which I'm going to do everything in the world I can to avoid. So I think you're right that more stretching would be helpful, but I've been taking this really deep dive into pain and what it is and where it comes from. And when you stay up a few weeks in a row because you can't fall asleep because you're in too much pain, you really, you get to know what your own process really is around pain and what it's going to be like at the end of your life and such. And I'm fascinated by pain, fascinated by the fact that it hurts in my leg. My leg has nothing wrong with it. The problem is in my back. And yet the signals, the pain signals, and with my mention, and Marshall makes his point, or Rosenberg makes his point that your safety lies in, not in the way that other people react or respond to you, but in the way you respond and react to other people. And it's a really, it sounds blasé when I say it now, but it's a really fundamental point for me because suddenly I'm working with, the wealthiest client I've ever worked with by far. He's also one of the most difficult. They're just not projecting on someone who has an obscene amount of wealth. It's a very fascinating and difficult thing to do in our society.
Yeah, I over the years I've been chanting Dhammapada by Buddha, and and when I say chanting, I just mean reading it out loud, and it puts you into a very deep state of relaxation and hypnosis, and programs you with, really intelligent, divine prescription or perception or projection. Like it doesn't matter. Vibrations. Yeah.
Well, good vibrations. I was talking to the Beach Boys.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's exactly. It is basically my point is program yourself with the Beach Boys, And I just think this app, and when you listen to highly dramatic, extremely polarized people, it's not healthy for your central nervous system. And I think that people that have pain, whether it's arthritis, shoulder pain, elbow pain, knee pain, ankle pain, migraine, it doesn't matter where the pain is. This app is like an inflammatory, experience. So
it can be inflammatory or it can be anti-inflammatory. If you're hanging out with people who you resonate well with and who there's a woman named Dr. Sharon who was trained by my partner Jim Fadiman, and sometimes on Saturday mornings, it's the closest anyone is to giving me real therapy, and I just co-regulate with her, and I resonate with her, and I calm down, and it's good for me. So I think it depends how you use it. You have to, like everything else, pay attention.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that to me the best experience is reading a book here, and I've been doing it for years. And it's challenging to do it because other people's emotional fluctuations and storytelling and opinions are so highly addictive to listen to. It's like bird watching, but it's people watching. And people watching, turns out, is a hell of a lot more addictive and interesting.
Loving listening to, and Linda's gotten better and better at reading. I mean, she still can't read all the Elvish stuff, there's some very hard things that he uses all sorts of words. Tolkien uses all sorts of words, especially about geography, that most of us just don't know. But feeling that is really does make a difference. There are other books that people say, like Terence McKenna used to talk about how you can't really read Finnegan's Wake by yourself. You have to read it out loud as a group. I haven't done it, but I'm sure it's amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, as a critic, as an artist, the books you read or program yourself with, you have such limited opportunity costs. So trying to find out what the top 10 books are to program yourself with, it's important. And really any wisdom book will do it.
I think we could come up with a pretty good list between the two of us in real time. Although from what you just said, I do want to start with Programming and Metaprogramming the Human Biocomputer by John C. Lilly, just because of how you said what you said.
What's that other one? Who is that? Which one is that? There's one called Reprogramming Your Mind by
Maxwell Maltz, maybe.
I can't remember the name of it. But anyways, it's just
we are oddly similar in the things we're interested in. So I know we've read a lot of the same things and seen a lot of the same things.
I'm just saying that books mixed with AI and the internet and social media, that's the new way to live your life, because the content that is coming out of platforms, it's so stupid that you have to essentially create a library at home and live off of that, because everything else is basically reverse engineered for capital, attention capital economy. And so I'm just saying that we're now living with the greatest slave population the world has ever known because of the cell phone and all the platforms and all the junk and crap that comes out in the content. So I'm holding up a book, Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness. And, I haven't read anything that I necessarily disagree with yet. And I'm on page 50.
Well, she had a lot of followers. A lot of people liked her stuff. I mean, I liked reading Atlas Shrugged. I was with her.
See, I mean, the thing that scares me is because we live in such a debt-ridden society, and she claims that society has two functions, which is knowledge transfer or knowledge accumulation, and then trading. So we need the knowledge to create products and services to trade. That's the basis of the economy. And unfortunately, we have no one in society actually interested in knowledge or transferring it or accumulating it or processing it. And I'm talking about, stuff in these books. Everything that
this guy taking this DMT, but it's not like he's not like a Huxley who, after he took mescaline, came back with the doors of perception and forever changed. It's a guy who made a few $100 million as a tech bro and decided to give himself the label philosopher. What the fuck does he know? So I don't know.
Like the binary and then the melting away of the binary at certain times. And so I'm trying to say that if all the time that people are putting into creating content here about Trump, if they were to simply use that time to create content using books, oh my God, their personal lives would be so much better. So, I think I try to mix and match and have variety to try to constantly stay entertained. But I would really encourage you to come on this app and read your book, whether it's the psychedelic one or a philosophy book, and just read it and let people experience the wisdom of you reading a book, and then create your enlightenment.com platform with Dr. Jordan, teaching the Tao Te Ching.
Interesting. We did read your Symphony of Selves, but I made it a group thing. I had one or two friends who were better readers than me, not many, but people took turns reading, and that both worked and didn't work because some people were great and other people couldn't really read. So I could see, I could just pick a time and go on and read for 15 minutes a day or something and just see how that felt. That's not a bad idea.
But see, the cool thing is when some people can't read so good, well, even that is actually like an awareness experience. There's no good or bad, because the whole point is we're trying to get people to experience reading books again. And so there's no good or bad.
I'm sure the numbers on that are just as even putting them out. It's gotten worse and worse and worse and worse. I mean, I'm still reading books, but that's part of my job. But I'm also taking vast amounts of information from news sources, including AI, and we haven't talked much about that, but that's really tricky for me because there are some things that there's no question AI can, give me a 97% head start on it and save me dozens of hours, but then I have to still make it mine somehow. And anything that AI writes the initial draft of doesn't ever really sound or feel like a human being wrote it. So there are some real trade-offs on that, but on the other hand, I don't want to become,
Dr. Jordan, have you heard of the app called Suno, the music creation?
Oh yeah, I've only played with it once for a little bit. It's fantastic. It's amazing.
John and I have both experimented on our own, and both of us have come up with some things that I think are pretty cool.
No, there's no question that I do have a Substack now, and each time I publish a new one, I think I have 19 out, but I'm about to serialize some new research that we've done on microdosing. But I started a diagram at the top that represents which one of the 9 major themes of the enlightenment stack I'm talking about. And I was able to use Sigma AI to come up with sort of a diagram engine that let me change around whatever images I have and overlap and have them touch in a way that, like, I don't have to grab the skills. It would have taken me forever. I'm just so happy that I was able to do exactly what I want.
On your lips like something new. Pull that blood from your pocket. Right in the say I don't usually even talk it. But to me you wanna have it. You can be your option. You come here. Do it at the midnight move. Yeah, right here. On the screen inside my room. Letting go this name. I'm tired of this name. Ready for changes. We're breaking the rules. You got me going. Do it at the midnight moves. I'm driving like I'm stuck on the truth. If this is the moment, I don't want to blow it. Only these after midnight moves.
Out there in the far-flung
real talk. Got the Texas on my mind. Scroll line, chunk it over, it's your time. We laugh at the chaos in the mix. One vote for a city we can fix. You last message for the drama, so real.
Oh, Jordan, so I have these Bible flashcards. There was a church bookstore near my house, so I bought all these like Bible flashcards that they have. And in terms of like dialectic neurolinguistic programming and therapy, just reading these Bible flashcards, quietly out loud, it's just so enriching for the mind and therapeutic for the body that, a lot of atheists on this app. I just from a medical perspective, neurolinguistic dialectic programming and therapy, it really is real. It works, and you can do it in English, you can do it in Spanish, you can do it in any language. The brain, unless it gets programming, it's a shame. Why do you think so many people live in darkness? It's because they've never done the programming. There's just a never-ending amount. But I'm telling you a quick shortcut, and I think this is why the Bible is so popular. It's really the Bible flashcards. It's that quick injection of a program into the mind, which can relieve a lot of anxiety and stress. And it basically puts you into a very deep, relaxed state of mind. I don't know what the name of the mind or the brain wave would be. But we would just call it the Beach Boy vibration, But to me, the Bible flashcards are an incredible source of instantaneous delight and wisdom and joy, because it basically helps you reframe. I mean, just like a basic quote from Isaiah, like, I am with you, like that type of motivation, that type of empowerment, it's empowering.
I use music a lot in the same kind of way. Like, my big favorite song this year is Stevie Wonder's song "High." It has very high. We sang it together. On the screen this time,
Well, I've experimented a lot with books and experiencing the book. And the thing is, there's just not enough time to ever go through even the books that I've personally accumulated. So I feel like really this successful guy told me once, he's like, your pattern is really how your success will develop. And so, I mean, like you said, if I just came to this app and read for 15 minutes a high value book, it would be so beneficial for me and for the people that hear it. So I would really encourage you to try to incorporate that into your schedule and create a house called Jordan Reads a Book, and you would be amazed at how many people you program to regularly come to your room, because this app is a Pavlovian conditioning and suggestion app. And even the bell, when somebody comes in a room, even if you have the volume off on your phone, it still makes a bell. So this app uses Pavlovian conditioning and suggestion to enhance its stickiness. And I'm sure if you wanted to, you could just AI it and say, hey, how does social media incorporate products and framing, and what, how do they actually create stickiness in the same way that a slot machine is able to draw the attention, keep the attention, manipulate the dopamine, and then eventually, pull the trigger and take that person's money. So it's all programming. And, I just think a lot of people on here who maybe they're very smart and they say they've published all these white papers, but they're here talking endlessly, kind of shows me that their product or their creation is really not a creation at all. It's just like a publishing business that they're in, and they don't know that they're just in the publishing business. Maybe they think there will be commercial application because they can patent or something, but to me, the internet publishing business is the real new economy, and it's one step above the insurance business or the paper business. You know, there is no inventory to Candace Owens that she has to worry about. She is infinite inventory. And every time she creates a video about Erica Kirk, she can make another $150,000 on Google YouTube because Pfizer and J&J and Ford, you know, put ads on her YouTube channel. So I'm just saying that you have enlightenment.com, which is basically entertainment.com. And the Gaia Network and all these platforms that put out this fake bullshit spirituality content, which is basically hypnotizing people into thinking that they're Anunnakis and ancient Atlanteans. It's really bad philosophy because it's not good social psychology. It's not personal development. And, you know, I'm not a Freemason, but I can understand that over there at the Freemason building or over there at the Catholic Church or over there at the synagogue, ultimately, it's about personal development and reading the books to basically cultivate yourself and make yourself an intelligent and effective communicator. So this app is like Toastmasters, and there are some highly dramatic people on here who can trick you into thinking that, you know, maybe the world is collapsing or America is collapsing, or, you know, there's so much content and so many wars and topics and political conversations. You know, basically, I've come to the conclusion that every single topic is political, even concrete, you know, and my friend here knows who Concrete is here on this app. But even the actual physical concrete is political, because in my backyard, if I want to change my lawn into a concrete slab, there's actual politics involved in terraforming the land that I own into concrete. So I'm just saying that everyone should accept the fact that every topic is political, and it's not necessarily racism. It's actually just political. So those are my thoughts.
Well, you're really making the underlying claim that every interaction between human beings is an economic one of some kind or another. And as soon as economics are involved and politics is involved, it's about the distribution of resources. So, you know, I guess the question is whether or not we can have exchanges that are not economic, that are not one person trying to extract something from another, and that would involve you know, a different base level of economics that isn't rooted in the scarcity that, an inverted scarcity that capitalism is rooted in, and somehow, you know, creating more for everybody in some kind of synergistic uplifting. But pretty much we never do that. Language, I talked about NBC, Marshall Rosenberg, and nonviolent communications. When you start listening to him and reading the stuff, he's not a great communicator, but eventually the picture comes together about how we have all been taught to learn to use language to hurt other people and take them down and assert what we want, regardless of the cost, in ways that are actually pretty violent. Most language is pretty violent the way most people use it most of the time. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating, but you know, when listening to him, you get the sense that there's another possibility that we could really be using language to uplift each other, but we haven't quite figured that out. And if anything, in the past, you know, we don't seem to be going in the right direction right now, as we're facing the possibility of, you know, global ecocide in the next 20, 30, 50 years and huge die-offs of the human population. I mean, maybe none of that will happen, but it looks like we are trending towards that. And part of that is because we frame everything in a violent way. What can we take? What can we extract? What can, you know, not really caring about anybody or anything else. And so that's just built into the way people talk with each other. And that's why I'm finding NBC so interesting to study, to see if, like, I have a disagreement with a client right now, and I really want to make the client wrong and say it's all his fault, and he hasn't done what he said he would do. We've been doing this for months now, and get emotional and get mad, but I'm looking for a way to make the same points based on what I'm observing and what my feelings are and what my needs are, and then to make a simple request of this person, which is the MDC thing. You observe what's going on, you see what your feelings are, you identify what your underlying needs are, and then you make.
So I asked Grok, compare the philosophy of abundance by determining ROI based on communism versus capitalism, and which system yields more abundance and equity. It writes, capitalism generally yields far greater abundance, total wealth creation, and living standards through higher ROI on resources, innovation, and incentives, while communism prioritizes nominal equity, typically delivers lower overall abundance, and often fails to sustain even that equity without market reforms. So I'm just of that opinion that it'd be great if we could have pure and total laissez-faire capitalism, but have good actors that, do the equitable distribution for goodness' sake. And so in this Ayn Rand virtue of selfishness, she's talking about the separation of state and economics as in the way that we have separation of church and state. And, I think it's like a fundamental assumption error that ruthless capitalism creates less abundance than, say, more equitable communism. I just don't, if that is your theory, I would just interested to see, there are people who I'm sure can show some data and proofs about it. But I'm just saying that Ayn Rand's philosophy, to me, has been fun to read because she's also incorporating psychiatry and mysticism into the text by saying that mysticism and supernatural is ridiculous, and that we have to have rational, objective ethics for society to experience abundance. So there is this hard right political perspective that she has if you were to implement it.
Was focusing on political economy and reading John Rawls and seriously thinking about all this stuff. My thing is more about human potential, and that we are still operating at only a small fraction of what we're capable of, and that the way to create abundance, the way to create a superabundance and to save the biological platform that we call Gaia is by undoing. Science has been great for 400 years, but we're very flat-landed. Most people do not believe that mind and matter interact at a distance, and of course they do. They're part of the same process. If anything, mind is more fundamental. I have a built-in mystical worldview that says that everything is actually interacting and co-emerging, and that level of energetic emergence is typically still vilified by science. Science in the medical system has trouble with the biopsychosocial grade when they're looking at an illness or an injury. They don't want to get past the bio. We know the psychosocial and the feelings plays a huge role in healing, but it's rarely talked about in most medical science. And we know that the social environment of somebody, anything that's not reductive, very simple to explain and point out. We've pretty much flat-landed out for the last 400 years, and while that's been incredibly successful in many ways, it's also left us at the point where we very well could, destroy the bio platform. So, we need to bring mind back. I always go to that. My wife was the mayor of my city when I was 31, so I've, seen a little bit of local politics, but I'm not well suited for it. Likewise, I was not well suited to be an attorney fighting other smart people for the money of third parties. I can't do that. I'm not in for that level of fight. I'm a lover and a magician, not a fighter. So that's what I'm about.
Yeah, I think your approach is fine, and I think the irony is a lot of people who are doing that fighting actually are just lovers and magicians, but they may I think they just present it like a square, because really a lot of the terminology is the same. But anyways, I wanted to say, you said, about equal distribution of wealth. And so I read a book about creative intelligence, and it does seem to me that the real economy is always generated by individuals who can accomplish creative intelligence. So the reason why we don't have superabundance is not because of lack of wealth distribution. It's really because we don't have knowledge. The knowledge of the average individual has gone down significantly, and therefore they can never generate critical mass or get over a threshold or create a catalyst to engage in the highest levels of creative intelligence. And no one can really teach you creative intelligence. Like, imagine a group of software developers that get an individual on the team who, is extremely low level intelligence. And so that conflict that creates, because those high level software intelligence, engineers don't want to now try to educate somebody, or because they don't have that emotional intelligence to essentially kind of slow down for the new party that's part of the group. So I'm just saying that if I go to the matzo ball and I ask a cute Jewish girl, hey, if I was a genie and you had 3 magic wishes, what's your first wish? It's always wealth distribution because most people are social equity activists. And that's great. But it still comes down to the question of how do we actually create value to even distribute to begin with. So it just worries me that the political activists versus the industrialists, you have to have like this mix and blending. But again, without the bedrock of knowledge and that being of great interest, as opposed to the complaining economy, we have a serious problem where the complaining economy is not based in knowledge, and therefore it's like this trap, and people who are even engaging in it can't get out of it, and they're not really doing creative intelligence. So to me, the liberal in a way to create a website called AI City Corp, and I had it draft a charter and a scope, and legislation and laws, and like I had to try to create an AI city. And then I asked AI to create me an agent, a corporation based on the format of an AI city to maximize equity and economics. And politic is to de-ideologue and make society less ideological and more economic and equitable. So, that's my presentation. What do you think, Jordan?
I think I understand what you're doing, and I appreciate it. I always like listening to you. I like listening to you read and reading poetry and all the rest. So yeah, I think our worldviews aren't that unsympatico.
Yeah, I can say, like, who were you before you were born? He said, I was a ninja. And at first I was like, I didn't like the answer, but then I understood the answer more and more. But now, if I could see him again, I would say, I'm a samurai, not a ninja. Because, like, the samurai is the knight, and, you like Tolkien and Lord of the Rings, but that's all just based off of the Arthurian legend of the knight, the noble knight. And so, I just wish in society we had more noble knights and charlatans in themselves. The thing is the media and being able to project your image. If you're really successful at communication, you can fool the world. And a lot of politicians are doing just that. Like, to me, Tulsi Gabbard and AOC are very dangerous because they're so successful at putting out mind control and time control and attention control. And they do it so beautifully.
You got to promise me that you'll listen to Stevie Wonder's song As.
Okay, let me look it up.
There's like a 3 or 4 minute version I want on the radio, and then there's a 6 or 7 minute version. Because when Stevie gets into a certain kind of overdrive, it's like an inverted falsetto with a lot of power, and he's like, oh, and he's like doing some crazy shit that no other human being whose sung could like ever do. I mean, I guess people could follow him now that he's done it, but he's just he's still alive and kicking butt. He was at the Always 8x8 is fear. I don't know. It's amazing. Oh, I got a cat sharking my ankles.
Yeah.
Either stuff they've written or other stuff, and like the transmission of knowledge that comes from somebody who's good when you're listening to them. It really does feel like your brain kind of attunes and go and be, and they've done some studies like this with people reading and then other people reading later. Sure enough, their brainwaves look similar. But when you hear somebody really powerful doing what they do, I mean, this is obvious. That's why rock and roll and music overall is such a huge thing. But there are just some people who, they leave an imprint on your soul when they're at their best and singing and you're open. It's just, I love music.
Yeah. No, that's okay, because I'm using Suno, and I've created hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of songs. I'm probably close to like 1,000 songs, and I'm using poetry as the exact-to script, and the results are just mind-blowing. And in terms of like the content that I consume, I'm very happy and ecstatic that I'm able to create incredible content for my own personal consumption, as well as my public publishing distribution. So Suno to me is like the best AI product. Sora shut down. I was doing great on Sora, creating incredible videos daily. They shut that down, and I want to say it's probably because he didn't like what John Kitover was creating, which was like kind of mocking, mockery videos, but really mockery of the sense that like every single person in every single city and town is subjected to like political content creation from their politicians. And it's from like an educational perspective, it's like so scary that the content that politicians put out doesn't like educate the population or liberate the population. It just like deceives the population. So Suno, anyways, back to Suno. I'm just saying I'd like to play you a Suno song that I created using, mystical, magical love poetry. And
go ahead. I'm starting to transition into the rest of my day, but I can listen without interacting too much. That'd be great.
Find you a good one. So this is, I like Crowley, and his favorite poem that he wrote was the Hymn to Pan. He requested that it be read at his funeral. And, it is like an invocation, but really it's just that rising of the Kundalini, and trying to enlighten you or lighten up your purple chakra crown. I think that's really the goal of the Hymn to Pan. And it's like something to pump you up, before you go out on a Friday, Saturday night to the bar to meet a hot chick, so you can get that confidence. Again, I think it's all just personality and personal development, self-development. But this is Eopan, Eoman, and I created it using Suno.
Give me the sign of the open eye. To stand as a dark cat backs with his jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken I am born to death, reborn on the heart. hides when no one looks, in empty rooms and shadow nooks. You chase the light, but hold the dark. A spark, then nothing's dark. Trace of this and that, right or wrong, it falls flat. My innocence slipping slow. Let it go, let it go.
Pranayana. I think that's basically, the runner's high. But a harmonica is a nifty little magical breathing tool that you can use to hypnotize yourself and others. So having these tools in your magic arsenal bag. This is a Japanese cowbell. But tying it all in with breathing. And then also this is the jaw harp. And then also the Zen bell. And then the, what are these things called? I can't remember. Oh, kalimba. This one is out of tune and broken now. But just having these little tools to put on your show is, one way to essentially deeply relax yourself. Because this app and the polarization of other central nervous systems and how that polarized central nervous system can transmit its vibration through this electrical medical device known as Clownhouse is remarkable. And just going into some rooms and listening to how heated it is, you have to find a way to essentially depolarize yourself after listening to some of these rooms because they're so life and death, die on the hills for the people speaking that, as somebody consuming this content, I've created the response and the reverse engineer to what I would consider, highly dramatic Shakespearean role players on this app who, instead of looking at their work laptop, are on here talking about World War III all day long. And it is what it is. People are their own worst enemies. They have, yeah.
Woken up or changed. I mean, people like being the way they are, even if it's not good.
Yeah, my dad told me once, he's like, I effed up and married your mom. And he was like, I never should have. He's like, John, never make that mistake. Don't ever marry a woman to try to save her or change her. And I was like, okay. But now I see that for everybody. I want to help enlighten people, but until you can actually get people, in my opinion, to read a book and shut the F up about everything else that they won't shut up about, their experience will not change because they're not doing a program. So the book is the program. And until people can join the book club, they will never program themselves. They never escape their pattern. And this app proves that people are saying the same thing day after day, year after year. They've never said anything new because they've never read a book. Never. Ever. And so they just keep repatterning. every day, every way, same thing. It's like it's somebody just banging their head against the wall all day long.
Yeah, I wish I could disagree with you. You do what you can, right? You know, even if most people are in this context, I hesitate to use the word, but I'll use it, swine, you still cast pearls before them, because some will get it.
Yeah, but the way that I can do that is by not giving it away necessarily. Like every time you interact with me, I'm live streaming it onto YouTube. So I have, in my opinion, I've created a way to have less lost opportunity costs than other people. And basically, it's like you realize you're in a house and everybody else is in the field and you got cameras pointed out of your windows. And so what you're really doing is making a human documentary and observing human behavior and not really getting upset about it and not really getting enthusiastic about it or happy about it. It's like being an agnostic documentarian, you know? And unfortunately, I think so they know what they're doing in terms of like their conscious political projection, because I've detected across multiple publishing businesses the Democrat propaganda. It follows like they put out a playbook, and the publishing houses literally take the topic and each one creates their own content, but it's all just based on the political alignment between the publishing houses and the Democrats, whether it's Gavin Newsom, Brandon Johnson in Chicago, or whoever. They always publish the same propaganda, which is they cite these meaningless economic or crime statistics. But they never talk about taxation and tax reform. It's just so. It's like so Alan Watts, you know, you were talking earlier about how you're a lover and a magician, but the thing is you're still part of the network as a lover magician or a samurai or a ninja. And so we live in this super network at the city level, the town level, the state level, the national level, and then the global network. And so yeah, it's a global networked community. And, you know, with regards to Trump, when he became the president, he became our primary node in that global community. And all that infeeding lines to his connections feed into his node processing. And so when people get so ideological and politically polarized, if you can't have conversations about the meaning of communication, you believe in Gaia, like if you go into Heronstone's room and he's constantly saying we're on the cusp of a new like society or something. I mean, I'm just trying to say that Alan Watts in his lectures like really flushed out communication theory. But for me and you, like, we are an input into that, and we are tiny little inputs. But if you, huh?
Hey, I gotta run. This has been great, but I gotta go now. Thank you, and I will see you soon.
Okay, take care, John.
Thanks for the book reading idea. I'll seriously ponder.
I will create the room, and I will come and sit in the audience and listen to you. I want to hear you read a book for 15 minutes. I would love it.
All right, we'll talk about that. All right, thanks.
Okay, take care. Bye.
All of that income is going to be kept on the blockchain. Your property that you own, all that shit's going to be kept on the blockchain. So all of that just to say that this is going to be a way of keeping records in a digital fashion where everything
just gets in people's face. It's just not a good look for a rabbi or be a Jew.
He's just like Charlie. He's like our Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk argued from a point of knowledge and a point of, I think he wasn't so much in your face and just, I can't describe it. I don't think that's a fair comparison.
The comparison I mean is that as public personalities whose job is to get clicks.
Exactly. Yeah, but they're bad clicks. There's just, I don't know, something about him that
Charlie was a nice social contrarian, a public social contrarian who was nice. He wasn't mean to people. And if you can tell people what you mean without being mean, well, then you're a successful communicator.
Hey, John.
Absolutely. That's a great point. Can I just say that...
breakfast is served.
Very nice.
Where are you, in California?
Alright, but what were you saying, Melissa? I was saying you don't actually exist, that like you're a golem that I created to defend Israel online.
Based. Must defend
using Jewish magic.
You used Kabbalah to create beef?
Powerful magic. Caleb, are you on Discord?
I'm not.
Okay. Damn.
Is that a place I should hang out?
Well, I was gonna message you something.
It's pretty good.
You should go on there. Go to Adrian Dittman on X. Click through to his society, and you can hear Elon Musk live every Friday, Saturday on Discord.
That doesn't sound like something I want.
Well, I'm just saying the guy, SpaceX is about to IPO at 1.7 trillion. So if you are constantly thinking that you're a social justice warrior, but you're not listening to what the richest man on the fucking planet has to say, and you just want to listen to Megatron, I understand. Because the truth is, I think Elon is a schmuck. And people...
Dumber, and a schmuck is more like a jerk.
Well, hold on. A schmuck originally meant the male member. So it has evolved in the English adaptation of the Yiddish to be someone dumb. Like, there's a difference between what it meant in Yiddish and what it meant when it translated into American adaptation of Yiddish.
Yeah, schmuck is derived from schmeckle, obviously.
Yeah, there are multiple words for penis.
Only reason I know that is from the movie While You Were Sleeping. I was there when you discovered. I remember. I've been with you your whole life. I was there when you discovered hair on your schmeckle.
Seems like it. I think there's another couple words that have changed meaning. I went through this the other day with somebody. Now let me try to remember.
Well, that seems a little bit more lighthearted.
Yeah.
There's also schlemiel. There's also.
Those haven't changed. Those haven't changed.
Rabono Shalom, all you got.
Sometimes people flip the schlemiel with the schlemazel.
Rabono Shalom, if you want to know the essence of Judaism, Hebrew, and Yiddish, you just got to say Rabono Shalom.
Oh, you know the one? There's one in Hebrew that changed meanings completely. Like, I think it came up in a cartoon of all places. I think it was like Daffy Duck or one of the 50s cartoon. They call someone a Nimrod to be a dummy. And Nimrod is a very popular name. Not very, but it's a man's name. Came from a king. It means something very different in Hebrew in Israel than it does in the United States, and he calls him a Nimrod.
From Ruth, the king who freaking got during the time of Noah, maybe.
He was a great hunter, and that's why Bugs Bunny said about Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, that was it. Thank you. Bugs Bunny did it. I knew it was a cartoon. And that changed. Yeah, that changed the word forever in the United States.
All of a sudden, this Sam, this sexual community, this Jew now, all of a sudden, it's
Yeah, Beef. Megatron and I were listening to you flirt with that sexy Muslim girl yesterday, and we were so happy.
We got it recorded.
It was so much fun. You were being such a gentleman. Wow, man, you were really endearing yourself.
That's what we were saying. What a fucking friend.
August, why did you make this?
Let me think about it.
He's falsely accusing me of being a communist, which is actually really slander, and I get sued for it.
It's literally recorded in my look at my saved thing.
I talked to a Muslim woman, and you think literally means I'm searching for a new person.
Well, we can look into it if you want. I mean, you guys can be the judge of that.
Nugget, so why are you letting me be abused by this mod right now?
We're not making fun of you or abusing you. We were enjoying you, Beef. You got the experience.
Daniel, you there, brother?
Daniel, do you want to be my yard boy?
Can you make justice between Megatron and Sam?
Daniel, you there, man? It's been a long time.
I don't know what his name is too, bro.
Daniel, I missed you, brother. How you doing? Daniel, get off mic, brother. What are you stop partying me?
He doesn't talk anymore.
Daniel, are you...
He's doing the Vipassana.
Why don't you talk anymore, Daniel?
He's doing the Vipassana, the 10 days of silence.
10 days of silence? Oh my goodness. But the world needs your fucking funniness. You're depriving us of your wit and your fucking whimsy. It's a shame. Dan, can you be mods real quick? I always make you mod in my room, Daniel. Can you, for once in your life, return the favor?
You did this to kick out Megatron. I knew he would kick you out. But you will do it to him. Can you just let it go?
Daniel, can you make me mod? I always make you mod in my room.
No,
Is this a psychological need?
Yeah, there's a need. Daniel.
No, Sam, you're gonna kick out Megatron. It's not fair. Stop.
Anyway, Caleb, you there, brother? Caleb, I sent you my rabbi. Keep game on his fucking rabbi in.
Have you guys watched Rabbi Yusuf Mizrahi? Is he also famous? Because I think he's doing the whole fake thing too. Like the Instagram fame thing.
Not as famous.
Is he famous? Yeah.
Well, to certain people, he's well known, yeah.
He's so funny.
And it should be controversial. There should be no reason why you say, oh, because there's a political climate at the moment, that he shouldn't be free to what he would have normally done if there wasn't a political thing going on right now. So he's free to say and do as he pleases. So everybody on Fox News and
it seems like he's investing on the political climate, to be honest. Like he's kind of using it with a lot of wit, but it's not true. It's just how he's saying it.
this guy is a barbershop bro. I mean, think of a Jewish barbershop. Even the way he sits down, the way he fixes his glasses, it looks like this is the culture.
Joanna, I just want to apologize for calling you a cunt, even though you are a fucking cunt.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, I like to think that all communication is projection. And so when a cunt calls somebody a cunt, does that make me a cunt? If I observe a cunt calling a cunt a cunt? Talking about cunts calling cunts cunts? Cunt! Cunt!
John, you changed your views. What the fuck? Used to be all communication was hypnosis. Now it's all communication is something else.
Projection, he said now.
Yeah, I know. It used to be hypnosis.
He's changing it up. He's not consistent with his story.
Yeah, this is 2.0, John.
So sad.
He's evolving.
Well, I've been reading Ayn Rand's.
He's got to bring new material.
Yeah, apparently he is.
Well, I've been reading Ayn Rand's The Virtue of Selfishness, and there's also another author in the book by the name Nathaniel Branden. And I would really encourage everybody to read this book because, as some of you know, Simon, our favorite Jew in France, he is so devoted to Ayn Rand. He says he's been studying. He's not Jewish?
No.
Well, anyways, the point is he says he's been reading Ayn Rand for 13 years. So Megatron and I were in a room, and as we were talking about it, I said, fuck it. So I bought a bunch of Ayn Rand books, and I'm currently reading The Virtue of Selfishness, and it's very intelligent.
Reading it for the past month.
Oh my God.
I suggest you read We the Living after that because it goes well with it. But please can you hurry up, John? Like you've been reading this for like a long time now.
I did. I got through a significant amount yesterday.
This woman if someone would take, let's say, 10 words to write a sentence, she'll take 126. I tried to read The Fountainhead and gave up after page 6. It was just the longest sentences in the world, the most. Oh my God, it was painful.
Stop. No, she's not. She's a lovely writer. She's a great philosopher.
Yeah, but she uses so many words to describe things. He was sitting on the brook at the top of the wall looking down at the river, which was churning below him, deciding whether he should do this, and then ultimately deciding that he couldn't do it, so he decided to take a straw out of his cup. That's the way
They wanted to make a movie from the Fountainhead, right? This was when like she was crying and the freaking book was like extremely long and stuff. So Howard Roaring in the she stayed by a principal. And they didn't make the movie because she's like
it's just I find the verbosity of her writing to just be too much. I just cannot deal with it.
But see, that's where I kind of go back to talking about Ayn Rand versus reading Ayn Rand are two completely different experiences. And complaining about Ayn Rand is not as good as actually reading Ayn Rand. So logically, you're on very tentative water here. Hello?
Yeah. Oh, hey, John. I was on your live yesterday, your YouTube live.
Institute is really good. John, do you want to join the Institute? I'll join with you if you want. We can take up a course.
John, you should look into what happened with Nathaniel or Brand. What's it? Nathaniel Brandenson. What's his name? The guy. John. What's his name?
Stop. I will not allow this.
John, you should look into it.
I will not allow this. I will take you out of this now.
She cheated on her husband.
Shut the fuck up. I'm not allowed to speak alone.
By the way, Nathaniel guy, and then what happened was after she cheated on this Nathaniel guy, so after she cheated on this Nathaniel guy, after she cheated on her husband with this Nathaniel guy, after she cheated on her husband with this after she cheated on her husband with this Nathaniel guy, after she cheated on her husband with this Nathaniel guy, she also then
is so consistent. Is anything
she was like, oh my God, like we're allowed to do it because we're more rational. And so then her husband and Nathaniel's wife, they just had to accept it and deal with it.
John, in playing in the background,
play in the background, John? Or just post the link.
After Nathaniel and Rand cheated with this Nathaniel character, what happened was I was like,
John, you going on live today?
So this is how we should interact. And then even though her own husband, Ayn Rand's husband, was really sad, even though Nathaniel's wife was really sad, they kind of put up with it. But then what's kind of funny is Nathaniel then left Ayn Rand for like this hot, like 22-year-old girl, and Ayn Rand got so mad she like kicked him out of the organization. It's like, oh, you can cheat. When he cheats with you, it's fine. When she cheats with someone younger and hotter, now it's a problem.
Hey, John, you going on live today, YouTube? I'll be there. Absolutely.
Joanna, did you hear my apology to you?
You stop.
Damn, are you getting mail in Canada still, or did you stop that?
Joanna, did you get my apology?
Change your address?
Joanna, did you get my apology yet? Joanna, did you get my apology? I guess you didn't get my apology. Oh well. I love how you think it's neutral to just mod these other people's targets.
For nothing, like in the video, right? In the video, you have to hear him just straight up lie. Okay, I understand. You don't know, it's, yeah, I know, there's a few differences. Like, it's so classic. It's so creepy at the same time.
Classic.
Yeah. Well, classic.
Is the worm still talking about me right now? Can someone tell me if the worm is out there right now?
Scumbaggery.
Are you still worming it up right now?
Douchebaggery. Whatever you want to call it.
Are you still worming?
Nothing up in there. The grandfather, the great-grandfather viewers, whatever.
How does it feel to like turn dirt into shit?
He either is in love with you because he's so
no, she's too ugly. I would never.
Everyone see what I mean?
I love you, Gray. You're beautiful.
She's gorgeous. Son, what the fuck?
She literally makes me barf in my mouth whenever I look at her picture.
Yeah. It's big fun. I mean, so we're just seeing this unfold right in front of us, guys. He's not missing a fucking beat.
No. Radiating love.
Yeah, that's what he's got. Yeah, let's see it. Do the dance, baby.
How you doing,
I
Wormy?
love when you sing.
Do the dance, Sam.
How you doing, Wormy?
Nobody's knocking him
You
down.
loving the worm life?
There's 3 mods and no one's knocking him down.
You love being a
Sorry
worm?
about that.
We're never gonna knock him out.
We can, right, why we're not, this is pure entertainment.
Yeah,
Let's
we're
see
not upset.
him and his
Well, I
best.
think what's going on is I'm being abused, and Nargis is letting it happen. So I now have a beef with Nargis too, and I don't give a fuck.
Oh my
So
god.
let me drop down. That's what I'll do. I'll drop myself down for you, right? That's what I'll do. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, knock yourself down.
I'm gonna knock myself down, baby.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Let me do it.
Do it, baby.
Yeah. I gotta make someone a mod though before I do it.
Okay, yeah, I'll knock myself down too, so.
No, hold on.
I have the power to
already made
destroy
one.
him,
Hold on
but
a
I'm
second.
not.
Let me go down.
I can move him down, or I can knock him out of the
I'm
room,
gonna move myself.
but I haven't done it yet.
So he stops crying.
Yeah. I get no joy out of hurting others.
What the fuck is going on today?
I don't know.
Damn.
I'm trying to
Yo, are you still in a Vipassana retreat, or what's going on with this?
Hey, Daniel.
I've been trying to call you. What's going on, brother? You doing all right? Danny? Okay, now you just goes to a fight again. Oh my goodness.
Well, Rabono Shalom, I just made a trio of berries and banana strawberry yogurt. I'm in heaven. Rabono Shalom.
keep everyone at date sound. That's what I'm doing. Guys are just not like cooperating.
You didn't have to make Joanna and fucking Megatron a mod when they were abusing me. You didn't have to do that.
You abused Joanna. I thought the next time this happens to her, she herself does it, right? But she's noble enough to not. And you're continuing calling her the C word.
Well, my Clubhouse family, I would just like to ask you a question. I would like to read to you one page from Ayn Rand, The Virtue of Selfishness, or R.H. Blythe's 25 Zen essays on Christianity, sex, and
39.
From which book?
One with the looks like a ladder on it.
Oh, you want to hear Ayn Rand? Okay.
The one you read yesterday from.
Okay, this is page 66.
Okay.
By Nathaniel Brandon, chapter 5. Isn't everyone selfish? Some variety of this question is often raised as an objection to those who advocate an ethics of rational self-interest. For example, it is sometimes everyone does what he really wants to do, otherwise he wouldn't do it. Or no one ever really sacrifices himself, whether one knows it or not. To untangle the intellectual confusion involved in this viewpoint, let us consider what the concept of selfishness means and entails. The issue of selfishness versus self-sacrifice arises in an ethical context. In the course of his life, in choosing his actions and goals, man faces constant alternatives. In order to choose, he requires a standard of value, a purpose which his actions are to serve or at which they are to aim. Value presupposes an answer to the question of value to whom and for what. Reference Atlas Shrugged.
Beautiful.
What is to be the goal or purpose of a man's actions?
Enough, dude, enough.
We're almost finished. We're almost finished.
I don't care. We don't care.
It's one page. Just one page. You don't have an attention span for one page? I'm just going to finish the page. I'm going to finish the page. Purpose be to serve the wishes and needs of others. The clash between egoism and altruism lies in the conflicting answers to these questions. Egoism holds that man is an end to him in himself. Altruism holds that man is a means to the ends of others. Selfish.
What's that with the green line?
Stop hitting on me.
We have a beef now.
Oh my god.
We have beef. I'm just beefing everyone now.
Well, personally, I always get a double cheeseburger. So, you know, I can, if you go by the name Beef and you constantly create beefs with people and then you say I'm you For my next magical trick, I'm going to play my Chinese flute, and I'm going to dedicate this song to my friend Beef. He's got a beef with everybody. They call him Beef. I used to come into Beef's room and prank him and pretend I was Indian and then play my flute. He had no idea it was John Kitover.
John, what are you saying funny about Nargis? Nargis got
John's really John's singing a song on your flute.
John, Nargis got so mad at me when I suggested that the reason why she uses AI in her profile pictures is that she's gotten fatter and uglier with age, and now she just tries to hide it with AI. She got
I be buying myself, okay?
didn't talk to me for weeks.
Stop.
She didn't talk to me for weeks over that. Like, damn, that really got under her.
It wasn't that. It was
fucking
forcing me to
skin.
join Discord, man. I didn't want to join it.
She was so mad at me for saying that maybe she's fatter and older and uglier now. That she had not talked to me for weeks. Like,
Yeah, but beef. Any woman over 40 is a catfish. So I don't understand. What's your point?
she's just very insecure about her looks. You know what I mean?
I'm not.
Well, I don't know if you know this, but that sexy woman, Narjaz, is a hell of a singer, and she says that she's completely waxed from top to bottom. So I'd be willing to bet you get on your fucking knees. You'd be on your knees licking her toes if you met her on a Friday, Saturday night, probably.
I can't watch the laser. What the fuck is wrong with you?
But she was so mad at me for fucking.
I was mad because you forcing me to fucking join
No,
Discord.
that's not why I got mad. You got mad because they said you might be fat and ugly.
Beautiful.
That's what made you mad.
Yeah, because you were bullying me. You bully other people, Sam. You bully often.
So so the real reason you got mad is because I suggested that you might be fat and ugly, and you fucking.
John, can you play the flute again for me?
Yeah, you were doing this with Joanna.
Sure, anything for you, Joanna. Many of you don't know that Joanna is a star from Studio 54 back in the day. Joanna, why don't you tell a quick story about something amazing you saw at Studio 54 one
Well, I
night?
got to see Freddie Mercury, and I love Queen. So that was one of my best days. Can you play a song for me on your flute?
Yeah, I can play a new song for you on my East Top harmonica. This song is called Double Cheeseburger Beef Beef. Chicago Cheeseburger. I got beef beef. I'll take 2 beef beefs. Put some cheese on my beef beef. I'll take grilled onions and raw onions. Put it on my beef beef.
Slathering it with sauce. Gosh.
Danielle, I like your new profile picture. That's really flattering. Like, that's the amount of doctoring that you need to do to me. Think about how much doctoring you must do to fucking Nargis.
Daniel's fun.
Those crow's beaks fucking worked out. You know what I mean? You gotta fucking really buff it out.
So shut the fuck up.
Ooh. I do like Daniel's. Well, I like the ones also with Mikhail and Narjaz. Those are really good. What are you guys using to generate them? Grok or ChatGPT, or how do you do it?
It's a pretty long prompt. I can show it to you if you can make this.
I just use Grok AI. That's pretty much all I use.
What are you, basic bitch game? You gotta make it a elaborate prompt, man. Come on. Be cool, Professor.
Beef beef.
Get that flute out again.
Beef beef.
Would be serious James Collar out loud for me. Who's James Collar's thing? Oh my god, Daniel's pet. Oh my god. I'm just Daniel's pet, you know? He's just, he bosses me around, and I just do whatever he tells me to do.
Beef beef. Have you ever been arrested at a Williamsburg bar?
No, but I have been thrown out of Williamsburg. I've been thrown out of Williamsburg bars. Not arrested.
Wow. What were you winning at skee ball or something?
No, I got into a fist fight.
What did Oh, you know who else got in a fist fight after he made a gay advancement on a man? Is Andrew. You know, Christian Andrew here.
Andrew was doing some gay. Was he cruising?
He was cruising at a party, and he got his ass beat, and that's why he has TBI. It's not a joke.
Oh, yeah. Can we give a shout out to Armenia? Armenia and Israel are great allies to the United States. Shout out Armenia.
So I recently partnered with Pfizer to develop a schizophrenic daily oral medication tailored and reverse engineered to Clubhouse comments and conversations. Rabbi, thank you for that new submission to our database.
What's beef? Beef is when your moms ain't safe up in the streets. Beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be in ICU. What's beef? Beef is when you need 2 cats to go to sleep. Beef is when you roll no less than 30 deep. Beef is when I see you, guaranteed to be in ICU. You, bitch. I'm talking about something.
Daniel, I tried to call you on Discord. What's going on? Are you on a Vipassana retreat? What's going on? You Vipassana, bro?
Such a thing as God. What is within us?
Yeah, I like the picture of Cora that you got.
So has anybody ever watched any Osho videos on YouTube? Because they are so fucking awesome and hilarious.
Aisha clips illegal?
No, Osho. They should probably make in travels. Did you have fun?
I'm still on them.
Oh, what country are you in now? Slovenia. I heard they got good bread dips in Slovenia. Like they got big schmears, all kinds of stuff, a lot of garlic. So how does your girlfriend respond when your breath reeks like garlic?
I don't think she minds the garlic. She minds cigarette smoke. That's her beef.
She got a beef with your cigarettes?
Yeah, if I smoke cigarettes, she really doesn't like it.
Oh, gross.
Garlic is fine.
Well, why would any beautiful woman want to stick her tongue in a hole full of cigarette, tar and juice?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I guess you ain't gonna get your beef tongue.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had cow tongue?
Have I ever had cow tongue? I don't
In the
think you
Moretskis.
cow tongue. Shmuel, what are you doing? You haven't even had your cow tongue.
I know a Jewish family that filed a... You got there. What were you cooking? Cow tongue? So, Rabbanu Shalom, welcome back to The Happening. This is a Megatron-sponsored work event. Him and Narjas do it every day. And Narjas, I don't think Narjas has worked a day in, many, many years. I don't think Narjas has read a book in many, many years. And so when Beef says that he thinks she's a fat ass and an AI catfish, well, Beef might be right. Beef in Slovenia, partying across Europe, summer of 26, best days of Beef's life. Yeah!
That's a good point.
The question is...
I'm just really looking forward to my white boy summer this year. It's just going to be awesome.
Oh, Sam, I saw your YouTube channel, by the way.
Based.
I don't know how I came across it. Maybe you had it in a room or something.
Do you like it?
It was old. It was all old stuff, very old. You haven't created anything new in so many years.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I did post a discussion with a philosopher on aesthetics. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah, that was good. Because I tried to type in, Sam Rosen, whatever, Islamic white paper, and it just didn't come up.
Yeah, that's true.
So, don't let your good work go to waste.
Thanks, man. John, you're being very nice to me, even though I constantly mob-abuse you, so that's pretty... You got a lot of equanimity in you. You've had the Christ consciousness.
Rabboni Shalom, Christ consciousness. Oh my gosh, Rabboni Shalom. You know, it takes Christ consciousness to recognize Christ consciousness. It's like, you know, game recognizes game. And I'm just saying, if you happen to be cruising in Europe and you increase your TBI like Andrew, well, you know, you might end up creating rooms perpetually on here called Does God Exist? Hello?
How can Andrew increase his Christ consciousness, John?
With the John Kitover copyrighted Bible flashcards, of course.
He doesn't have it. I thought you were going to say John Kitover Bible flashlight. I thought that was going to be where you're going with that.
Spotlight versus flashlight. Anyways, if anybody wants to increase their Kabbalistic magic, aka their Christ consciousness, all you got to do is get a book by Dion Fortune about Kabbalah. Pour yourself a big glass of Cabernet Sauvignon on a Friday night and open up that book. Rabboni Shalom. Don't be fooled by Barth.
If Christ came back and then I killed him again, do you think that would be a bad thing?
Well, you know what I think is funny? If you go into a theist or an atheist room, you know, but really a theist room, and then you were to say, well, guess what, everybody? I'm the new Jesus and the new Muhammad. And like, if you're willing to worship them, why wouldn't you worship me, a living new reincarnation of your great master? So it's like, it really does kind of point out how ridiculous the position is of an all or nothing person with regards to Christ, Jesus, or Muhammad. The challenge is always the same. You know, the game rule saying that that's what I'm saying. Don't be fooled by Barth, aka Megatron. He's been playing this game for many, many years, and he's a former convict. He was in the hole in prison. You know, the guy doesn't have a PhD in divinity from Harvard, but he has an interest and a hobby, which is healthy.
Wait, why did he go to prison, you know?
You'll have to ask him. I don't want to talk about people's personal business on a social public audio app. Just like I don't want to talk about my medical condition because I got hip.
Well, you know, I'm just saying, like, it is pretty embarrassing. Like, you're meeting your wife's family and stuff, and, you know, father's a cop. And he's giving me that smile, like he knows, you know, and it is very embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, it's embarrassing that you're a criminal? That you're a fucking ex-con?
Well, I didn't have the opportunity to tell her, and they did that for me. Yeah, but that was fucked up.
Damn, bro.
So,
what made you turn to a life of crime? And then why were you so stupid that you got caught?
Getting caught is part of it.
Why weren't you smart enough to avoid getting caught? What's up with that?
Wish I was.
Yeah, I guess you weren't. That's just a smart boy. Maybe all the things they say about your intelligence was really, you know,
that I was wrong.
Maybe all the things they say about how you were quite a dumbass are true, actually. You didn't avoid getting caught by some fucking
That's true.
And you're a criminal. You're a fucking pathetic criminal. I mean, it's not moving forward.
Take the fancy out of like getting to know each other like that. We don't really want to know you like that. You know what I'm saying? Like you ruin it. You would do that. And it's just like, I don't know.
You don't know a lot of things.
I was trying to describe this to Daniel, and I said, you are like the girl that I get to bang in the ass on the first night.
Nice. There's nothing after. There's nothing after.
You're a literal criminal.
There's nothing left.
You're a literal.
That's what we got to do here.
You're a criminal.
All these mobs.
Just
Leave him in the room.
blight on the side of society.
Okay.
Fucking doing crime. Probably robbing people because you're.
They say that you never really know how much you love a woman until you fuck her in the ass, because that's true love.
Who shows it up better than you, Sam? I mean, who's gonna show their ass better than you? It's getting very.
I don't like talking to criminals, actually, so could you stop talking to me? You last criminal.
Well, Beef
It's different if you're in the fucking mob.
as a whole is actually one of the most interesting observations from Megatron. You see, you think Megatron is just boring because you think he's, and like, look at, and let's actually talk about it and say, you know what? That's pretty smart, because actually you could use it in physics. You could use it in your personal life. You could use it to talk about. And so I'm just trying to say, if you're going to go to rooms every day while you're in Europe on vacation creating beefs, man, you need to read a book, go to the gym and touch your toes and get a yoga strap, take a deep breath, pop a wank, and go smoke a joint and pour yourself a nice glass of red wine and Rabboni Shalom. You're way through Europe.
Inshallah, you're right, brother.
My God, enjoy your summer. Enjoy your life. Don't get in an argument with a guy at a work construction site on a conference call. Come on, the guy's at a work site, man. Hello?
And he's literally a fucking ex-con fucking scumbag. I'm not having a fucking discussion with him as if it's like worthwhile.
At least I wasn't stealing caravans. Oh shit, did I say that? My bad.
Stealing caravans? Like Muhammad? Is that a Muhammad joke?
No. The caravan, white caravan that go to malls and leave stuff inside the caravans.
What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking retard? You worm. You fucking worthless worm.
Here we go. Yes, we're back. He's back, baby.
I'm trying to think of what crimes a worm could do. I think maybe like showing up late, such that the early bird doesn't get it. That's pretty criminal for a worm.
That's one.
I mean, there are lots of criminals, or I don't say criminals. There's lots of people that don't get arrested, and they probably are worse than those that do get arrested. So I'm not sure, like, being arrested and going to jail isn't necessarily an indication that Barf is like a bad person. Relatively, he might be a really good person compared to the average population. So
could be. It's just that happens not to be in this case.
I don't know.
Well, you don't know about Barf.
I don't think he's a bad person.
Oh, well, I think he's a worm and a criminal.
Well, okay, it's fine. Maybe it was like something like innocuous, like it wasn't really a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time coming because he's just so annoying and idiotic. And then my friends go into his rooms, and I have to deal with his fucking inane fucking garbage constantly. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of dealing with this fucking worthless, idiotic retard who always feels the need to.
You don't take personal responsibility and join the library and get into the book club, almost all conversations are purely juvenile and a waste of time. Books, well, these are actual polite society intellectual people, not the fake, pseudo-false intellectuals that you encounter every day on this app. If you're not in a book club, you're not a real intelligent person. You're just someone here practicing English. That's it.
The crux of the matter. Welcome to the stage, Riz. What do you think about God? Do you believe in God?
What's up, buddy? How's it going, buddy? Good to see you, buddy.
Mill, if meat beef, hey Mill, do you know beef is an atheist? Don't you give the lowdown on beef? Like what?
He's so good at it. I wish I had questions right here.
Millie,
I'm trying to remember, but then
Jake the psychophysical harmony argument.
I just want to point out that Bob initially disagreed with me and thought that Andrew wasn't, in fact, bringing too many conversations from the chat into a voice talk, but then he, within a day, switched his opinion.
Oh, damn.
Because Andrew has been doing it a lot over the last few days.
Almost like he does it a lot.
Yeah, I think it's funny. I think the very next day, he literally did it, including, bring the conversation to a halt. I forget who he was talking to, but it was like, why are we?
See, there's
like he was doing it to prove a point that you were right.
See, there's a flip side to the theist Karen, and that's the atheist Karen. Frenchie, if you were in a park and a black man had a pit bull and he let the pit bull off the leash, what would you do, Frenchie?
Probably quite afraid. Right.
This is a Karen diagnostic test. We're trying to determine how much of a Karen you are on the Karen index.
It's nothing to do with being a Karen. Pit bulls are more dangerous than other breeds of dogs. I'm just playing the odds.
Do you think men...
I wouldn't go confront him and be a Karen about it. So fuck you for calling me a Karen. Misogynistic term.
John, do you think that I'm a Karen?
Well, I do think I've come to the conclusion that I'm driving a short bus, and that the clown house world is a short bus full of R words headed to off the cliff. That's everyone here in this room. You're all on my short bus, and I got a book by Ayn Rand here that I'd like to get to some. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, that's called projection. So what I'm trying to say is, yeah. Listen, just mute up. Just mute up, Frenchie. You spend a lot of time talking on here all the time. You're a big talker, but you're not a big listener, Frenchie. Big talker, not much of a listener. Big talker. Big talker.
Stick lower. I promise, Frenchie, good things will happen to people.
He's just gonna kick me out, Frenchie. At the moment you do it, he's just gonna want to kick me out. I actually need mods. I had mods.
Okay, that's okay. He's petty and hateful. I gave mine up.
Good job. Yeah.
My God, tolerance for mental illness is so fucking low. And I know it makes me look like an asshole, but I didn't come here to be a fucking therapist for mentally ill people. It's not why I'm here. So if you can't act like a normal person who can hold a conversation, then just get the fuck out of my sight.
Why is there no male term for a Karen? It's pretty sexist to think about it.
The patriarchy. Although, I mean, look, they did themselves no favors by being just like really awful and like racist and entitled. But it is like, I think the term is just used to be like the woman I don't like.
Well, it's a shrill middle-aged woman who I find to be too aggressive.
It should be for the ones who are like accosting people, saying like, you don't belong here, show me your ID, that sort of thing. But it's just turned into like anyone who's like mouthy, which is not really what it was supposed to be.
Well, people never liked mouthy women, especially ones that are, not nubile, because they're no longer can be sex objects.
I just want to say I love mouthy women, and the same as a sexist thing.
I actually
name 5 mouthy women.
Rosie O'Donnell.
So even the source that you're pointing to, it says something in that
Get back to work.
Okay, you have a bunch of women on a panel.
Kathy Griffith.
Okay. So in the source that you're referring to, does that woman in question say that there was domestic violence?
Look, did or did you not beat the shit out of your ex-wife? That's all I'm
Okay,
asking.
so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to remove you because you're continuing to try to slander me. I've already answered you. I've said those.
Yeah, Darth, go fuck yourself.
Okay.
You're a stupid little bitch. Go fuck yourself.
Notice the mental illness is now on full display. Okay.
Hey, Darth. Hey, Darth. Remember me?
Goodbye. So once again, the mentally ill skeptics, all they got is slander and defamation. Okay. Now, if there was any scintilla of truth that would say, yeah, well, that's true. No, none of it's true. This is how despicable these people are. Welcome, John. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I've got a book here by R.H. Blythe. It's 25 Zen essays on Christianity, sex, society, etc. And I think...
Can you get closer to your microphone, please?
Is this better? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I'm reading a book by R.H. Blythe called 25 Zen Essays on Christianity, Sex, Society, etc. And I think using Japanese Zen Buddhism is like a good way to explain atheism to a Western Christian, meaning that the religion of no religion is in a way the same religion as Jesus Christ.
All right, dude, stop with the shtick. That's patently ridiculous. There is no religious neutrality. Okay, even the Supreme Court in the United States has ruled that for atheists who apply for what is called conscientious objector status, that atheists constitutionally can have deeply held religious views, even though they do not espouse a personal deity. Okay? So the idea that atheists cannot have religious commitments is ridiculous. Okay, are you an atheist?
No, I'm a baptized Christian.
Okay, so what you're just saying is absurd. Okay.
Well, you know Alan Watts.
So if you're a Christian, then why are you not aware of the fact that there cannot be any position of neutrality with respect to the God of the Bible?
No, I'm aware of that. I'm simply saying that Christian mystics like Alan Watts, who were big into Zen Buddhism, in a way, they're atheists.
They're not Christian. He's not born again.
Right, he would be considered a heretic, yeah.
Yeah, he's not. Don't call him a Christian.
Well, I'm saying he kind of dropped the title. He started saying he was a shaman.
You know, the Democrats claim they're good for America. It doesn't make it true.
Yeah, I know. I agree. Anyways, I think...
Have you ever considered getting plastic surgery for your nose?
I thought about it, but I went to a rhinologist and an ear, nose, and throat surgeon, and he suggested that I just come on Clubhouse and talk to a guy named Darth who can shave it down because he's such a learned elder. And so I thought that sounds like a good idea. I'd rather save the Medicare for a more socially equitable person. And here I am talking to you.
Okay. Why are you wasting your time here? I mean, you're just such a knee-slapping funny person. You have a bright future in stand-up comedy.
Thanks. I'll be sure to clip that across my 30 different phones as I live stream this conversation onto YouTube.
You know that was pure sarcasm. You're not in the least bit funny.
Oh, it doesn't matter whether it's sarcasm or genuineness. In the world... Can
you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure.
Can you tell me, are you familiar with the Mediterranean?
Oh, yeah. Especially the cuisine and the women.
Right. Now, the country of Italy, what shape is that referred to?
Well, let me pull it out of your ass real quick. Oh, my God. It's got Darth Dawkins shit stains on the tip of the boot. Ah, it smells like shit! You smell like shit, sir! You smell like diarrhea poo-poo!
Indians
we got Darth Dawkins! We got Darth Dawkins!
You see, I thought you were well read, but I think you just want to go against the grain. So now I let the conversation.
I'm literally on reservations every week, buddy.
Okay.
That smells like that shit.
According to the census, was it colored or Negro?
Negro came first. Color didn't come until later.
And be fully classified.
Okay, yeah, my dad, he's black African. My mom, she's black from like generations and generations in Virginia. They never left the state. And I remember.
Because they don't have a leg to stand on. They cannot defend the rationality of atheism, so they resort to deception, evasion, slander, defamation. What else are they going to do? They certainly can't bring in an intelligent representation of atheism. And just where they're afraid to talk with me. I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all.
Hello, Darth. I'd like to discuss how to prove to you that atheism is the truth and that you're irrational and delusional. And or, as an atheist, I'm a person on a social audio conference call app, probably with erectile dysfunction and high blood pressure. Am I right about those two things?
If you do not conduct yourself from here on out, I will instantly block you. So it's up to you. Mentally ill atheists. Are there any non-mentally ill atheists? Virtually every single skeptic that I talk to displays, to one degree or another, mental illness. Maybe there's a strong correlatedness between their mental aberrance and their irrational God denialism. Their shtick doesn't work. I mean, if you ask the average atheist, how is it that there is no God? They respond, there's no evidence for God. How does it logically and necessarily follow from that claim that God doesn't exist? And how is the claim that there's no evidence for God, how is that even defensible or sustainable? It's not. But they continue. But you know what? They're going to find out the hard way when life is over. They're in for a rude awakening. And life is short.
Hello? I was just in Darth Dawkins' room.
Okay, let's see. What shall I talk about while we have people here?
I was kicked twice.
So,
I roasted him.
Irrational because it claims to be able to predicate about our world without the self-revealing God as the grounding or the final context for predication. But when they claim to predicate, they don't have an ultimate or final context from which to predicate. So therefore, their predications are uninterpretable. There's no frame of reference. There's nothing within the model, within the system, that dictates what is and cannot be. Therefore, when they even simply say the sky is blue, that's unintelligible in the broad scheme of things. Not semantically, it's semantically intelligible. But given their system, it's uninterpretable because there's nothing that dictates anything happens. And if there's no rhyme or reason as to why it happens,
Okay, this is the Darth Dawkins Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Darth Dawkins special. Darth Dawkins won't be around forever, so we want to capture him and get a good, clean recording on the press and publish our best co-production with Megatron here in the recording studio. This is Darth Dawkins in Atheism is Irrational, Changed My Mind. A legend. One of the grumpiest men in the world who's never read a book. And it's the Gong Show every day. You're stupid! Next! It's the same shtick. They do it in Japan. It's called the Zen Show. Somebody comes in and they say, prove to me God exists. Then they pull a frog out from their kimono. And then the sensei says, no, that is not the answer. Gong Show. Welcome to the Gong Show. Hosted by Darth Dawkins, your #1 Christian resident troll. Only Darth Dawkins could be more annoying than Andrew and others.
What would you like to talk about?
Thank you, brother.
Oh, Megatron! Boom! We got a hit!
What do you think? What were the chances of me born Christian if I would live in Somalia?
You have to back off your microphone a little bit so I can understand you.
Oh, yes, this is good.
We got a Muslim talking to Darth Dawkins. Can you go in there? Do you want to say anything?
No. Not yet.
All right. Well, when you do, let's create a new room, and then I'll record your interview with Darth.
Well, I mean, you get. No, I can't understand you. I just talk to him all the time. I just haven't spoken to him in a while.
For me, my faith is Muslim, so I'm asking me what are the chances for, and if I was born in Somalia, what were the chances for me to be a Christian?
Holy shit.
Anybody can become a Christian anywhere around the world. All they have to do is respond to the convicting power of God's Holy Spirit. God gives natural revelation. If somebody properly responds to that, God will give them additional revelation, leading them to Jesus Christ. The fact that people don't is their own fault, and they're going to be held accountable for that on Judgment Day. By the way, there are people in the West that attend church. They're not Christians. They're not born again. Right? So people's disposition before God isn't merely or only because of their geographical place of birth.
Wow.
God places everybody in the time and place of birth so that they will seek Him. That's Acts 17.
Wow.
And the reason most people don't, the fact that some people are religious and may want to follow the God of Islam. I mean, anybody with a brain who, examines Islam, I mean, it's a joke. I mean, it's very clearly a bastardization of historical Christianity. It's obvious. Anybody with a brain could see this. But people who are committed to defending. Look, it's very obvious. Muhammad made numerous mistakes. Do you know that?
Ooh, we got Khadijah back in the house. Hey, baby. Assalamu alaikum. Meow.
He taught that the Christian doctrine of
You're a naughty girl, Khadijah. You didn't tell your husband that you named your daughter Maya? Oy vey. Khadijah.
So, Islam is a joke.
Okay,
Look, I'll leave you with one thing. The Quran says in multiple places that if you doubt Muhammad being the prophet, to go back to the Hebrew and Christian scriptures to confirm.
This is like peeling back Khadijah's Islamic onion.
That's true, with the Hebrew and Christian scriptures. But the Hebrew and the Christian
Khadijah's onion.
Okay?
The onion of Islam.
Okay, all right, have a nice day. I can really understand.
I lost connection. I can hear you now. So, for me, I was born in Somalia, where the majority, 99% people.
Where are you now? Where are you now?
I'm in Somalia.
Okay.
So, that's where 99% people are Muslim.
Wait a minute. They have the internet in Somalia?
Yeah, they have internet, yeah.
Shocking.
Yeah, they have use internet data.
Well, why don't you come over here and be a Somali pirate and come on over into Ilhan Omar's district where you can rip off Medicaid and Medicare.
He liked that. He's like, maybe I will.
Imagine that on the internet in Somalia. What a wonderful country. I think my next vacation outside
Another Darth Dawkins episode. Darth versus the Somalian. My harmonica's better than listening to Darth Dawkins.
Oh, there's no evidence for God. It's just a psychological report. It doesn't follow because you have an absence of a positive belief in God that God doesn't exist. So, and that's 99.9%.
Khadija, hey baby, assalamu alaikum. Are the kids watching TV?
Almost all of them.
Hello?
Give that same fallacious response.
Hello.
Hi, Khadija.
What? I'm so surprised by your personality.
You are?
I am.
Why? Wallahi! Wallahi! Woo! Wallahi!
I mean, you speak multiple languages. I'm impressed.
Nam nam habibti. Nam nam habibti. And the Barashwe Arabi.
MashaAllah.
MashaAllah.
Okay.
Okay, we have 15 people in here. At least 15 people.
I was really. He came into my room yesterday, and I asked him to come up, to come and eat, and then he completely betrayed his own word, and he started attacking me. And yeah, I was really shocked by that, and so I feel like I want to know why he is the way he is.
I do too. I want to know why he would ever do that. Why would you do that?
It was really weird.
Well, Khadija, I didn't attack you personally. I did not attack you personally. I attacked Muhammad and the Charter of Medina. I didn't attack you.
You didn't even attack him because I told you that I don't even follow that. Why would I read a constitution to a nation I don't even belong to? That's a nation that is no longer existing.
Well, then how did I attack you?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What did I do and what did I say to attack Khadija? Nothing. You're making shit up. And that's why I called you a bullshitter. And I'll say it again. You're a bullshitter.
Wow. Listen, dude. I don't know how popular you're getting.
Bullshitter.
You're getting popular for the wrong reasons.
Bullshitter.
Like, this kind of energy cannot be acceptable.
Well, that's just like your opinion.
What?
I said you don't know what the difference is between an opinion and a fact. You're still struggling with that. That's a personal responsibility issue.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Go ahead and define opinion for me, and then go ahead and define a fact.
A fact does not change based on somebody's opinion. A fact. Whereas an opinion is what a person feels towards that fact, perhaps.
Wrong. Sorry, that's just like your opinion. The fact of the matter is, there are no such thing as facts. There's only these things called opinions.
Okay. So I guess I know the difference now between fact and opinion.
Yeah. What's up, Khadija?
Hi.
What are you doing?
Nothing's up. I'm running an errand for my mother. Which now John is going to throw into my face somehow later.
No, he's not.
I'm just really surprised by his energy.
Well, he's very confused.
I'm not confused.
Sometimes.
The truth is, Khadijah, Megatron and I are playing a prank on you, a practical joke that you're unaware of. Because yesterday, we listened to you get beefed and buttered by Beef. He was so endearing. And we listened to how you explained to him how Islam and peeling back the onion, and how you keep making new discoveries every time you indulge in Islam and the prophecy of Muhammad the messenger. So all I'm trying to say is I'm just running around. Hello?
I'm here.
Yeah, he's sometimes he has like these things he goes through. I don't know what it is, but we pray for him all the time. And he's getting better as he goes, Khadija. We just have to be super positive, like we have been.
Like, ask Joanna down there what it was like doing blow off of Freddie Mercury's ass crack. And you tell me, have you ever really lived? Hello?
All right, he's been screaming too. He's been screaming for like the last 2 hours. We gotta give John a break.
Yeah, I got kicked out of that room, and I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, of course.
Because that guy kept calling me a cunt like 8 times today.
Yeah.
And I was a mod, and I didn't do shit to him, and now I'm on a warpath.
I got knocked down too.
As soon as, well, who made him a mod? Nargis, that fucking cunt? Dude, how do you like it?
No, that was what you call it, Regal made him a mod again. Because Regal knocked everybody down, and then he made him a mod again.
I don't think so. All right, whatever.
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, I was just talking to Regal in private.
We're hanging out.
And Regal asked me to vouch for him with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he asked me to do.
Oh, I didn't get kicked out. I left because I didn't want my rating to go down, so I just left.
Well, I don't expect any guys here. None of you are my boyfriend or my husbands that you're going to stick up for me. But I think it was a little overkill. The abuse, he was verbal abuse.
Of course he was.
Yeah.
He knows that I wouldn't put up with that. But then,
But you did.
I didn't. I wasn't a mod. He did it after.
He's been doing it since 10 o'clock this morning. Let me just stop being angry, because when I'm angry, I shake, and I'm very angry right now at this person. I think it's disgusting that I was targeted that way. My brother just died this weekend. He's only 30 years old. I didn't need to be targeted for verbal assault.
Oh, Joanna.
Get up and calm down.
I'm so sorry.
If I can just have 10 seconds. I never met the guy in my life. I just said good morning.
You should, and you should do a reset. And just erase everything you know.
Yes, it's exactly what I'm doing.
Because what you probably know is what you have been told, which is what I've also been told, which is like the whole war on Islam. Muslims claim there's a war on Islam, but I think it's a rebel war on Islam, because what is the war against? If these idiots hadn't been doing all the fucked up shit they have been doing, whether it's child marriage or killing other people unjustly, if they had just been following the book this whole time and not other people's desires and whims, I mean, even the jihadi, there is no such thing as jihad in the Quran. If you look, and if anything, Jesus is the ultimate jihadi, right? But when you see what God says about Jesus, it doesn't mention a martyr. And even, guess what? So the shahada, which is the, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa muhammadan rasulullah, this, in the Quran, it actually means to witness truth. Okay, this is
You have a witness, a court witness, or what are they called? Yeah, court witness. These are somebody that has seen the crime, right? And so when you read the Quran and you look at the word shahid, it shows up in this context, okay? It shows up as you need to have a witness if there's a contract being signed, because a lot of people break their contracts. So, in fact, the witness is more about business procedures than it is about converting. There's no ritual. There's no ritual to convert to God. That's the most stupidest thing. It's like asking a child to go through a ritual to become your child again. Like, you come from your mother. So how can you do anything to return back to your mother? You just accept your mother as your mother, right? And that's the same thing about God. There's no special words you have to say. And in fact, it's not even about what you say. It's about what you do and how you act, right? Because if you're humble with God, then you'll be humble with the rest of the world. And so let's go back to, what was I talking about? Oh, the jihadi. So here's the cool thing. There's 2 points. Okay, so when, I feel a lecture coming on. You guys want to
It's
hear a lecture?
we'll listen. Joanna, you got nothing going on, right? You'll listen. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so, all right, so, John, Yahya, who apparently John is Yahya, and Jesus both have a similar statement in chapter 5. For John, it says, Salamu alayka, Salamu alayhi. Okay, may peace be upon the day he was born. Sorry, guys. But basically, it says, peace be on the day that he is born, and the day that he dies, and the day he will be sent back.
Yom is day, yes?
Yes, Yom, yeah, like Yom Kippur.
Right, yeah.
And then for Jesus, only like maybe 7 or 12 verses later, it says, this is Jesus saying it now. Peace be on the day that I am born, and the day that I will die, and the day that I will be sent back. From Aqsa al-Madina, from the farthest of the town. And he comes running.
Is this
19? Maybe.
1915?
Perhaps. I'm in the grocery parking lot, so I don't have to.
In the grocery parking lot on Clubhouse. That's cute.
Well, I want to listen to something on my way to the grocery store.
Yeah, I understand. I do it.
And so this Yasin guy, he runs to his people and he says, "Oh, people, these are messengers from God. Believe in them as I have believed in them." And he tries to convince his people to believe in God. And then, there's 2 or 3 verses that's his dialogue. And then all of a sudden, something happens where paradise has been given to him. And this guy says, "Ya layta qawmi ya'lamun." I wish my people knew of how "Ya layta qawmi ya'lamun bima ghafar li rabbi," with how God my Lord has forgiven me and made me of the noble, the honorable.
Is this 19 again and 33?
Maybe. It could be.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I just want to be a part of it. Oh.
Yeah, go, please. I would love for you guys to see the verses as I'm speaking.
Okay.
I didn't plan to give this today. I'm sorry.
Okay. Is it hot out? Where are you? East Coast?
A little bit. I'm in the Midwest.
Oh, I used to live in Minnesota.
Oh, I'm in next to Missouri. We're not in Missouri.
Got it. They have the biggest quilting factory there in the United States.
My mother's a quilter.
So am I. She probably knows
How
about
cute.
Missouri Star Quilt Company is the biggest quilt company in the world.
Got bags and totes and the Star.
Yeah. The Star.
Yeah,
the Missouri Star.
Yeah.
Yes. I can't believe you know it. I'm a quilter. I am a great quilter.
I'm the daughter of a quilter. I'm not bringing Al the listener up.
Let me bring him up. I would like to bring him up. Do you like him?
Well, he was kind of not nice to me yesterday, but
You're not nice to her?
I'll go get
No, don't bring him up. Don't bring him up.
I'm back!
Put him in the audience. Sorry.
Oh, Matt's calling. 1 second. Oh, I think I'll be back. Let me just go get her groceries.
John, what did you do? What did John do?
He needs a break.
Oh, he just needs a break. Well, did I do it right? What I was supposed to do? Whatever. Yeah, I just put a message.
Excellent. You did excellent.
Okay, good. I don't like being called a C word. You know, I am half Puerto Rican and Italian. That guy's on my list, so I'm infuriated by him. I could have knocked him out for 2 hours and I didn't. And then fucking that cunt, fucking Haiti. It's so funny because remember you made a room, Haiti's a cunt, 5 years ago, and now you guys are friends. And then she mods him, and then he boots me out. Well, at least Nora just said, look, Joanne's a mod, she's very noble, because she's not moving you down or kicking you out. And then he begs for mods and kicks me out. I have such hatred right now for them. And I hope John's listening. Because, John, I've been very supportive of you. I go to your YouTubes when you're live, and you don't even say hi back.
Joanna, listen to me.
I gotta support this.
I'm not used to men.
I'm not responding to her hellos and comments. It's just not getting her circulation.
These are tiny little battles. Don't worry about it.
I trust you.
Over here.
That's why I'm over here.
Feeling well, and
people are the jokes was getting on them really bad. That's why they had to knock me down, because what the things I was saying, did you hear what I was telling? Oh my God, it's groundbreaking.
It was great. I always trust you, and I always just ask how your family is because I like you, and it's simple as that. I'm not trying to get in your business or anything.
People are crazy. These people are out of fucking minds. They have no lives, are you kidding me?
No, because one time you said, stop trying to piece my life together. I'm just trying to be nice. I don't care about, anything of whatever. I'm just...
Don't get upset. This is like silly stuff. I'm upset. I'm over here. Hanging out with you, kid. Don't worry about it. I'm having the fucking rest of my sandwich right now. I'm making myself a cup of coffee. What are you so worried about?
I guess if anyone ever abused me, I'm used to either my brothers, my father, my husband, somebody knocking them out and they never be found again. I don't like this. I'm not used to it. You would never see that person again.
My God. Where's Khadija?
Why is it John asked me to come up when he needs a break?
It's a break. He doesn't stop. He's got a fucking problem. He tells us we have a problem.
Why the fuck did John... I don't think Megatron... I don't want to open up a can of worms, but why did John tell everyone that you were in jail?
This a long time ago.
Dude, he should fucking bring it up.
He brings it up all the time. I love it when he brings it up.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a criminal and someone in the mob. Okay? If you're born...
John's got stuff to worry. He's got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, but I don't like that fucking criminal.
He won't see kid.
Well, he wishes he was in the mob. He wishes he was fucking sent out on errands. There's nothing cooler than being...
Oh shit, we got a Studio 54 mob bitch. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Not a pussy guy.
Woo!
8 hours.
She's part of the outfit. Oh shit! The last survivor of Studio 54. The Gambino crime family.
Did he even show up today, Arnold? Was he here? Yeah, he was here. 8 hours.
8 hours here. No show job here. 8 hours over here.
Yeah, Judy's gone.
Imagine saying you're trailer trash. You should only know where you live.
Joanne's a little upset.
You know me more than her, but yet you mock her every day, not me. So that does bother me. And I just don't like her. I don't like her voice. She sounds like a Nazi. And I'm just getting to the point where I've had it. I'm always so nice to you. You never mod me, but you mod her. I'm not. You want to be mods? I didn't know you wanted to be mods in these crazy spaces.
I would like to be once in a while. I mean, yeah, why do you want her? Yeah, I don't know what makes the decision, but I'm being honest today.
I'm just doing. Listen, yeah, I'm just doing payroll right now. That's what I'm doing. Like I'm keeping busy. I'm at work. I'm doing stuff. You know what I mean? This stuff doesn't bother me.
You're right. We'll go shopping at Kohl's online.
What does this guy want? Let's bring him up. Oh my God. You make Khadijah leave. What a fucking English man. He's
I'd like to try. I have some things.
He's got to ruin it every fucking time. Like, I don't understand why he had to ruin that. He had to ruin it. He left. Dad, what?
Yeah, she's a spicy one. I agree, man. She's a spicy one, man. She'll be back. Well, she loves talking about what gives her that dopamine, so she'll be back. You know, Khadijah will always be back. Joanna, I bring up the fact that Megatron's been to prison because a lot of people have been to prison. And it's not a big deal if you committed a crime and paid your time. It's not a moral, you know, it's not a way of trying to like slander somebody. It's just a way of fucking with people that think they can fuck with you on this app, you know, like Sam Rosen. So I just brought it up as like a way to bait people into. I Solomon tested people.
Let's
yeah.
move on because we have other issues to discuss. Do you see me writing in the comments? John?
Do you see it writing in the comments?
What is the point, John, of you going on YouTube Live?
Yeah, I see your comments and I like your comments and I've responded to one of your comments. But
what are you using that YouTube Live for?
To create media, to create content. What do you mean? I'm a filmmaker. I'm a content creator.
Okay, because there's nobody there but you and me.
I know, but yet my 50 YouTube accounts still get millions of views every month. So even though it's just me and you, across all of my accounts, I have thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of subscribers and millions 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 and millions.
Well, I'm proud of you. That's all then. That's very good. And I'll leave it at that.
This guy's that is fucking wrong.
Joanna, I just like making fun of people that refuse to read books. That's it. I know Barth can't read a book because he's working. But the truth is, the book club is what we're talking about when it comes to religion, because I have a library of books. And so there's an extended communication network that connects all of us, and it's really the book collection. And so if
I see your collection, I get Khadijah back in here.
Get that tight Muslim Kunani back in here quick.
I fucking see your books on your live, bitch.
I didn't know you were a member of the Gambino crime family, Joanna. I didn't know that.
Genovese.
Oh, I didn't know that the Genovese ran Studio 54. Ah!
You don't know, but you know I'm an author. They're very nice.
They ran the dance floor, baby. Don't worry about it.
We got a clubhouse. We got the clubhouse outfit here. The accidental gangster. Do you know that old fart in Vegas? He used to come on this app. He's an actual gangster. And now he lives in an apartment that looks like it was decorated by a nursing home. Hello. Yeah, Joanna, the thing that you are missing out on is creativity. So, you know, Regal and Frenchie and all these fucking losers on this app that waste all their time, that are causing you emotional trauma.
Yeah.
That's your problem. not their problem. You have to accept personal responsibility and control your emotions. That means be more creative and let it go, because nothing will be gained or benefited from all of these Clubhouse experiences that you are enduring from all these people. It's really just, you need to, I don't want to say clone what I'm doing, but you need to essentially create more, that's my best recommendation for letting go.
Well, if I'm not create more, like what? Talk about the Bible or Quran?
Just live streaming yourself is creating. So if you were to live stream your Clubhouse experiences, that's like doing the heavy lifting and doing nothing. That's why I live streamed this conversation on 20 different phones, because the creative activity, when done right, doesn't really require any work. Live streaming solves a lot of issues because you can clip the content, and then you can go back and retitle it.
Yeah, I think Clubhouse is just not for me anymore. I think I've hit my...
Well, that's okay. Well, this is the thing is...
Today really kind of disgusted me that there's a room full of people and I'm being abused and no one did shit about it.
Well, see, Joanna, this is again why it's a you problem. I'm not saying that quitting the app isn't a good idea. I'm saying that if you wanted to get around, and run around, you would just have a burner phone and you would have Anon, and then you would listen back in and say, yeah, this is so stupid, because the problem is you're looking for a circuit in your brain and you're not getting the dopamine that you deserve because other people are taking it from you when they kick you, and they've got the green bean and they're obnoxious, horrible people. But that's why you can have another account with Anon. Just go right in and get your dopamine filled back up, and then create a room about the people that kicked you. You see how the game works? Be more political. Well, this app can transfer somebody's central nervous system vibration.
Yep, I could read Hebrew. That's David, and that's why you down at the bottom. Maybe someone kicked you down.
No, he put himself down.
Oh, good. Khadiju is done shopping.
Khadija's back, a star.
I gotta go drop off now. I'm sorry to leave you guys hanging like that. Did you want to finish? Did you want me to finish?
I don't even remember what you were talking. Oh yeah,
that scene guy.
1933. 1933.
Yes. So the Asim guy, after he's done trying to convince his people to believe in these prophets, all of a sudden there's a change in scene, and he is told to enter paradise. And this guy, so my car might connect to the phone. So to enter paradise, you can tell how he is speaking. He says, "Oh, I wish my people knew of how my Lord has forgiven me and made me of the noble people," right? And so this is indicating that this is in real time. That they're like this isn't thousands of years later, or do we even understand time when we're dead? I don't know. But it's still on his mind, right? These people. And so he enters paradise because he's been killed. He's actually been killed by his people. And so God does not call him a shahid. He's not called a shahid. He's not referred to as a martyr. Now, in another verse, it says that do not mourn for those who have died in the path of God. They are alive and being taken care of by their Lord. Okay? So this is another indication that they automatically, if you die while trying to promote God, the true understanding of God, not your understanding of God, right? If you die in the meantime, then God lifts you per se, right? As he supposedly did with Jesus. Now here's a fascinating.
I thought all the prophets died before.
Jesus is the only one who was killed. And check this out. So you know how I mentioned that John and Jesus both, or what is said about John, Jesus ends up saying himself.
Well, I just want to be able to follow.
Right.
Okay, go ahead. I just
So
please.
Yeah.
So do you think Jesus is dead?
Well, it depends on what you think is dead. Like, do I think he is no longer with us? Yeah, but let me finish what I'm trying to say, because it's not really about what I think, it's about what I understand in a way. So both of them had the same saying, right? But for John, it was said about him, and Jesus said it about himself. Well, I found out later, I can't remember what scripture it was out of, but John killed in the path of God. And they're alive. And here's the cool thing. I tried to study resurrection in the Quran on Easter because I wanted to figure out what is the resurrection. And I could not find the word for resurrection. I could not find the actual translation for resurrection. Because when God speaks about, he says, we will send you back. You will return. There isn't, and even the word yinshet, if you guys live in the States and you see the change of seasons, I just discovered by looking at nature that a plant that dies in the winter does not come back to life in the former body. A new stem will grow from the corpse, right? It will not, the old leaves will not turn green all of a sudden. You'll have new green. So in a way, this is what God refers to as a resurrection, that we turn into a new form. We don't stay in our old body. So we're not zombies coming back to life. We are ninshet, okay? So God, and then check this out. I don't know if you guys are familiar with like Buddhism or Hinduism with the Wheel of Life and Samsara, but he has two verses in the Quran where he says, وَكَذَلِكَ الرَّجُوعُ or khuruj. And khuruj means the exit. And he says twice, and this is how you will exit. And he's actually talking about nature and how water is sent down from the skies and the plants start to grow and blah, blah, blah. كَذَلِكَ الْخُرُوجِ. So I thought it was really interesting that God is using the word exit. This is how you're going to exit, as if we're exiting this wheel of life, right? This cycle. Okay, so my point is that the Quran does not talk about jihadis. Okay, the Quran does not talk about shaheeds the way that modern day Muslims speak of shaheeds. And if you go back, because I would say that the Prophet Muhammad died of poisoning, if that's how he even died. He did not die fighting in the path of God. He died on his bed, right? So he did not die a shaheed. Yet the mainstream Muslims, if you die in a car accident, you're a shaheed. No, that's not what a shaheed is. And here's the cool thing. So with John and Jesus, when they say, peace be on the day we are born, the day we die, and the day that we will be sent back. Okay? They're going to be sent back on the day of resurrection, on the day of accountability. They will be sent back to us so that they can be a part of the whole process, right? And they're not going to be a part of the process as in like they're now going to go to hell. No, that's not what this means. There's a due justice that needs to happen on the day of accountability. This is the day of truth, right? So, I'm sorry?
I'm trying.
I'm jumping. I don't have my notes.
It's a lot at once. I was just wondering if you were referring to like when it says we did not grant immortality to any human before you.
Right.
Indeed, you will die and they will die. Is that what you're talking about?
No. But that's
the immorality.
So the reason why I said I don't think Jesus is alive as of like his body, but
this is a lot.
God is saying that he is alive. That those that die in the path of God are alive with their Lord. So his energy, his spirit is alive, just not his body. And that's all we actually have.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did that help you? Like, that makes more sense now?
I'm trying very hard to follow. This is all new to me.
I'll try.
Well,
it's new to a lot of people. Yeah. And I was jumping everywhere. But just as a... Why?
You're just happy to share the message.
Well, it's not that I'm happy. But, you know, the blunt when it comes across
My 600-pound life!
right? Like it flips from one.
I'm not really interested in the Quran.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just sharing that's what you might perceive when you might see that if you read it. There, like, you know, the chapter about women is not all about women. And in fact, it doesn't matter. But anyway, so the fact that I'm jumping is because we have to find the same concepts. Oh, she left. I hope I didn't upset her. Well.
Oh, that was very interesting. That was very good. That was all.
Well, I think she wasn't interested because she wasn't interested in understanding how my methodology, which I was, because then she said that I was jumping around. She assumed that I was jumping around because I was happy, but I wasn't happy. But I have to jump to give the whole story, if that makes sense. Because nothing is like you're not gonna find the same concepts listed one by one in order. Sorry. If she comes back on and I'm not here, can you apologize to her for me?
Oh no, she's fine. Don't worry about her.
Well, she was
This
already
is for the office downstairs. For the office downstairs. Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't mean to send her away.
No, she'll be back. She's always in and out. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that book. I think that's why they're confused. I'm confused myself also.
Well, I think most Muslims are confused. They need the hadith to win.
Oh, my 600-pound life!
Dupas. Yeah, it's a little confused.
My 600-pound life!
It's okay.
My 600-pound life!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Well, anyway, that's why I said you should do a reset.
Oh no!
And just start from
My 600-pound life!
Yeah. It's a complete one.
Good. Labe is in the messages. I don't see Labe though. Would Labe like to come up?
I know.
Oh, yeah, hi, Labe, peace.
If you were talking about like those quotes that I put there in the chat, those were something that I extracted from a book by a guy named Leon Misteltier, and he was talking about like mysticism and things like that. So if you ever go into like say Orthodox spaces, Jewish spaces, and if you ask questions about like various aspects of mysticism, people will talk to you and they'll give you like bullying or whatever, sexual abuse, whatever. Okay. Now that you have all of this Kabbalistic stuff, why don't you tell me what's the problem that's making it, and then tell me what do I do to fix it? And they don't have like answers for you in that way. So, he wrote that book called Kaddish, and actually, because I did the quote out of order, it said, "I must admit that the high Kabbalah of the 16th and 17th centuries leaves me cold. I found a place for myself in the extravagant edifice. I think it is artificial and airless and almost tantric decadence of symbols and allegories in which occult entities are arbitrarily hypostatized, and then enormous effort is expended in the mapping of the relationships between them in the utterly unsubstantiated belief that the structure of the Godhead is being revealed. The whole system has always struck me as a holy game. Sometimes the mania for symbolism is amusing."
Fans.
You were highly desired catch. I'm sure there are many suitors. Uh-oh.
Andrew Tate's like, this is the way the world works, and just fucking be as much back as possible until you get even. That's probably the best way to do.
Yes, I'm not saying there's no difference. What I wanted to say, which I couldn't get a word out, is that they both capitalize on red pilling, quote unquote, and they capitalize, and they do. Yes, they do capitalize.
Have you watched his videos actually? Like, watch them more so.
They also I wanted to say, yes, there are some truth to their theories, but also there's some delusions. And with Kevin Samuels,
Kevin Samuels is not a red pillar. He encourages marriage, right? Andrew Tate doesn't encourage marriage. So Andrew Tate would fit the criteria of red pilling.
I think he does, no?
Stop talking. Being a self-made boss, go to the party, get rich, fuck all these bitches, right? And don't commit to fucking any of them without a prenuptial fucking contract of some kind. Everything about what he does is arrogant, whereas Kevin Samuels is trying to point you in a realistic sense, not something that's idealistic. Okay, red pill is idealistic. Kevin Samuels is trying to prepare you, mental, physical, spiritual, whatever the case may be, to go in the particular direction that you're going to go in, and he does it on the basis of psychology. Andrew Tate does not have a PhD in psychology.
Kevin Samuels is trying to save marriage in black community.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. Watch it. Actually, watch some of his videos. Or maybe you don't.
Huge difference. Huge difference.
You know, the best dating advice will be your own Bible.
The Bible was made in a time when there wasn't contraceptives.
Yeah, then find a bitch that doesn't use a contraceptive.
Yeah, but even they want.
I'm not trolling. I literally mean everything I say. How am I trolling?
Because you're being overly idealistic and you're throwing stereotypical platitudes out. That's what I'm going to say. Oh, he's just a red pillar. That doesn't mean nothing to me. He's black, therefore I don't need to listen to him. That's fucking racist.
Oh my god, the Discord people are fucking insane.
Listen, like, to be honest, like, I think there's, like, a lot of illusions, to be honest, like, women kind of built around themselves about their own moral character, that is not really, like, the experience doesn't bear it out. And so, both these people, to some degree, have recognized this. It's just that one person says, okay, you have to kind of shape up, so you be worthy of the woman's moral character that you're seeking. And the other one says, well, they're all fucking dumpster fires. Who gives a shit? Just get money, get laid.
This is kind of like the crux of it. So, like, you know, like idealistically, this is what I want to do and present myself and how I look. And then I'm going to go out there in the world, and idealistically, this is the reaction I want to get. That's the point of the thing that I'm trying to attack. That's the thing that I'm trying to attack here, right? Whether you're like a trans person that idealistically wants to be a woman and then be perceived as one out there in the world, idealistically, right? Or if you're a woman and you want to idealistically portray yourself in this way, right? Does it make you more of a woman to put fucking makeup on? Does it make you more like, does the estrogen in your body make you the woman? Like things like questions like this, right? So it's really not so much about this stuff as it is about the idealistic sense of an approach that people take in the world. That's one. And then two, the difference between what's idealistic and then what's realistic. That's kind of what I'm trying to reduce the conversation down to. So we can avoid the idealism altogether and actually just simply deal with what's realistic. And that's kind of like why this conversation is coming up like this. Now, I guess Abby kind of wants to kind of look at some of the nuances here and say this is ridiculous, or I wouldn't listen to Kevin Samuels because he's black, or Andrew Tate is a red pillar. That has nothing to do with any of that, because when you really get to the crux of it all I'm trying to say is that when people have this idealistic approach of how they're going to be perceived, and then when they don't get that, you know, and their expectation is not met, it's only your fucking fault for not having a realistic approach to the fucking world that you live in and the environment that you're interfacing with.
Exactly. And that's kind of why I was using Kevin's.
I disagree, but I will not say anything because I wonder, my intentions were not trolling. I don't know what's going on with this group of people. When I disagree with something, I get labeled as a troll, but I'm not. I sincerely do think when people like stay healthy as they could, as much as they can, of course, it's not always possible. But also like go out more, try to find people, and we are also very influenced by social media and all that. I agree, but I think if you just go out more and be healthy, you can find one at any age.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that, right? But again, how you put that is a very idealistic reapproach, right? Realistically, if you try to have this idealistic approach and you go out there thinking whatever the fuck you're thinking, right, you're going to get this reaction back that's not probably going to align up with the reality of your expectation of that idealistic approach that you're taking. And that's what I'm trying to say. People need to spend a little bit more time being realistic in their approach instead of idealistic. That's all I'm trying to get at.
Also, like grading people is very subjective. Yeah, you can make.
It's not that.
Sorry?
It's not that subjective.
I think it is.
That's not like that can't even be the case. Like, for example, if you go to any high school or middle school, you're gonna have like tons of girls who like the same guy. Like there is some kind of gradation that happens, right? It might depend on the environment to some degree. Like in some environments, this guy might be the top dog, but for another
and the other guys cannot get a girl.
But there is some sort of grading. Like that's just not like we can't pretend it's not true, right? Like even the Bible puts out some women look better than others, right? Like, it's just not like.
Yeah, I'm not, and the ones that are misfortunate with their looks, they cannot get. I've seen very ugly parents, like they can still get married and all that. I wonder how they do it, and I wonder if their looks match. You know.
I mean, maybe they do, maybe they don't, but like you kind of have to recognize that. Like,
just explain that to me then, with your theory.
What, like ugly parents having good looking kids?
No, yeah.
No, the opposite.
No, what I'm saying, how ugly people can procreate.
Yeah, they just find people who are like at their level. Really, the people.
Not always.
It's like the women. The women are the ones who are picking the level, right? Like it's not the men. Men don't necessarily marry for status. Women tend to do that more often. So the women will find the guy who's with the best status she can find. This is not like recognizing this isn't unbiblical and it's not like evil. It's just true.
Is your premise that people always be with their looks matched?
I didn't say that at all. No, that's not my premise. I'm saying women will go for the best guy they can get. Listen, there's too much biblical evidence to say no. There's too much biblical evidence. Too much. There are women out there who value a guy for a different reason than she might value another guy. But she'll still want the best one she can get. This is not like.
No.
This is not. This shouldn't be like surprising.
I don't like fighting.
Best one in look wise or money wise?
What is Solomon?
Isn't that nice? I was trying to put a battery on it to see how like, the bolts. No, yeah, but I mean it's good to move around.
Even Solomon.
It is good to move around.
Even Solomon had so much concubines.
Oh yeah.
Right? He was the best guy around.
Who's that? Who's that? Solomon?
Yeah, we're talking about Solomon and his concubines and how, like, generally speaking, the more successful you are.
But in the Bible, there are so many stories of
garbage.
Oh, I didn't say he's not garbage. I'm just saying, like,
yeah, it's simply garbage.
Something true about the world that we kind of have to acknowledge. You know?
Yeah, some of them is taken from them.
This is a really interesting alternative question. I'm wondering if there's any alternative speakers here that would like to offer or suggest some new information that's alternative and interesting. We also have the world famous Dr. Pee-Pee in the audience. Alternative conversations, for example, live streaming at the workplace, at the construction site. Those are alternative conversations. This is alternative content. But the thing about alternative content is that personal responsibility about what you're choosing to listen to right now, that's a you problem. That's a your choice. And each and every one of us, after you die, will be granted access to a live stream recording of everything you ever heard and said. And so, since time is limited, and I'm
Welcome, Carlos, to Mario. Rigo. What's going on?
So, Tamario, I got a question for you about society and economics and philosophy. I see you have Plato's Republic. And, you know, the Republic, the concept of the Republic is a high standard, a high level of standard. So I'm just saying, what do you think in society today are we missing from that high standard that Plato showed us?
Virtue, ethics, probably the only thing. My opinion, if we're talking about America, America is great. It just, maybe lacks sometimes compassion and virtue. And outside of that, it's I think it lives up to maybe not what Plato had in mind, but it's better than everything else.
I have a theory here, and anyone who's like anti-America is gonna hate me, but I think America is probably the most virtuous societies on the planet, and that's why they're doing so well. Oh, we all agree. Perfect.
No, I don't disagree with that. Again, we sometimes can't elect because we have where Plato warned us.
Yeah.
The problem with democracy is we can get, we now have a tyrant at the helm. I'm indifferent about that. I don't personalize it, but
tyrant's not necessarily bad.
That is a flaw in just anyone being able to participate, in what's going on. But, what are we going to do about it?
Hi, Mario.
Hello, Joanna.
I like when you talk.
No. What did you say in Concord? One call, I'm sorry.
Well, I would say that in America and in the world, what we're missing in Plato's Republic is Plato, the book. And in the book club, unlike the political ideologue rhetoric club, in the book club, we read the book and we analyze the information, and then we use that information to modify our concepts and thus our decision-making process. And until politicians like AOC or Tulsi Gabbard or any of these monster cretins can prove that they've actually read a book, well, then we should start to have some faith in our leaders. But until we can prove that our leaders are actually reading books or they've ever read good books, well, we should have no faith in their credibility. Isn't that a fact, Jack?
I agree with you. What's missing in society is Plato, the man himself, or his works. But I don't care if AOC reads it, but I think that it should be instilled in grade school, probably starting, slowly integrating in middle school.
definitely required just throughout high school these, ages where humans are very impressionable and they're, they could use Plato should be integrated into the American education system.
Well, Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor who wrote Meditations, talks about Plato's Republic, and he says, don't be surprised if what you carry into the gym is what you take out of it. So you can come to the gymnasium of philosophy, but what are you bringing to it? And, that's really what you're taking out of it. Nobody's given you nothing in this world. Every success you've ever had is actually because of your personal responsibility and the action that you decided to take. So all the grifters and ideologues and spam artists about racism, these are the worst people amongst us because they don't even talk about Plato or Aristotle or the French Revolution or any books whatsoever. These are brain-rotted out, meaningless, nothing droolers who deserve mockery. Hello?
I'm just here to let every female know on this app that's is a fucking creep. And that he's not stopping. He's just gonna keep on going. So just beware. A lot of your DMs, stuff like that.
So, Alistair, have you read The Republic?
I've read some of it, but I can't really give you. I can ask Grok real quick. Give me the 10 primary extracts.
Oh, no, you good. I was just out of curiosity. I was just asking.
Well, I have a Harvard collection of Plato, Marcus, Epictetus, and Plato is more like a novel in a way. If you read the Stoic Meditations of Epictetus and Marcus, they're more axioms and aphorisms to consult in a very diverse, chaotic, and challenging world. So you can use any book as an oracle to help you survive and thrive. But the teachings of Marcus and Epictetus and Plato, these are primary source books. And unfortunately, if you're a cruiser and you got punched out at a party for trying to get a guy to stick his finger up your woo-woo, well, I'm just saying that maybe you should have a book club day where for at least 15 minutes a day you prove you can read a book and try to open Plato or Marcus or Epictetus and read from the classics of Rome, because these were learned men that built an entire civilization on law. And unless we study these things today, our society is doomed, because we will have brain rotted out TikTokers screaming, "That's racist! That's racist!" I rest my case. You are all now free to depart the short bus as it hinges on the cliff of disaster, as I'm pushing it from the back, urging you all to get off the bus and get back to the book club.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Riveting.
You're welcome.
Riveting.
Welcome. You're welcome.
Jesus.
Mary and Joseph. What did Mary and Joseph do to the world?
It's like an actor, man. I love it. Every time I look at it.
Yeah, but
It's like too much, man.
Hello?
It's over the top.
I was just trying to say, if you're a Christian, you actually believe that Mary and Joseph are the biggest conspirators.
Yeah, and that's what happens next. We're gonna trail off into some other fucking fringe fucking lunacy diatribe. Like I'm not into this, dude. Like
These are alternative conversations. Maybe you want to update the title of your room, because Mary and Joseph are conspirators. It's not Jesus' story. It's Mary and Joseph. They're the ones that unleashed this Pandora's box.
Do you have a defiancy issue? Like just like being absolutely defiant to fucking people?
Wait, let me hit my projection bell. Projection alert detected. Projection alert detected. We got it. We got him again.
Having like a discussion before, fucking John wanted to appeal to the Plato Republic and really be serious about that, and then it went there, and then now we're talking about Mary and Joseph. So I mean,
My show about mocking people for not reading books.
I think before that we're talking about. Oh yeah, it's true. I know it's a Mario. He was just trying to do that to bring up a conversation, then have a briefness about it, and then go on his fucking tangent, and then
living rent free in the audience's brain. Capital economy. Attention, capital economy.
You know what I mean? It's like where the fuck are we now? Like what
Hello.
That's kind of like I was going down like fucking idealism versus realism approach. And that's kind of like the main driving force behind it. And I was trying to. It's amazing you said that. And it shows a lot of stuff. Why'd you say that?
Because if you deny Jesus, you're not smart. That's why.
He didn't deny Jesus. He denied your interpretation.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
You're an idiot.
Not my interpretation, Mark. It's not my interpretation.
You're so blinded by.
It's not my interpretation.
Yeah, it is your interpretation. I can't believe you just said that. Nobody's ever said that, by the way, in human history, except I can't believe you just said that. Out of nowhere. You haven't read his work. No, I get that. You're ignorant to his.
Mark, it's just projection. Don't take it personal. That's Andrew's projection on you, Mark. Got to try to read between the lines of what's happening here in this conversation when somebody calls you stupid. That's Andrew projected on you, Mark. Got to hit your projection bell. Ding! Projection alert. Projection alert. Projection alert. Everybody here is witness to Andrew's ad hominem projection. Let it be noted and recorded for all the time. So Christ Jesus in heaven, after Andrew's death, he can look back and say, Andrew, you made a lot of ad hominem projection on a conference call app called Clubhouse. Why did you do all that, Andrew? Did you do that for me? And Andrew's like, yes, Lord, I did the ad hominem projection for you, Jesus. Thank you, Andrew. You may enter into heaven now. Congratulations on apologizing for doing ad hominem projection all those years on the conference call app, especially in the Bring the Noise room where Andrew, the king of Christianity, gets roasted. The roasting of Andrew. Andrew, are you going cruising this weekend? You gonna ask any guys to stick their fingers up your butt? You gonna get punched out at the party for cruising? No, that's what Andrew does, brother. He cruises at the parties. That's how he got the TBI.
Okay. So I'm getting ready to play some music for us, if I needed to. Anyway, so
here's the point, Amir.
The point is, Andrew goes to parties and cruises, and then he gets a TBI for getting punched in the face.
So if he does that, I'll play music.
We roasted him good. We roasted him real good.
Alistair, don't be dumb like you are.
Don't be
Say that
dumb.
stupid.
Don't be R-word. There we go, full R-word. You're a stupid person. Stupid person alert. Projection alert. Projection alert.
So you're ignorant.
I did not. No.
You don't call Thomas Paine stupid.
No, Thomas Paine.
Projection alert.
He's stupid. I'm saying in the ways
Projection
that matter,
alert.
which is that he was a deist. Okay. Anybody who's a deist, I think is stupid. Yeah.
Stupid.
I know you don't think I know who he is.
Stupid.
You don't know what you're talking about. Thomas Paine was a deist, and he was stupid. Yeah, he was stupid. He was stupid because he argued against the supernatural claims in the Bible. He argued against
of course. They are stupid.
Yes,
They are stupid.
and that by my lights.
Sometimes you got an ugly face, so ugly make a movie about you. Yeah, Elephant Man, that freaked me out because I saw it as a kid.
And like, I have no interest in watching those things. But like I'm saying, that'd be a more profitable way to capitalize our strangeness. There's still Ripley's Believe It or Not. They just publish documents on it. Like tattoo people, Guinness Book of World Records. I'm saying we don't need to put them in a traveling carnival act, you see.
Wow, that's a true story. I never heard that about Sylvester Stallone. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone's facial press.
It's not an accent.
Yeah, caused by a medical accident during his birth when they used forceps that accidentally severed a facial nerve. Wow.
Now here's the real question: why does Jackie Stallone have that accent?
Oh man, the Elephant Man was only 27 years old when he died. I thought he would be, I guess because he looked so gross that I
Well, I think his condition was putting a lot of pressure on his brain, wasn't it?
Yeah. God, that's gotta suck that your fucking bones are trying to kill you. Your own fucking bones are trying to fuck you up.
Neo-Nazis supporting.
No, the universe only supports life, Sam. What are you talking about?
Alistair, you were ousted unfairly. I apologize.
Well, you know, the thing about having so many accounts and being here to intentionally live stream my experience, when I get kicked, I don't feel like I get angry or have a grudge or hurt because it's really like a dopamine circuit process, and I get my dopamine. It's the people on this app that can't get their circuit that get really angry and hold and create all that anxiety and rage in them. And that is when they say, I need more, Xanax. And
You're full of coke. I mean, all right.
well, Rabboni Shalom, I'm just saying, if you've never smoked a joint, had a glass of Pinot Noir, and read a good book, well, you might not really be fully alive yet. Hello?
Yeah, I'm dyslexic, so I can't read. That's kind of like ableist of use of that.
Well, Rabboni Shalom, I believe in social equity and altruism. I think the egoists are really the criminals of society. It's only the altruists. See, I've been reading Ayn Rand, and I've been improving my IQ to come back here to talk with you all about the future of capitalism.
No better place to go for the information on the future of capitalism than someone that wrote 100 years ago.
Well, really,
Rand teaches objectivism.
Objective ethics. Could you imagine?
Artisan creative ability should you be allowed to survive in Ayn Rand's or
Well, Rabboni Shalom, I often observe that there are many people too weird to live and too strange to die. And then I realized that that's me. And that's what gonzo, bizarro journalism of the guy that got shot out of the cannon by Johnny Depp said, you know, from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. And so if you believe that entertainment...
that movie is about being on drugs like 24/7.
Do you realize that I have to call my lawyer? So, Migzad, what is your favorite thing about Clubhouse if you quickly search your memory?
The interesting people I meet.
Do you think we are all connected globally in some type of a communication network?
We've got wires going in, we've got wires coming out of our skin.
Alright, so I got a fun tidbit. So Nathaniel Brandon was a guy who met Ayn Rand. He was 19 years old when he first met Rand with fan letters. And then Rand and Brandon had an affair when they were both married. Rand was married to Frank O'Connor. Brandon was married to Barbara Brandon. And the four parties had a rational sit down about it. And then the affair was justified in high philosophical language. It was not that we are horny and making a mess. It was treated as a heroic value response between superior souls, with spouses expected to rationally accept reality. And then eventually Nathaniel Brandon had an affair with a young model, and then Ayn Rand kicked him out of the movement. So this.
If you send me an audio note question, I will respond with an audio note.
Remained as ugly as she's ever been. Where did this whole idea come from that men are emotional? Where the fuck did that idea even come from?
So they could be sent off to war.
Is that what it works?
Also, people just for some reason don't count anger as an emotion, which is like stupid.
Yeah. Anger means that you can go off to war, kill people with it.
Well, Marcus Aurelius has a lot to say about anger. And
dude, it's okay. You don't have to go jump onto the freeway. It's okay. You don't have to.
do I need to hit my projection bell? I'm just trying to say that Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher, has a lot to say in Meditations about anger management. Hello?
That's true. He does. Sounds like a penis.
Well, Rabbono Shalom, this is a public space, so I'll try to remain public and just say that in the Republic of Plato, or in the democracy of Donald Trump, it's up to us as Americans to freely voice our concern when we don't think that the debt resolution experts are going to be able to do their job. So guys like Migzed here, who study and thrive in the debt consolidation and repayment system, we have to realize that this concept of a jubilee is merely hypnosis and propaganda. We need real debt resolution now.
And then Rand and Brandon had an affair when they were both married.
There's the, who was it, Iceland? I think Iceland did one.
Iceland actually Iceland is one of the highest rated, satisfaction of life surveys globally, and that's because after the 2008 financial crisis, they actually declared insolvency and started over, unlike the rest of the world who just piled on more debt to pay the old debt.
Leak.
Yeah.
It's really hard to infect Iceland.
No, that's since I played it.
Great game, right?
That was good. Definitely kind of original and unique.
I like to do the vampire one a lot.
I haven't played in so long.
Yeah, I just rediscovered it recently.
I think they've been updating it even. I was like, I didn't even know that people still played it.
Yeah, I just found it. They updated it. There's all sorts of new ones and stuff. There's like the neuro something virus that's kind of like this thing takes over, this parasite takes over your brain, and it's kind of like a sci-fi sort of the neuroworm.
Isn't that what the story of Jesus Christ is? Because I don't think it was actually Jesus's conspiracy. I think it was Mary and Joseph that unleashed this global mind virus in the same way that Muhammad did it. It's the same MLM scam.
You might like it. You should try it. You can play propaganda. You can make up your own conspiracy story and play propaganda.
Hello?
Hey.
So, Kat, you're a student of Ayn Rand. What did you gain? I know you said you can't remember anything that you actually read about, but what did you gain from Ayn Rand's philosophy?
Well, mostly that is the thing that, you're kind of into when you're a teenager and you think you're super special because it's elitist.
I would say that's actually a pretty accurate analysis. However, that's like talking about a book and not really reading a book.
No, I read them. all. And not every philosophy book of hers, but I read Virtue and Selfishness, and I read all the novels.
You've read the Bible, correct, too, right?
I read the Bible in high school, yeah.
So, what's your summary extraction from the Bible?
There's a lot of, begetting in it.
Really? Because I would say that you would probably say the same exact thing that you just said about Ayn Rand, that it's a book for a bunch of elitist snobs.
No, there's no begetting in it.
Actually, they were trying to stop the engine of the world, not beget anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
See,
Ayn Rand had a whole, fetish for men, grabbing and kissing women without their permission, too.
Well, I'm just saying that, it's so superficial to ask somebody to tell me what's in a book as opposed to actually just reading the book myself, and to think that anyone actually has much of a memory to even tell me what were the most interesting parts of a said book. So I'm...
it was 40 years ago.
I was going to say, she was a teenager when she read it.
Well, that's why I said it's a me problem, not a you problem.
I mean, expecting them to have the memory is kind of a little bit of a dig, but whatever.
But isn't it a little bit of a dick to suggest that you actually know what's in a book by just saying it's something that high schoolers read who think that they're elite intellectual snobs? Well, I'm just saying that it doesn't matter who it is. It's not a cat thing. It's just a personality behavior observation that no matter who I ask on this app, it's kind of the same, egotistical response. It's never really a sincere, truthful response. It's always kind of this opinionated, angry complaint response. You ever notice that?
Cat
sound angry. Come on, Benny. See, now I know he's just one of these trolls, edgy trolls trying to get around.
Oh, no. I'm accurate in what I'm saying. I see you just don't like what I'm saying. But I think Kat here is kind of a Karen of Clubhouse in a way. Sorry, Kat, but I think you're a Clubhouse Karen. Let me hit my Clubhouse Karen alert system. We've designated a Clubhouse Karen.
The Gen X name is Ashley. Yeah, Karen doesn't bother me.
Right. All right, so his arc is about 10 minutes at most, I guess.
I got a 10-minute arc!
Before he does this, he kind of reaches it.
So he starts yelling, I guess that's when it gets dumb, I guess.
I was a libertarian for about 5 minutes.
I was a libertarian once for 5 minutes.
I remember picking up the book and like preserving it, wanting to read it because it was like an Everest challenge because it was just so fucking big. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get through this.
Oh yeah, her books are huge.
Have you ever tackled Everest Andricus? So John,
Do they have a mountain? No. Too many dead bodies on there. I got to pass for my life.
Andricus TG.
Don doesn't even want to say hello to the rabbi.
Rabbi Tate?
What the numbers up to now? There's like little monuments you have to pass on.
Yeah, they're like landmarks now, like dead boots is one I can remember always, just by name. John, you use that more often than what I made my dad day in your office.
These PTRs have like a life shelf,
Shelf life.
Shelf life. See, I speak Spanish. We always say the adjective before the noun. Look at Megatron's ultra Kabbalistic picture of Mary, Rabbono Shel Olam, the true magician of Christ Jesus.
True magician.
Rabbono Shel Olam.
So like Mary's the tree of life and Jesus is the fruit of the tree of life.
Rabbono Shel Olam.
It's kind of cool actually.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Tree and fruit. I mean, that's why Mary is so important to Catholics, because it's really like Hinduism. It's like a female deity component to the Christ narrative. It's inescapable when it comes to understanding the story of Jesus Christ.
Not quite. It's more like she's the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, I've been accused that I have a 10-minute arc. And I would say that Jesus and Mary also have 10-minute arcs. It's only 10 minutes.
I don't know what that means.
Meaning that within 10 minutes, a Muslim is going to come in here and assume the responsibility for Jesus and all of Christianity and say, we're the new updated 2.0 version. It's coming. Just have belief and faith in the pattern of the Muslim. They're coming. Oh, it is an alternative conversation, all right. It's coming.
We have to be like, Jesus is God, and then like 10 minutes. That's what we can say.
No, I changed the thing. Well, I don't know. Dude, why are we, that's the whole thing, right? Why are we ever entertaining anyone telling us anything different than what's in the Bible? I don't even understand. We gotta look at this totally different. I don't know why anyone is gonna appeal to anything that they say. You gotta be like, listen, dude, you're saying he's a what? He's following what prophet? Okay. Where? They're gonna have to show the evidence from. I don't see the evidence.
Those are more dangerous mountains to climb than Everest, like K2, more dangerous. Like you're more likely to die. More people have died. A higher percentage have died climbing them.
Oh. I don't know why we're even entertaining the fact that Islam even has a chance to.
What was the alternative?
Right?
What?
It's really weird.
I can't hear you. Like, if you're at risk of dying or getting injured, like, what's the alternative?
I don't have any palm images here. I don't know how to about this.
So,
So I gotta look at the fucking.
what else would you be in danger of?
Well, there are like 3 billion Mormons in the same mission, right?
What's that?
If there was like 2 billion Mormons,
More risk of getting
we'd have to like kind of deal with the same kind of issue over and over again.
What is that? I don't understand.
Like a complete lack of historical continuity, but complete denial from so many people, right?
Yeah.
In fruit. Well, I mean, that's why Mary is so important to Catholics, because it's really like Hinduism. You know, it's like a female deity calling to the Christ narrative. It's capable when it comes to understanding the story of Jesus Christ.
What? You're gonna have to show me, man, what you're talking about. Like, ooh, what? He wasn't what? Bro, did you read the verse? Like, these are in the yo.
You read the Bible correct too, right?
I'm messaging to you.
So, what's your summary extraction from the Bible?
There's a lot of like beginning and
Really, because I would say that you would probably say the same exact thing that you just said about Ayn Rand, that it's a book for a bunch of elitist snobs.
no, there's no beginning in it.
Actually, they were trying to stop the engine of the world not begin anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
And it's just, I used this word. Oh, yes. Yeah, did you read it? You didn't read it.
I'm reading it now.
Hey, go pick up that hammer over there. And Tony's not coming in today. He'll be in on Monday at 10. And yeah, I mean, I gotta go pick up the kids and get my ex-wife a new fucking car and get my new daughter a new fucking car. And I gotta take out the 401k and I can't pay that back. I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. But hey, I gotta go to them.
All right, yeah, I read it.
Imagine me talking about this guy's life, like how fucking boring that would be. His life is pretty boring as fuck. 242, okay, the big hinges on this one.
It's like that, what's that shit happened in America? They Four Loko or something. There was like a drink, like a legal drink. And people would go
Daniel, I don't have that lady. I didn't bother. And I'm in here. I don't even want to be in here.
A lot of people in the military who do K2 because, like you said, like drug testing and whatnot.
That wasn't me.
And one of them PAs said,
Delta 8 was one of the attempts to,
get out or to make it legal. All I wanted to do was tell Sam how I feel. And I did. And he even invited me back into the room, like, after I left. Why would you invite me back in the room, you fucking loser?
Oh, you're like 100,000 times more powerful.
And he thinks I'm gonna go back. No, bro, I'm not getting down. My rating is pretty high right now. I'm not fucking getting kicked out. I'm not trying to get kicked out.
So I talked to Darth Dawkins earlier, and he asked me when I was going to have surgery on my nose. And then he started asking me about what shape Italy is before he kicked me. But I told him before the shape, that I just pulled a boot out of Darth Dawkins' ass and it smelled like shit. And then he kicked me. And
that's a clever reverse. They're gonna say.
Yeah, I knew what was coming with the boot Italian question. So he exploded and kicked me. But I would just say that what Darth Dawkins does is what a lot of people do, which is really just the Prove to Me God Exists show, where you have people come up and then you insult them and then you kick them. And he's not really interested in having a conversation. He's just interested in yelling at you and kicking you. And that's his shtick and his show. And it's funny. And
so mad.
Yeah, and that's part of it.
Mad.
Yeah, that's part of the show.
Oh my God. I was part of that show for such a long time. It's great. I just sit there. And every fucking atheist known to man comes in. And they just get kicked. And I'd be on stage. That's probably why they hate me so much. I never get kicked off of Darth's stage. Never. Never get dropped down. Never not abused by him ever. So they probably don't. I mean, he throws the theatric stuff to me. So I miss hanging out with Darth. I mean, the whole thing is that sometimes I really liked when he went into it. Like, he would explain to the atheists like what they're saying is wrong. And he'd go into the metaphysics of it. I really enjoyed that. But then they stopped doing that. So I get kind of, the torch to P. Mars.
Tell Sam the latest development in your love life. Wait, tell him if the latest he's getting married. Yeah.
Yeah, he told me.
He seems pretty cool, too.
Congrats, son.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Adjustment stick up here.
That sounds really great.
I'm Irish. I use the shillelagh.
It's me shillelagh.
I am Scott. It's a better joke, I guess.
I mean, you're ginger, so you can pass.
It's the same shit.
Speaking of ginger, hey, Sonny, have you ever smoked moon rocks? That sounds crazy, but
What is that, hash?
no, it's like a bud, and then it's like wrapped in wax, and then they like put keef on over the top, and then it looks like a rock from the moon.
I probably have.
It's like heaven on a stick. It's like they sound like a little lollipop as well. It's fucking sick, bro.
Yeah. Oh, I went in. Oh, I didn't hold back.
That was brutal.
That was so brutal. It was so brutal. I listen to me. He was begging everybody in the background to drop me because he knew I wasn't going to stop. I mean, I definitely deserved being knocked down, without a doubt. I mean, I was so brutal. I mean, the kid might commit suicide tonight. Who knows?
What are we talking about?
No, nothing now, Joanna, because you come in and we have to change the conversation for you. So, again, what do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about.
You do this every time. And then you want to wonder how people like,
Alright,
when you're in the room. No, you ruined it already.
I had to go do
No,
something.
start over. I have to start again.
Let's go do something!
I didn't ask you about doing anything.
Alright, whatever. You deserve to
Go
get
do
kicked.
something.
Alright,
I'm thinking, what did I miss out on?
I'll just
You're not leaving?
catch up.
You're not leaving?
Why would I leave? I'm just staying to do something. I'm back.
Guys, stop. You know, Kitover started in with this bullshit about, oh my God, dude, can I say one thing? Please, Joanna. I'll be quick, I promise. Fucking Kitover over there, bringing up your pet, whatever. What's up with that, dude?
Oh, I love him did that. I love that he did that.
John, chill with that shit, man.
Why? How did he find out? That's a long time ago. That's the wrong guy to tell, bro.
He's the right guy to tell.
I trust you.
Joanna, everything is just for a day, and I'm just Solomon testing people on this app, and we were fucking with Sam Rosen. So, I mean, it's no secret that Megatron, you know, was in the hole. Like, the guy's got real stories, and he's a real person.
I don't have an issue with John. I have no issue with John telling people the story. Like, I don't have an issue with that.
You should tell the true story then.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the whole story.
That you're a gangster, and you're not
He doesn't know the whole story.
He's a reformed gangster.
And that's a big difference.
No, they took 2 bites from me. They took 2 bites from me. 2 fucking Honda bikes that I had in my apartment. We're gone. The cops basically robbed me. They robbed me and put me in the hole. And I got a conspiracy to attempt a conspiracy or a felony to commit a felony. Some bullshit like that. Like, these some bullshit fucking charges. It's crazy. But they could just drop it.
And then
the niggas just drop it.
Yeah.
They just do it to intimidate you.
Well, I think it's hot that you were in the hole. I love it.
So there's nothing. Do you want to know what life is? You want to know what life is?
Yeah.
That's an experience. Let me tell you. You don't like going crazy. There's people that don't get out of that shit either. That's really fucked up.
They stay crazy.
They stay fucked up. Yeah.
My brother will be like, oh, I left it in my cell. I mean my room. Like, he still thinks he's in there.
No, I kind of draw a blank.
Joanna, why are you BSing?
He's supposed to BS. That's what I'm saying.
It always exaggerated with you.
Always.
I would love to. I'm gonna tell you how many prisons, which prisons I visited upstate.
Oh my God, here we go.
Do we need to go through the fucking list? We're gonna go through the list.
What, you don't believe me? My husband was in jail too, in Attica.
What did your husband fucking get? What was he getting into?
5 ounces of blow.
Oh my God.
And he sold it to a narc.
Oh my God, 5 fucking ounces.
He couldn't prove that it was just his blow.
No, because he met him in a hotel, and then the DEA was in the bathroom. So he went there, the guy opened the door, and then my husband was busted. And my second husband did 11 and a half years in Leavenworth, Raybrook, and Otisville. He was in 3 federal prisons.
Raybrook?
I never 5 years, Daniel, I know you.
Do you ever know how to pick them doll face? Right? I mean, what kind of a head on your shoulders do you have? Hey, do you still do those the Reiki stuff?
Yeah, I was a fan of Chinese back in the 80s.
Of course she was. Her husband was in jail. Of course she has to do the fucking massage.
Prison.
Can I get a massage?
Yeah.
Would you throw in,
I would do anything for you.
You see?
What do you think I can get? You think how much?
This guy's in jail. But, trying to put her in a nice house. This is what she's doing when he's out. This is what I'm saying, Daniel.
No, I was.
They're all the same. Oh, yeah. See, I'll massage you. You know what I mean?
No, I own a spa, and Daniel knows about it.
Yeah, we know you own a spa.
Well, how do you think I own a spa?
Mark, you're
mafia money.
Why is it that the people that fucking hate us want to be around us?
All the time.
Mark.
Dude, I've been saying this for the longest.
Frenchie? Why did Heidi change her name to Frenchie?
Dude, she hates me with a fucking...
They want me to talk, Sam. They want to hear me. They heard it. I don't know who heard it. I don't know why.
But for some strange reason, they all started piling in. And I'm saying to myself, oh, they want to hear me talk shit to say it. No problem.
Yeah.
I got you, baby.
And you got it, baby. You gave them what they give the crowd what they want.
Well, me, I really don't do it for the crowd. I'm just saying, like, Sam wants to now say, oh, why do you hang out with me? Why do you know I'm not going to hang out with you? He's probably, like, trying to do deals.
Yeah, he's gross with that red hair and beard.
He's doing deals with 80 in the back. Oh, you buy me, I'll buy you. Yeah, I'm taking down.
They'll probably
No, it works.
People to take a closer look before they start demonizing groups.
No, it works.
I appreciate you.
I want to do glow with
Just
you.
Obviously,
I want to do glow
many of
with
us
you,
know
Joanna.
that parts of
still blow and have possible relation.
Without there is a problem in the United States, particularly, where when a group of guys gets together, it's always presumed to be bad, and somebody has to come along and quote unquote interfere. That is a real thing. I mean, people have been talking about this for over 30 years. I'm not going to argue that that's not. It gets me in trouble with some of my left-leaning compatriots, but it is. I stand on that. So clearly, sounds to me like I haven't had all the information. Is what I will say. And it would be proper for me to look into it more. So thank you.
Thanks, Dave. It's good to hear you too. I hope things are well.
I hope things are well for you too, and it is good to hear from you. It's been since last Samhain, at least, or Halloween, as most people call it.
Yeah, there's so much to talk about here. So much to talk about. I think we all want to live in a good world and a safe place.
We had a huge battle this morning in a social about the Central Park Karens, Christian and Amy Kitover. And that was the dog owner and the bird watcher in Central Park. And then yesterday we talked about Nick Sandman on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial in 2019.
Isn't this very old news?
Well, 7 years old is old, but the reason why it's relevant, Agent, is our society has the attention of goldfish and a microwave.
Maybe you have to mute her.
You know, when people are in the matrix, the mute button also doesn't work. It's a great job, Clubhouse. Monica, you just have to wait so you're not busy anymore.
Oh, dude, you should come up.
Before you were talking about skinheads, I found that really interesting because for me, skinheads were from Britain. They were like UK-based and kind of leftist. And then it all turned away.
East Coast heads.
Monica keeps talking about the dog that was off the leash.
And so when I knew somebody from the East Coast who said he was a skinhead, I couldn't believe it. The reason they were called skins out here was that they would shave their head, that they would often leave a mohawk-ish shaped into a swastika on top of their head, depending how far they would go.
Okay, but that's more like...
So I should have said West Coast skinheads. That's true. It's all of these things that get broken.
You should have said anything. I'm Swedish, so I am more attained to Britain more than the US. But yeah.
But you are correct. There was even East Coast skinheads that were liberal too. They weren't all. And ironically, so in 1980s culture, the conservatives, the Reagan-era conservatives, did not like the disorderly conduct of the skinheads. I mean, there were even conservative judges that out here in Oregon.
That's the Muslim version of APAC.
Thanks.
No, it's not.
Ragged, you're off mic, but I'm not getting sound. Are you talking and still messing around with the club deck trying to get that to work?
Hello, moderators.
Seems like it, Ragged. Can you hear us? Right, we can't hear you. If you can hear us, can you flash your mic? You erect? Okay, yeah.
Cat got his tongue.
Let's see. I'm guessing you switched your.
He can hear us, but we cannot hear him.
Alright, so. On club deck for your input mic. Your input on your mic. You gotta switch that one back.
We still cannot hear you.
And then we'll be able to hear you.
Hello.
What happened? I was here.
Hello? Hello? Nitha, why do you have my wife's PTR on your account?
Is Danny your wife?
Yeah, she keeps claiming that I'm her wife on Facebook and that I'm Anton LaVey. And can you read my tarot cards? Hello? It's my party and I'll cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. Do, 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 do. What'd you think about my birthday song?
You must be single.
How'd you know?
Of course Tara said that. Of course she said that.
I should instead criticize Christians for opposing the murder of not quite one children.
Well, let's just say we take the religious element out of this, and we just deal with it as a constitutional legal argument. After Roe v. Wade was decided.
Daniel, I can send you nudies. I can send you pics of me in the back channel.
You are so fucking hot. It's
That's what I'm
unbelievable.
gonna do right now.
Oh my God, Joanna. Fill me in. Send me the nudies too. I want to see the full spread.
I want to call you Joe.
Send me the nudies, Joanna.
Let me send Daniel some.
Certainly, you have states like Texas where we have a stringent abortion law put together by Ken Paxton, and Texas, Benjamin would be one of these examples. There was a young woman who had a medical issue, needed an abortion.
Oh, knocking at the door.
The law Texas had passed, got the permission, and then Ken Paxton, who wrote the exceptions in the law, then sued her for using the exceptions. Right? So there's that. So there are states, there are states that simply don't agree with keeping abortion illegal and have abortion. That's not a religious argument. That's a state-to-state right argument.
Right. The actual argument is a state's rights. I'm not saying which side I come down on. For me, it's complicated because I was adopted, not aborted, so I'm grateful for that. But I'm not sure the government should be in it. But yeah, the Supreme Court never said no abortions. They just said it's not constitutional one way or the other. It's returned to states' rights. So states like Oregon, California still have it. States like Texas don't. So, the argument on a states' rights issue side is, if you want this, if you want to live in a place, then you should move. The problem then comes into that's financial feasibility and whether you can or not. But so then are people citizens of, because people are citizens of states as well as citizens of a nation, this is where it gets lost. The conservative argument is not, we hate abortions. Some probably do. The conservative argument is states' rights. And this triggers my daughter when I try to explain this. Dad, I thought you were a liberal person. I said, I am, but I'm sympathetic to states' rights. I understand. But that's actually what their argument is. Now, are they being critical of it?
Hey, Dave, it was a long time ago that I went to school, and I'm not a very good student. It was like, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago that I went to school. And I think I remember the teacher saying that the Declaration of Independence claims a foundational set of rights, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Is that my poor memory, or does it really say that?
No, it does say that. But you're forgetting one important part. You're forgetting one important part. The Declaration of Independence was a declaration of war and a statement of human rights without government. The Constitution is a set of rights that we designed that come out of the Declaration but are different than the Declaration. They're separate. One is you getting to your fundamental human rights. The other is you getting to your rights under the Constitution. And at least if you want to argue for human rights, U.S. courts will hear that kind of stuff. But again, that's not why it's decided, which is why tomorrow's explanation isn't accurate. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised with the woman.
Well, look at Benjamin being more narrow. The Declaration of Independence is not law. Okay, it is a preamble. So it's like a purpose. It's like when a city declares a speed limit, they can say, for the beauty of our city and the maintenance of our clean air, we declare these traffic laws, including the speed limit. The speed limit is the law part, okay, and the other part is just a preamble or declaratory part. The Declaration of Independence is not law. It has some components. Then you have the Bill of Rights. Those are laws.
The Declaration of Independence is like our mission statement if the U.S. was a corporation.
Wait. I just want to point something out. I was recalling some classroom material from 40 years ago, and I got it word for word. And that's amazing. I consider myself a poor student. I don't recall ever saying that the Declaration of Independence was the law of the land. Did anybody else fantasize when I saying that?
It seemed to be implied from what you said, but maybe we misunderstood your meaning.
Oh, damn. Shit. Okay. That's weird.
Because we were having a discussion.
And it is a mistake which I have personally made before, so I guess
what part of recalling the Declaration of Independence includes the phrase that among the many rights of man is the right of life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, implies anything more than the Declaration of the United States includes the rights. Enumerated is the right to life.
Well, I think it was the timing, the context of what came right before what you said, as if you were responding to it.
But it's also not. That's also not exactly what you said. Okay, so this comes back to Buddhist powers of seeing time.
I said I was a poor student. It's probably my incapacity.
It is your incapacity. No, it's in your incapacity to remember what you said. But this is what No, stop psychoanalyzing. This just relates to
Marxist.
This just relates to Buddhist powers. Our power is seeing through time. And this is extremely important power. But look, but that's not the conservative argument. The conservative argument, Dave, is that abortion is bad. It must be stopped, and we need to make it illegal. That's what they want to do. That's what conservatives want to do. And the states' rights thing is just like being pretend or a way station on play. Now, I don't think that the conservative policies are good. Okay? I do think there is a good states' rights argument here. Nowhere says in the Constitution that states, that citizens are guaranteed the right to an abortion or anything even close to that, So then it's like, well, it probably goes to the states then. That's just as a technical matter, it probably does. But I don't think that their policy ideas, the conservative policy ideas, are good. I don't think the policy of my own state in this area is good. And I think we'll probably see in a few years that it didn't work out. In fact, they did not prevent abortions from occurring. And it's just prohibiting abortion, prohibiting marijuana, or prohibiting alcohol. It's something that doesn't work. If you want to get people to have fewer abortions, there are ways to do it, but prohibition is not the way to do it.
Make a great point. And also, the Constitution says nothing about the atom bomb, so let's not take it there.
Wait, what?
I'm just saying, the Constitution, I'm actually a fan of the Constitution because I think it's one of the greatest documents ever written. But
and this represents someone who.
Everything. Of course, I agree.
How did you get from 1 to 10?
Oh, just based on what I heard you two talking, Wendy went for a while, you went for a while, and I didn't know I had to follow some type of programming schedule or format for you, so I apologize if it's a strong juxtaposition.
It presents to set up is this idea of interpretation. Like, we don't believe in the 3-5 clause that has been overturned because there was amendments to overturn it. There have been other things that the Supreme Court has ruled upon. And anytime, I think the lesson here too is anytime we depend upon the Supreme Court to make a ruling change, it can be flipped. All it needs is a new lawsuit to undo it. States like Oregon would still have it. But it is a living document, but if we rely on courts to make these changes, like what was done with Roe v. Wade, then we should expect that a new court will undo the change. It's sort of like rely on an executive order, the next president's going to come along and undo it. I think some powerful lessons may have been learned during the last few years through this time. Sometimes I think people have maybe sat on their laurels and thought, I guess that's just how it's going to be. And, the court decided,
Well, something being decided by the court, Dave, is one of the more permanent ways, honestly. And it took a really long time for this to be changed. Should the legislature have decided something and put it in the Constitution? That would be one of the more permanent ways. More permanent than the court. But just passing a law, actually, the legislature passes laws all the time. Executive orders are one of the least permanent ways, though. That's true.
I will say, though, that if we are going to have a right to an abortion, and this gets me in trouble out here, then a man has a right to a financial abortion, like AKA she's pregnant, he finds out, then he should be able to sign away those rights and never pay child support again. That puts me in quite deep hot water with some of my fellow liberal leaning counterparts. But I think if you're going to have one, you've got to have the other.
I didn't get your logic there.
that's what conservatives say to women, right? That is the anti-abortion argument. Where the man is notified and then opts in.
That's a line, John, of how you are connecting there.
And at that point,
what we were talking about, like how do you
I think that would resolve the issue.
How do you get from one to
See,
two?
if people say that if
just based on what I heard you two talking about, you went from
Please
that
don't
is
scroll.
there are.
I'm just trying to become a big content
And
creator.
I'm confused on the issue. I could have been people abort people for being disabled all the time. Somebody could find out I was blind and decide to abort me. Now I met my bio mom in the last few years. She didn't want to do that. She's very staunch about that. But I didn't ask that question. She just brought it up. But I do think that both if you have one, you got to have the other if you're being honest.
Are you blind?
I've been blind my whole life. I'm missing my optic nerves.
Oh, wow. Oh my God, that's interesting.
So you see yourself as you could be, you could not have been born if we had free abortion. Is that why you're saying this?
It's mixed. I mean, I've heard this since I was adopted. I mean, since, people referring in the 70s, like adoptions are like the abortions that didn't happen. I mean, and I know people who have literally said to my face that they would abort rather than have a disabled child of any kind, which is their right, at least here in the state of Oregon. I would never, it's hard to be an unwanted. There is that aspect of things. I just think the issue is more complex probably than what I think the government should stay out of it, but I think the issue is probably more complex than what either of the two parties who obsess over each other probably want it to be.
And I agree, it's more complex than that. But I also think that the statistics telling that people who are able to make an abortion, there's a lot of more happy kids from that because they don't do that because they're disabled or anything. They do it because they're not ready to form a family.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't believe in the so-called abortion as birth control. People aren't doing that. Most of us don't want to get a shot if we don't want to. So telling me that a woman is choosing to do it over birth control, I've never believed that. I know the conservatives will tell you that, but I've never believed that. I mean, there's a great many things I think the government should stay out of. Abortion is simply one of them. Pot is another one of them. Guns are another one. Prohibition on things doesn't help anything. How well did prohibition work in the 20s? I mean, how many times do we have to do that? The war on drugs was a failure.
A 31-year-old man was shot in the hand.
True, but the government cannot really stay out of this. That's the other side of this that I think is where we see a weakness in the Conservative Party, is an unwillingness to govern. You can't just let people sell alcohol in cages and stuff like that. You do have to have laws governing alcohol. And
250 years of freedom.
One nation, one flag.
And it's the same
Honoring
thing.
the flag that represents every American home.
But in
Limited edition. Get yours before they're
comprehensive and well thought out system of gun regulation. There is no way for me to get a machine gun, a grenade launcher, a mortar. There's no way for me to get artillery cannons, and anti-aircraft cannons. Many foreign vendors of elite weapons just do not sell them in this country because they don't really see a path to selling them to the right people, good people like me. So like Heckler and Koch and the MP7. You can't buy the MP7 in this country, So we need regulation for all of these things. We need laws governing them, but we need laws with an eye to enabling and fostering and furthering the
the exercise of those rights in a structured way. It's the same thing with drugs.
And Elizabeth Warren's made this point of view.
Is it possible that the Iran war is not a...
We've been regulating alcohol for 100 years or something. 80 years.
a war between Israel and Iran?
That's not the black market or anything.
I think the part of the abortion conversation that I don't even see pro-choice activists talking about, that we still talk about, that was a big deal when I was younger. Like this idea that, okay, you prohibit it, and now you have some whack doing some awful thing to this poor young girl, and she bleeds out and dies. Like, this was a known quantity when I was a kid. People knew about this stuff. And I'm really surprised that we don't hear about this from the pro-choice side of the argument. Because I bring it up around pro-choice people. I'm like, what about the back alley abortions? And that's not the point. What's the point if it's that poor girl?
It probably doesn't matter anymore because the back alley abortions, I bet you, they got a lot better. And they're probably not even unsafe anymore. There probably are.
No. That's not the case. Just look at South.
These abortions
still going on. Sorry. Maybe I think this is a really good point. That's why we not should have back alley abortions.
I think he cut out.
Actually, you cut out.
Oh, I cut out.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's super easy for people to not even know when they're in the matrix. So just if you want to talk, just let them know and it makes the discussion go. But I know what the evils look like. I'm born in the 70s, so I'm not the only guy. As we definitely heard about this when I was younger.
And I'm just surprised it's not part of the modern conversation. It's the first thing I brought up to my daughter, which is like, are you worried about it? Because she knows about my status. And I'm like, girls bleeding out and dying in the back alley someplace? Absolutely. This is insane to me that we would bring this kind of barbarism back.
It's been brought up in many discussions, Dave. People use it as an argument to support pro-choice.
Okay, well that's good, because I've been shot down for using it as an argument, not by conservatives, but by pro-choice.
I want to address why I think it doesn't make sense. I don't think it makes sense today in the way that it made sense in the 60s and 70s, because the reason women had these abortions in the back alley was not because they were unwilling to take on responsibilities of parenthood, but because the societies they lived in had religious consequences that would come to bear on them if they were found to be pregnant. And society has this, well, they have the bastardization comment, right? Bastard is one of the worst things you can call a person. And it's also the name of a child that's born. And we have to thank the good Christians and the good religious people for this language. But this is just, this is what we need to get rid of. We don't need to get rid of Codehead. We need to get rid of the oppression of a religion.
Oh, you're so young. I like younger guys.
Rituals of violence.
Yeah, I like their really get in the bedroom.
Churches, monopoly,
Have you ever been on a trans girl before?
Now, what we need to do is break the church's monopoly on public, and not the other thing. You won't have people need back alley abortions, and you won't have them if there's no social pressure associated with keeping the baby. But the fact that religions, God bless them, for years have put such negative pressure on young women having children that would rather back alley abortion than have a child. That's the craziness that just absolutely has got to be condemned into non-existence.
Look, I mean, Benjamin, so many things wrong with what you said. I don't know where. You just don't understand it. But yeah, you have to have the religious monopoly. You have to engage in the ritual of buying and selling the bride. Yes, that's the whole thing. So the man and the woman need to form a common enterprise for the purpose of raising children, and that needs to be sanctified, sacralized by the society. And people who operate outside of that system should be ostracized, I guess.
Are you saying this for real?
I wasn't meaning it for real. Jonas, you're such a cartoon.
This 25-foot.
No, I'm just saying. For 1,000 years,
arrangement syndrome. One that you could really get behind.
It is a common enterprise.
Hello guys, I'm a new YouTuber. We use
Not Baxter and Spade. But of the sentence. Let that sink in.
That's pretty much what I'm saying, because
Wait, I missed
you know,
I missed the
we name our daughters from the mother. So.
But what did Jason just say?
I said the family is one of the most sacred institutions of a functioning society. It is a common enterprise for the purpose of raising children, of raising legitimate descendants. Not bastards. Legitimate descendants.
At the bar.
That's right.
You ever tip too much and then you didn't really get the thank you that you thought you were going to get. You're like, I kind of gave you extra there. Yeah. Thanks, you.
I love any system that
What's going on with the moon? Italian questions. He exploded and kicked me butt. I would just say that what Darth Dawkins does is what a lot of people do, which is really just the Proving Me God Exists show.
any system that denies
This is a public space, so I'll try to remain public. And just say that in the Republic of Plato, I believe in social equity and altruism. I think the egoists are really the criminals of society. It's only the altruists. See, I've been reading Ayn Rand, and I've been improving my IQ to come back here to talk with you all about the future of capitalism. A party for cruising? You want to update the surreptitious and he analyze the information, so I was scholar, I've got 2 PhDs, and you're just getting corporate and passing on a social audio conference call, probably with erectile dysfunction and high blood pressure. Am I wrong about those 2 things?
Native speaker. That's all that there is to it.
Imagine sarcasm spreading across Europe, trying to get to Sweden and getting blocked by the Germans, the Austrians. and unable to move any farther east.
Except in person. Very much.
I mean, now we should start saying. Be honest, you could criticize me with full of ladies and Swedish. That would be fun.
And are Swedish meatballs, as we see them, are they actually Swedish or is that an American?
They don't even know because they don't have Swedish meatballs.
Actually, we do. You're both right. And it's an abomination. Not the right meatballs. So, don't go to IKEA if you want to eat Swedish meatballs. That's for sure.
What about that bowed harp of yours? I forget what it's called, but it practically has like a bow and it's also a harp. You guys have some beautiful musical instruments.
My other earbuds because I'm running out of battery.
His other earbuds are the ones that speak English.
Am I wrong about those two things? If you do not conduct yourself from here on out, stop doing the shit that will instantly block you. So it's up to you. Man, as if that's gonna ruin my day, and your day's not already ruined by being insulted by me, Alistair Crowley. You're pathetic, dog. Dog, God, shit. It's not yet your nickname. Well, she said that doesn't make it true. The guy doesn't get a PhD in divinity from Harvard, but he has an interest and a hobby, which is yours. And so when Beef says that he knows everybody, they call him Beef.
So I want to point out that I used to come into Beef's room and prank him and pretend I was Indian and then play my flute. He had no idea. He was alive and created a right political. Bye-bye, Susan. You get a degree. You get your master's degree. You get your first internship. You start thinking about, like, looking for a husband.
Sometimes it feels tough being a small creator on YouTube. I've made so many videos. The likes are so few and getting subscribers feels almost impossible. Sometimes I wonder if anyone really cares about this content. Even though it's hard, I keep going. So if you enjoy the video, please don't forget to like and subscribe. Even the smallest support means the most in your house. Colors and how to be brave? How can I love
That's not fair. That's not illegal. That's simply a consequence. Please, Benjamin.
Clothes with minimal detail.
A 1,000 years ago, when you were in textiles, well, you were a woman spinning with a spinning device, okay, which you could actually do while you were taking care of your children. These machines were safe, they were not loud, okay, they didn't emit poisonous gas. Now, if you're in textiles, you cannot have children around. It's basically true of all manufacturing has changed where, first of all, someone got invented originally, but all the changes where this can't do this stuff. This is also the time when you've got kids actually lower in the industrial revolution. Before it was high. They were like 25 and then they turned like 80. So, in Europe, I would love to say this is
Sorry, I missed this step. Please.
No, I'm saying, what I'm saying is
Fully funded.
the firstborn babies, the age when you get your firstborn baby is higher in the society before the industrial revolution.
Well, I can't hardly believe
Yeah, so this is actually what is called the The first marriage was mid-20s, or marriage was mid-20s. The first child was 23 years. And a relatively large proportion of people did not have children, so like a quarter was this is the European marriage pattern. Now, what Jonas is saying is not true of Eastern Europe. It's not true of the United States. So there has been this overall broad change in the world where, yes, marriage is later and women are older when they have children. Not average, but the European marriage pattern is centuries old. It's just not real average. It's a very
I'll make a dangerous.
You know what it's like when you want to go grab
Also, before the Industrial Revolution, so-called the idea of mom, dad, pre-industrial revolution, the idea was grandparents and like a family system is everybody have to scare each other. We never had a woman staying at home with her children, only her. If they were well enough to even do that, that's a multiplicity of women working together with all of each other's children. Like, so this so-called nuclear family as the norm is the norm because of sex work. It's a broken home by comparison to people who believe that the extended family is the family. They didn't call it extended family. That was having a family. So a lot of this stuff has actually changed with time, and this includes America. Before the Industrial Revolution, you had people living on plots of land right next to each other or with each other and all working together. So, and broken homes were the nuclear family. So it's kind of a fascinating insight.
Yeah, so backing up a little bit, Benjamin, the issue isn't the liberals. I mean, this change started more than 150 years ago, before you even had anything like the progressives, which is, these are what our liberals are today. Before you had anything like progressives. And yeah, it's not, they're not, you know, I guess what I'll sum up there. So,
I would just like that the founding fathers would be called progressives today.
No, they would not, because the founding fathers did not believe. No, Jonas, look, you said what you're going to say, and now I'm going to say that you're wrong, and why not? Okay, and then we're going to have a back and forth here. Okay? So you can disagree with me in a minute. And they wouldn't, because the founding fathers did not believe in using the government to change the values of regular people or to progress society. The founding fathers were actually keenly interested in setting up a government to preserve traditional rights, okay, what they understood to be traditional English rights,
And they really wanted to get off the train of modernization of government and centralization of government that the English were starting to get on in the late 1700s. So, and I think there's an argument to be made that they were right, that they ultimately saw that this is what creates a freer and better society.
I think I agree with you totally. That's the thing. So yeah, I'm just commenting on this because I agree with you totally. That this is.
But then they're not progressives. I mean, because progressivism is about changing the people, but with the government.
What I'm saying is that they were progressive at the time. They were changing society.
They were Enlightenment people, but not so they didn't believe in the deconstruction. So I'm very familiar with postmodernism. I consider myself to be post-meta-modernist, meaning I've seen through the traps of postmodernism as well as the traps of rationalism and whatnot. That doesn't make me special. This is where I am. Right. But progressivism in the United States is linked to postmodernism, and one of its major traps is it wants to deconstruct for the sake of deconstruction. It doesn't have a path to reconstruction. And I think with the Founding Fathers, for better and for worse, what they were trying to do was construct this free society. They weren't even taking a path of deconstructing British society. They were taking a path of building a new and free society, for better and for worse. I mean, it's had its foibles, of course it has, because we're people. But what makes them very different than what you could think of as a modern progressive is that they don't possess a path to deconstructionism for deconstruction's sake. We're not destroying a power structure because we destroy power structures. They're building a new thing. King George, fuck off, go back to England, do your thing over there. They had no heart to go back and change Europe. The Monroe Doctrine and all that other business came later. The founders were about constructing a new reality for themselves. And that's what I find admirable about them. And that's, to me, the conservatives miss this, but they could make this argument against postmodernism, but they usually don't. That's the truly developed challenge to the whole postmodernist narrative.
Well, I have a different view, but Jonas, maybe you want to reply.
I'm not that very versed, but I've read the Constitution, but I'm not a scholar, so I will back up. But I agree. I think that's exactly what they did. They didn't deconstruct; they constructed. I agree with that.
Yeah, and I guess where I have a different view, Dave, is I don't really see them as having developed a new society. I really see them as having tried to basically capture and preserve and refurbish, renew a very old model of society that had reached a certain state of balance and I suppose perfection, but just had reached a certain level of maturity. And that was the Tudor era of medieval society. And they were really saying, look, we're going to keep doing this thing. I guess if you guys over in England want to wreck this, you can. But we're not going to do that.
I mean, minus the divine right of kings and plus the mobility of class and a whole bunch of things that were Tudor England maybe had some sort of a concept of, but it was, I don't believe it was hubris for them to call it the Great Experiment, because they were disavowing to the point where George Washington would not allow people to kiss his hand, which was a common thing back in the day for people of his stature, and they were to us this seems maybe not a thing, but I think to them they were taking some pretty maybe new societies at the point, but I don't I don't see them as wanting to return to Tudor on account of that very major hurdle, which is the divine order of society. People are born into this place, and that is their station.
Your father is making shows, so you have to make shows for a living.
That's right, and I don't think that's ever been really part of the American ethos.
Well, so this is where, unfortunately, we are burdened with a lot of myths
very warm.
about the Middle Ages and about England. England, please stop doing that. England was not that kind of society, Dave. And there was no divine right of kings. This is something Sam got wrong earlier. Divine right of kings is tendentious in the Middle Ages. And the idea of a king that you must obey, and there are no institutions or power in society that can undermine or challenge him, is a very late Middle Ages phenomenon. Okay? We're talking Louis XIV is the Sun King, is the absolute monarch. That's a late development. That's not a traditional traditional order of society in the Middle Ages. Is you have all these different constituencies in the society. You have all of these peculiar institutions that are a mixture of like public institution and government institution. They have this mixed role, okay, this mixed sovereignty, right? Like if a lot of our government was made of nonprofit corporations or something like that. And that's a better way to understand the Middle Ages. And so we are, in a way, ignorant of our own history when we think of what the founders did as marking this huge break with the Middle Ages and the English system and the European system. It was the Europeans who changed actually more from 1780 until today than we did. Okay, the Europeans have undergone a whole bunch of revolutions in their political affairs, and we haven't. And most of our legal and political institutions very much resemble parallel English institutions of that time. One sign of this, there are all kinds of signs of this in our system, but one sign of this is the relative importance of the sheriff in American law enforcement. Okay, the sheriff is still a meaningful figure in our society in a way that he is not in England. Or the incredible multiplicity of police departments, the relative power of the states, the subdivisions of our government, okay? Whereas in England, a lot of those things have been made much more streamlined and efficient and much more centralized. So I'm going to put an essay in the chat, Dave. Is that a good way to share an essay with you? A link to an essay?
Yep, I can get links in the chat.
Yeah, it's an essay by Samuel Huntington. Benjamin has mentioned this guy a few times. He's talked about Clash of Civilizations. The guy did a lot of other stuff. He's done a lot of scholarship, and this essay is about how Europe, England, and America modernized and how they are different. So I'll put that in the chat.
I did want to quickly respond to Benjamin's thing about liberals not making babies. How would you account for Stalin, who had a huge baby-making venture? Also, Mao, everyone knows that China had a one-child policy, but this was not Mao's original vision. This happened as a reflex reaction in the 70s to enormous famine. Many very liberal societies, communist societies, outlaw homosexuality, for example, because you're not doing your right duty to the state by making more. So I don't think you can attach loss of childbearing to a liberal ideology when there are so many great examples of Soviet Russia giving awards to women for having more children. I think Cuba has had some of this stuff. I mean, so I think that was a little bit of a stretch on that.
I put a link to a plain text document with an important quote from the essay, and then there's a link to Should Still Be Alive. Yeah, it's a copy of the essay at UC San Diego.
say that was a lot of questions in one question. So, but you also mentioned Soviet Russia. That's fucked up society. Oh, the room is getting smaller.
Thanks, Jason. I'm looking at it right now.
I've been having some arts like JCC before, but I think we're doing fine right now. Hopefully. We are not talking. I will do to another room because I like to be some places. Have a great night. Great night day. I like it. See you around.
Well, thanks, Jason. That was a most fruitful and interesting read. I don't know if I slept through that in school or if I was just educated wrong, but I've been trying to study more about read more about medieval society, and I've learned many ways in which I was actually very incorrect about a lot of it, so it's really fascinating to me.
think a lot of it's going to get torn apart. Nobody's going to want to remember this point in our future. Nobody's going to want to remember this point in history. Nobody's going to want to remember this. This is crazy.
I meant like apology, and probably a word a lot of you have never heard before. Boulder Dash, is that a word that you would recognize? Maybe certain generations wouldn't recognize that either, but BS, I think everybody knows what BS means. The White House is saying, this is poor reporting by Reuters. Well, just within the last hour, Reuters issued another statement. They've got some pretty good sources here. The Iranian government's not talking to me, but they're talking to Reuters.